For the President to make his entry from Southern California. I'm from Monterey. On my left, Jack Bayless, Commissioner from Los Angeles. On my right, our President, Dan Richards, who can take over in just a minute, Jim Kellogg from Stockton, and Richard Rogers from Santa Barbara. President Richards.
Go ahead, Salk.
Yeah, I will, while people getting organized, I'll do our introductions. Commission staff, myself, Sankey Master, Executive Director, Adriana Shea, I think arrived here shortly. Craig Schumann's in the audience. Sherry Fonbuena, Anita Biederman, and Mary Britton from the Commission staff are here today. Office of the Attorney General Rick Thalheimer is here to my left. From the department, we have Chuck Bonham, the director, Dan Perigary, Deputy Director of Wildlife and Fisheries Division, Nancy Foley, Deputy Director of Law Enforcement. I believe Jordan Traverso is here or should be here. She's Deputy Director of Office of Communications and Education Outreach. Tom Gibson is here. He's the department's General Counsel. And I believe we have Branch Chief Stafford Lair from the Fisheries Branch and Eric Loft from the Wildlife Branch. And we have today with us Wardens Mike Harris, Joe Ames, Doug Huckins, and Joe, I think I messed your name up. And with that, I think we have introductions. Doug, did I really, what's James' last name? I can't read it. Ames? Oh. Oh, okay. I thought so. And with that, Mr. President, I think I'm ready to do the basic instructions, if you would like.
Have at it.
All right. Our goal today is informed decision-making, everyone. In that spirit, we need to work all together to make that happen. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Proceedings are being recorded, so think about that before you speak. After is too late. Let's see. Then we have... Each person has a total of 10 minutes for the day to speak on items on the agenda. The amount of time for each agenda item may be adjusted based on time available and the number of speakers. I assume we'll be operating as a base 3-minute per speaker for the moment.
As long as that works.
Yes. Speaker cards need to be turned in to staff, to Anita in the blue-green blouse. Before the agenda item, please. Please make sure to list the agenda item you wish to speak on the speaker card. We will be calling several speakers' names at a time in the order you'll be called, so please line up behind the podium when your name's called. And if you're out of the room when your name's called, you could forfeit your opportunity to speak. Please be respectful. Disruptions from the audience will not be tolerated. Time is precious, so please be concise. And a quick warning on laser pointers. Use a laser pointer by someone other than the speaker during a presentation may result in your arrest. So be careful of those little devices. And with that, Mr. President, we're ready to go.
Okay. We're going to go with our public forum first.
All right. All right, our first speaker, we'll start with agenda item number 1, public forum. Just as a quick reminder, these items, the public forum is for items that are otherwise not agendized on the agenda. So if you want to speak to one of the agenda items, please do so under the agenda item. Public forum, first speaker is Mike McCorkle, then Tom Raftikin, and we'll start with those two, and then Kirk Lombard. Oh. Mr. McCorkle? Oh, there you are.
Good morning, President Richards, members of the Commission. My name is Mike McCorkle. I'm here today on behalf of Southern California Trawlers Association. Last year there was a meeting in Santa Barbara with the Marine Subcommittee, and at that meeting Oceana got up and wanted the commission or the subcommittee to support the forage fish bill. There was a little bit of talk. Commissioner Rogers made a comment that he didn't believe that bills that have something to do with fishing should be handled in legislation, because legislation is political, not scientific, which I agree with 100%. Legislation has nothing to do with science, it has to do with politics. And in my 30 years of dealing with legislative fisheries issues, I've seen politics override science many times. So I commend you for your statement, because I think you were 100% right. And I would like to explain now. Give you a handout there, but there's a bill in legislation this year, AB 2363, and it's kind of the bouillabaisse bill, which has a number of things. It was put together by PCFFA. It has things to do with Dungeness crab. It has things to do with the death clause and limited entry permits, and it has things to do with giving the commission authority to open additional areas in California state waters for trawling. As soon as that bill was sent to Sacramento, lobbyists from the ocean protection groups who are in this room today lobbied that bill and said that if there's anything in there to give the commission authority to open additional areas for trawling in state waters, they would kill the bill. So we took out the part about the halibut because we didn't want the rest of the bill to not be put in. And there's politics in a fishery issue. It goes to show a couple things. They're terrified of you as the commission, that you may get authority to open additional areas for trawling. Now you can't just do that unless the trawlers prove three things. But they're terrified. They don't want that to happen. They don't want you to ever have authority. So who runs the Fish and Game Commission? Does the commission run it themselves? Or do politicians, these groups, ocean protection groups, run it? And that's what it looks like to me. So we're going to not roll over and let this go away. We're going to try our best to get you authority so you can make these decisions, which, in my opinion, if the department makes them, they're based on science. They're not based on politics. And I just wanted to let you know about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker, Tom Raftican. And as a reminder, this little device with the little numbers is your time. So do kind of pay some attention to it. Thank you. Go
Yes,
ahead,
sir. Tom Raftican, President of the Sport Fishing Conservancy, and actually also wanted to address halibut. Instead of looking to open up additional areas to trawling, I think it's about time that we took a very close look at halibut. We just had the initial stock survey of halibut. In the South, I believe it was somewhere between 6 and 14% of unfished biomass, and it's instead of looking to open additional areas to trawling, we would ask you to take a serious look at how do we restore this fishery. We've got two suggestions. One on the recreational, well, three suggestions. First of all, I would stay with leaving the trawl areas the way they are. There's probably too much trawling going on out there right now, but that's just a side comment. The other things that we would recommend are reducing the recreational bag limit of halibut. Currently they're set at 5. That could successfully brought down to 2 fish. Illegal halibut's 22 inches, and that's plenty to eat for a family. 2 of them should be fine. And the other thing is, we would offer that it's time to seriously look at a stock replenishment program, much like the one that's going on for white sea bass. We have opportunities and grow-out facilities up and down the coast right now, Most of these are permitted to work with white sea bass, but this is a plan that could be put in place for halibut, probably with very little effort. I know Hub SeaWorld has done a lot of research on this. They've got some flatfish studies going on right now, but there's a chance to reestablish the stock up to where it stood before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, before you go, Mr. President, the Marine Resources Committee has taken up this issue, as you know, Tom, and we are becoming concerned about the status of California halibut in Southern California. Important sport fish. One of the points that Commissioner Rogers and I made at the Marine Resources Committee was that when you talk about stock replenishment, that's part of the reason that we have been working so hard on the Marine Life Protection Act in California, which, by the way, in Southern California protects something like 14% of sandy bottom habitat that's used by halibut. As you know, there's litigation underway to overturn that. If that's successful, we may well have to take more stringent management measures, as you suggest, than we would like to. If, on the other hand, the marine reserves have the effect that we believe they will, that scientists tell us they will, and help protect and replenish the halibut resource, we may not need to take such stringent management measures. So, just a word to the wise.
Mike, I think we agree with you on a lot of the protections offshore. The other thing is, you know, you're looking at spawning habitat and beta nurseries, which are not protected under the Marine Life Protection Act. We've got a problem out there right now, and let's address it before. You know, we always end up doing crisis management, managing after the fact. So why don't we be a little proactive on some of these things?
Tom, actually, we don't always manage in a crisis management, so I would guess there's a lot of people in the department might take offense to that. So thank you for the comments. Appreciate them.
All right. Kirk Lombard and Paul Weekland.
Hi. My name is Kirk Lombard. I am a former fisheries observer for the Department of Fish and Game and the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, currently working as a commercial fisherman in San Francisco. And on behalf of other sustainable fishermen using artisanal gears in that area, I'd like to propose a small change in the gear restrictions for the fresh fish market herring, a license that was I think, improved on last year to make it more attractive to fishermen, a fresh fish market herring license. And the change that I'd like to propose is that Hawaiian casting nets be termed an allowable gear type for that fishery. Hawaiian casting nets are small handheld nets that one throws on the fish. This is so that I and other sustainable-minded fishermen, like myself, can use those nets to catch a really pristine herring product and to supply local restaurants in San Francisco with a type of herring that would be something that most restaurateurs haven't even seen. Beautiful fish with their scales still on and in prime condition. And I'm talking, Hawaiian casting nets are very small. We're talking about negligible quantities. I have discussed this with all three of the herring biologists, Tom Greener, Ryan Bartley, and John Mello, and they have all of them agreed with me last year that the fishery that I'm talking about, the Hawaiian casting net, would have a negligible effect on the herring population. The reason I'm bringing this up now is that I'm hoping that that it'll sort of start a more serious discussion, and it'll be on the table for the October meeting in which the herring regulations will be discussed. And I see I have a minute left, so in my minute, I had the game warden check my bag, so I'm reaching my bag. I want to show you guys the Hawaiian casting net that I'm talking about. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Okay, and this, so we're talking about very small quantities of fish here, and because they're such small quantities, the quality of them is fantastic. It's something that's available on the market. Most of our herring gets shipped to Japan, and this wonderful license was given out last year, and I went and bought it, thinking that I could catch some really high quality fish with this little net. a couple hundred pounds a week. And then I was told that I couldn't use this net because there's no language detailing this net in the regulations, which is kind of insane to me. So I've printed out a letter to you guys so that at least 6 of you will have it. I didn't know how many there were. I see time's up. Thank you.
All right, Paul Weekland. Go ahead.
Commissioners, Paul Weekland. Here to request again the immediate opening for the harvest of abalones in San Francisco County, San Mateo County, Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, and San Luis Obispo County. We heard at the last Marine Resources Subcommittee meeting, which abalone is supposedly on the priority list #1 for the last almost 16 years. Nothing has been done. Yet we've heard from all parties that immediate opening of these areas is warranted. And, well, we know why you don't want to even discuss abalone, because you introduced a devastating disease, a bacterium pathogen that killed off and devastated it, so you will no longer want to talk about abalone. Oh, and the other reason, your buddies in aquaculture, your abalone farming pals, don't want any competition, and it's not right. You need to correct this inefficiency and mismanagement of the abalone resource, of which the people of California own it, not you. And I have an article here for the President, Mr. Richards. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Sankey. Mr. President, before we continue, I want to address Mr. Lombard's testimony. I know we have the herring regulations coming up later this year, and with the concurrence of my co-chair at the Marine Resources Committee, we have one of two options. We can ask the department to go forward with, including that gear type in the herring fishery. It strikes me as the kind of thing we're trying to promote, low-volume, high-value fisheries. Or we can simply refer the issue to the Marine Resources Committee at your pleasure.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I would like to refer the issue to the Marine Resources Committee, where some of us are very familiar with the history of the San Francisco herring fishery and in particular net problem. So it should be vented at that subcommittee prior to coming forward.
If I may, Mr. Richard. I would agree with former President Kellogg. It is something that's very specifically in the realm of the MRC. I am somewhat intimately familiar, not as much as Commissioner Kellogg, of the net issues with respect to herring in San Francisco. It is a thorny issue. It is complicated. This is a very different sort of a net, so I welcome. Okay. I'm not hearing any opposition to that, so I think MRC will be taking a look at that. Sankey? Yeah,
I just had one question for the department. I'm assuming this cycle, the next MRC is August, correct? Does that fit the cycle for herring to get, if the commission holds a discussion in August, is that soon enough to get it into the rule cycle, or are we going to jam ourselves? I just don't want any false hopes. Is there anybody from the department that can speak to that real quickly? All right. I just want to make sure we're not offering something that we then disappoint ourselves with.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Marcia Remco with the Department's Marine Region. I can't tell you offhand, but I believe that we are already underway with our documents for this current rulemaking cycle, and this potentially, I'm not staring at the timelines, but the scheduling sounds quite tight to me, and for us to do adequate scoping and consider the CEQA issues at hand, I'm not confident that we can commit to having this ready for the upcoming cycle.
Could you look at, I mean, sometimes we can put a placeholder in those documents. Ultimately, the commission may not do anything with it, but if you at least tee it up as a possibility, could you let us know whether that's
feasible?
Sure.
Would you like me to check in with you at lunch?
If you could, that would be great.
Sure thing.
I just don't want to have everyone's hopes up and then find out it's too late already. Thank you.
But even at that, I mean, we get stuff at the last minute and they don't fit the cycle, and we could still discuss them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And take a look at them for down the road.
All right. So what I hear is direction from the commission to see what we can do about putting this on the table for the herring cycle. All right, thank you. Next speaker, Mr. President, we ready?
Absolutely.
Jeff Chester and Kevin Urquhart. And then there will be 3 speakers in a row that are apparently together: Ed Worley, Chuck Michel, and Tom Pedersen. Jeff, go right ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much. I wasn't going to say anything here, but since Mr. McCorkle brought up the issue of the halibut fishery, I did want to provide just a bit of a response. Much of the effort and debate about the fishery has been about the issue of trawling and where we should allow trawling and whether state waters should be open and whether there should be exceptions, et cetera. And one thing that hasn't really gotten much attention is the alternative gear of hook and line troll fishing used to catch halibut. This has historically caught 10 to 25% of the California halibut landings in the state of California. And so Oceana was very interested and partnered with the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary to look at this fishery and actually do some collaborative research with some of these fishermen to better document and characterize both the bycatch and the economics of this fishery. And we put together a study and conducted it in collaboration with several fishermen here in Monterey Bay last summer, and have a report that we've been circulating and are now submitting for publication. And we'd be happy to share that paper with you. And largely what it shows is that the bycatch in this fishery is less than half of what the bycatch is in the trawl fishery occurring in Monterey Bay that occurred historically. In addition, we showed that several fishermen are indeed making profitable income as a supplement to other fishing and other employment activities over the year from this hook and line halibut fishery. These are small 15-foot boats. It's very poorly understood. And while the debate, and we do support more science on the effects of trawling, although we have seen the National Academy of Sciences really come out and say trawling all habitats have damage impacts. We do support more science on the trawling issue, but what we'd like to see the Commission really do is take a more holistic look at this fishery, like Mr. Raftigan said, and particularly exploring some of these alternative gears and helping convert some of the effort and actually increasing the landings with more sustainable gears that have documentation that they actually have less impacts to habitats and bycatch. So we're happy to share that study with you and look forward to working with you in the future moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Urquhart.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Urquhart. I'm the Senior Fisheries Biologist for the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District that is in charge of water resources management in this area. And on May 4th, we sent the Commission a letter and faxed a copy on May 18th requesting and suggesting ways that you could change the striped bass regulations strictly in this area in order to enhance anglers' ability to harvest them. The Carmel River is a highly managed river. Lots of money spent on restoring the steelhead population here. There is no native striped bass run here. In the past, sampling in the Carmel River Lagoon, where 20+% of the smolts in the river probably rear, would never turn up more than 1 or 2 small yearling striped bass. So they've been present here in low numbers for a long time. However, in the last 3 years, the numbers have increased drastically. And anglers and biologists, park employees are seeing schools of 10 to some claim as many as 100 striped bass. Fishing game has spent a couple of years doing hook and line depredation with volunteer staff efforts, meaning unpaid time, some of whom are here in the audience. And they have removed up to 130 plus in 1 year. But we're seeing now fish in the 7 to 37 pound range instead of seeing fish in, a couple of fish in the half-pound range. There's going to be a lot of money spent in this area rewatering the river, reducing illegal diversions, doing habitat improvements. The river is going to be very different in about 6 to 7 years. At that time, if the striped bass population is booming here, it could be possible for them to establish a run in the river. So we'd like to change fisheries management practices, number one, if that's feasible. We understand you'll have to negotiate that with the National Marine Fisheries Service. Secondly, if that's not possible, we hope the Commission will support department staff in lobbying National Marine Fisheries Service to conduct gillnet-based depredation in the lagoon using actively monitored research gillnets. I have long experience myself doing that in the Delta, And our agency is willing to work with state parks and willing to work with Fish and Game to conduct those operations, understanding that, staffing and funding from the agency Fish and Game is highly limited. But we believe time to start considering this issue and taking action is now, prior to the full restoration of watering the river in about 2016-17, where we would like to see not see a striped bass run established. There's also being tens of millions being spent on a dam removal about 18 miles upstream. That's going to start this year. Once that dam removal occurs, the striped bass would theoretically have access to the whole 25 miles of the lower river. Like I said, right now the only issue is striped bass in the lagoon. Our rescue and our monitoring work, we haven't seen any juvenile or adult striped bass above Highway 1, but we're going to see more and more numbers below Highway 1, and we're beginning to get concerned about that, and we'd like to see some cooperative action taken. Thank you.
Hang on for 1 second. Richard, I think, wanted to comment.
Thank you. I was, pardon me, not present because I had completely severed my Achilles tendon at the February meeting, where this commission voted 4-0 to declare the striped bass native fish for the state of California, something with which I have very close to violent objection. It is not native. It is a top predator, apex predator, and the fact that it is establishing itself in that river is simply a small example of what it's doing wherever it is. I would personally be very interested in making certain that we take a look at that and do whatever we can. I'm not interested in extirpating the striped bass per se, but I don't understand having restrictions on a non-native apex predator in terms of harvest. I don't get that at all. I get the politics, but I don't get the science.
As local representatives, we don't want to link our issue to the areas in other parts of the state and the ecological.
I can understand why you don't.
Issues of the don't apply to the small Carmel River Lagoon. Thank you.
Hang on, we have more comment.
Thank you,
Mr. Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I recall, Commissioner Kellogg's pronouncement of the native status of striped bass was confined to the Sacramento Delta. And as a resident of the Carmel River Valley, I agree we should nuke them in the lagoon before they eat any more steelhead. Having witnessed 10-pound steelhead as far upstream as Carmel Valley Village is quite a sight, and one that we all would like to see more of. Restoration of steelhead in the Carmel River is a big priority. Taking out San Clemente Dam, as you mentioned, is another big conservation action. And we don't need striped bass eating all the smolts when they finally make it down the river. So it seems to me whatever the department can do to help us deal with that. My understanding is we don't have a big fishery there like we do in the Delta for striped bass.
Correct.
So this is a biological problem that really doesn't mirror the one that we see in the Delta.
Okay.
And by the way, no one is blaming the striped bass for, at least in the Carmel River, for the problems that steelhead have there.
No.
Okay. I think Sanford would like to weigh in on this in the public comment area where we're supposed to be taking testimony.
Stafford Blair, Chief of Fisheries. The department has received a copy of the letter, and the Region 4 Office and Fisheries Branch are evaluating it to see how it would fit in terms of its efficacy of the recommendations that were suggested.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll hear more about this shortly. Next, we have Ed Worley, Chuck Michael, and Tom Pedersen.
See if we can do this correctly. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Commission, Ed Worley with the National Rifle Association. See if I don't mess this up here. The first slide. Well, I'll bring you up to date on a little adventure I've been having with the Fish and Game Department. Nothing bad. It's just an adventure we've had. About 2 years ago, I was going through the Fish and Game Code to learn the Fish and Game Code in a better way. And walking through the Fish and Game Code, I found various anomalies in the Fish and Game Code that have occurred over the years. I don't think there's been any malice or intention of doing things wrong. But what we found is going through the regulations is that there are various regulations that were crafted over the years that are not consistent with state law. So what we have now are regulations for the possession of firearms in different areas that are in fact in contradiction to state law. So what I've been doing is working with the staff. I met with the director. We've had very good meetings with everybody and talked with everybody about the issues. What we've been doing and want to work with the commission doing is to get these anomalies out of the Fish and Game regulations and comply with state law. We're handing out copies of what we've put together. So what we want to do is work with the commission. We want you to agendize this to get rid of these anomalies, because what you have is you have the Fish and Game regulations, which are in conflict with the California Penal Code sections. The first 3 pages sort of outline what we've walked through with the staff. And I want to thank the staff and the wardens for all their time and effort. We've sat down and talked with them a great deal. We've talked with the Fish and Game staff. We've talked with the commissioner. We've talked with quite a few people about this. But what we need to do is we need to sort of move this forward, because what we have now is you have conflicting things. Like in this instance, in campgrounds and campsites, a person who has a concealed carry permit who's licensed by the state of California can possess a firearm, but the Fish and Game regulations say they cannot. So you have this anomaly of how you're going to do this. Lawful transportation of firearms. If you lawfully transport a firearm anywhere in the state of California, if it's unloaded in a locked container, you can lawfully transport it. Some of the regulations say you may not possess a firearm, period, in some Fish and Game areas. So I want to turn the balance of my time over to Chuck Michel, our NRA attorney. He's going to walk you through this. We've given you the information so you can review it, but we would ask you to agendize this so we can get these anomalies taken care of.
Hi, my name is Chuck Michel, attorney for the National Rifle Association and the California Rifle and Pistol Association. What we're trying to get accomplished today is addressing some issues that deal with regulations that are in conflict with state law or exceed the scope of the Fish and Game Department's authority, and also conflict with the Second Amendment fundamental right to keep and bear arms. I've passed out an annotated version of this PowerPoint presentation for your convenience. I'm not going to get too bogged down in the legalese here. I just want to kind of hit the high points. What we're asking for is, we've been trying to have sort of a substantive debate or a substantive discussion with Fish and Game representatives about whether we're right, whether they agree, whether they think that these things need to be addressed. And we're now at the end of the administrative procedure. We've tried repeatedly to meet and have these addressed. And now what we're down to is asking the commission to request that the staff prepare a formal report that says whether what we're saying has any merit. So we've got a number of Fish and Game regulations that basically flatly prohibit the possession of firearms, but don't take into account state statutes that expressly allow the possession of self-defense firearms or target shooting firearms, not hunting firearms, but allow the possession of firearms under certain circumstances, and the Fish and Game regulations are simply too broad. It's not, I think this was just because the focus in doing those regulations was to address the manner of taking game, and the sort of the self-defense aspect of it wasn't really in anybody's mind as these evolved over the years. But as you can see, we have a number of conflicts where firearms are prohibited under various circumstances by the regulations when in fact they're allowed under state law to be possessed. And probably the most obvious of that is if you have a concealed weapon permit. So as each of these conflict slides just sort of lays out, there's different circumstances where state law allows, in this case, having a firearm at your campsite. Well, if you happen to be hunting and you're under the hunting regs, that state law that would allow the possession at a campsite gets overridden effectively because you're violating the regulation because it doesn't take into account that state law exception. Transporting firearms, there are state law provisions that allow firearms to be transported through any area in the state in most instances, and there's not an exemption in the Fish and Game regulations for lawfully transporting a firearm, even if it's not for hunting. And then there are certain aspects of regulating the taking of game. This is where we believe these regulations exceed the department's regulatory authority. The department's authority is to regulate the manner of taking game, but these are self-defense firearms. They're not there for taking game. Did I just use up my 3 minutes plus what Ed had left, or?
You just get, each of you just get 3, and you just used up yours.
Okay,
He only had 20 seconds left.
I will let Mr. Patterson finish.
Thank you.
Tom Pedersen.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners. Tom Pedersen with California Rifle and Pistol Association. Just to reiterate some of what's been said, the issue here is not the actual regulation of the take of game. We completely understand that's within the Department and the Commission's prerogative. The reason we're coming to this body today is because you, as the rule makers and the body with the authority to make regulations, we feel we have a responsibility to inform you that the current regulations, many of them are inadvertently in conflict with state law. As was mentioned, this affects peace officers, retired peace officers, those with a license to carry a concealed firearm. Those individuals are the people that are out there in the woods in the same areas that are heavily used now for illegal cultivation of marijuana. And those individuals need to be able to possess a firearm. And so by making these regulations in conflict with state law, it's creating a great deal of problem as far as trying to articulate to people what the requirements are for the law. So in this particular case, our request is that the department move forward, review the letters and the information that's before you, and it's our request that you instruct staff to prepare a response to somehow address these issues so that we can move this forward for the next commission meeting. Thank you very much.
Chair.
Could I just address a procedural point? I've submitted comment letters to agenda item number 3. Some of these regulations overlap the regulations that are being proposed to be revised under agenda item number 3, but we decided to address this in agenda item 1 because it seems to be broader really than what's being addressed specifically under agenda item 3. So there are comment letters that have been submitted under item 3, and if this is the appropriate place for us to address them, we'd like to get those considered under agenda item 1.
Okay?
Chair.
You're allowed to present it at 3 as well if you'd like. I'm sorry. Chuck.
Chair, if I may offer a few perspectives from the department's view. So I first want to thank Mr. Worley, Pedersen, and I think it's Michel, for their comments about their collaboration with the department. I don't think the question in front of you is limited solely to your narrow ability to regulate take of game. I also think you have a long-standing legal tradition of regulating the uses of the department's lands. So there have been many exchanges of letters and meetings in the last year. In fact, one letter I received was titled Demand Letter, which didn't go over too well with me as an individual. Since that time, we've consistently reminded these organizations that these are commission regulations, not department regulations, and have suggested that they ask the commission to put the matter on the agenda, which I think is what they're doing today, so we support that. And so you know, we are doing two things right now. The first is cleaning up our lands use regulations, which is an agenda item today, which we were well down the field on and felt would not be the right venue to discuss the concealed weapon issue. We're also doing a complete kind of procedural scrub of our Title 14 code, which is a non-substantive scrub. So we felt that was also not the appropriate venue. But to clarify, I think this is an issue you should agendaize, and I think the department is willing to discuss potential substantive revisions when we get that matter in the right venue.
Thank you. Commissioner Bayless.
Thanks, Chair. First I want to point out anyone who's done a deep dive on regulations recognizes this is not unique to this commission or this department. The regulations often conflict. That doesn't mean we don't want to address them, but it's not unique to Fish and Game. And consistent with the department executive director, I think he brought up the right point. We need to look at the material issues. Again, it's good that Ed, Chuck, and Tom brought this to us. We want to see what material issues are there, and so I'm comfortable moving forward with some recommendation in that regard.
Okay. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. President. Two things. Before we agendize this, I think we ought to hear from the department's enforcement staff. And while Nancy, I think Nancy is here today, while Nancy is coming up, or whoever is here representing the enforcement, I have a question for Mr. Worley. A couple of years ago, the gun lobby got Congress to expressly authorize the carry of concealed weapons in national parks. Given that our expertise is in wildlife management, not firearms, why not go to the legislature and get this specifically, what you want specifically authorized by statute? Wouldn't that be easier for you?
Mr. Commissioner, President Richards, the California statute already authorizes it. Your regulations are in conflict with statute that currently exists. But also, I think the thing you have to appreciate is we respect the Commission's authority and the Commission's right to do what they do in regulations. That's why we're coming here to you. I think it's inappropriate for us to the legislature to usurp the authority of the Commission, you commissioners right here who have the authority to do it. I trust that you have good judgment. I trust that you'll do what's right. That's why we've worked with the staff, we'll work with the director. We've come here and in good faith given you the information. I, unlike other organizations, don't want to usurp the authority of the fishing game. I think you're here as a public institution. I think you guys have the authority to do it, and we want you to do it.
All right. I think this is going your way, so you might want to sit down. Okay. I am hearing. Did you want to comment on this? I think that this probably should be agendized at some appropriate date. What's the appropriate time, or should we direct staff to come back to us with some format to get this agendized? I think I will say this. I appreciate the comments that were made across the board here, both speakers and up here. It's I like the approach of let's work it out versus we're suing you, which I always offends me when we don't get to have the ability to have those discussions first. So do I have consensus here that we can direct staff to bring this back to us in an agendized manner,
Mr. President,
at the soonest possible realistic date?
Not wanting to stand in the way of that at all, I would like either now or when we agendize this to hear from Nancy and her colleagues, given that most of these regulations, it seems to me, were put into place for enforcement purposes.
Right.
Carriage of firearms during archery seasons and pursuit seasons and so forth.
Right.
Those came up because of enforcement concerns about their ability to limit the use of firearms for taking wildlife. So there was a reason behind every one of them.
Since we're in public comment, if I could just put a lid on this, let's have the Enforcement Division make their comments when we get a presentation versus now when we really don't know what the presentations are. And then we can move on and continue public hearing or public testimony, which is what we're supposed to be doing.
All right.
Is that all right?
So, Mr. President, what I'm hearing is I work with the opponents, Worley Company, and the department to figure out how quickly we can put this on the agenda and have a deliberative discussion.
All right, with a presentation, and so we can have something substantive. Okay.
All right.
Good. Let's move on. Next speaker.
Moving on, Terrence Zito, April Whalen, and Ryan Lanews.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Terrence Zito, Pacific Grove resident, and I also represent Pacific Grove Neighbors, a political watchdog organization. I'm also a former council member for Pacific Grove. The reason I'm here, I've never been to one of these meetings before. I usually go to council meetings. It really concerned me. I'm also a member of Mountain Lion Foundation. And in the newsletter, there was an article that really concerned me about President Richards and his killing of a mountain lion. I think it was in Idaho, and then kind of gloating about it and like it was a great thing. I'm a part of I'm 99%. That I don't mean the Occupy movement. I mean the 99% and Californians that are not hunters. And I think this is really the way the whole thing came down was really kind of disgusting to people who want to preserve the mountain lion populations. I would respectfully say that I don't think Mr. Richards should be the president, much less be on this committee, but that's for, I guess, the politicians to decide. Anyhow, as one of the 99%, I really feel that in California, especially the mountain lion, should be protected. And also another article in our newsletter for the Mountain Lion Foundation talked about Proposition 117 and how the committee or the department is not giving us depredation reports in a timely manner. And I would request that if it's part of that proposition and it's part of the law, that's what the citizens of the state wanted, I would respectfully request that you bring these depredation of mountain lion reports up to date so that we know exactly what's happening with the mountain lion population. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you. April Wakeman.
Good morning, President Richards, the rest of the commission. My name is April Wakeman. I'm representing the Sport Fishing Conservancy. This morning, I'm here to ask for a change to Section 2895 of the sport fishing regulations regarding the hunting of sharks by bow and arrow. First, let me describe how this is done. You draw the shark into your boat, probably by chumming, no big deal. And then a bow and arrow is used to shoot the shark. It appears to be done at very, very close range. Once the fish is hunted, shot, then the hunter switches to hook and line and tries to reel the shark in. No, at that time, the shark has been shot. So the odds are that even if the fish isn't landed, it's already wounded. Its odds of survival go down considerably. Now, as a hunter, our goal is a clean shot. We don't aim to maim any game in order to further the hunt. We want to kill it. We want to do it humanely. In addition to the issue of fair chase, there's also the problem that our shark populations are quite possibly threatened. I'm not here to argue that. That's a scientific issue, but it is a concern. I'm not asking to halt the hunting of sharks by spear fishermen. If they're nuts enough to get in the water with the shark, more power to them, and I assure you they're trying to make a clean kill. I'm not asking to stop fishing for sharks. Again, that's a scientific issue. I just want to stop this issue of fair chase. I want a clean kill if you're going to kill, and that's all I want today. Thank you.
Hang on, April. I heard at our House Show meeting the other day several comments about fair chase. What is a fair chase of a shark? Can you describe that to me?
I think with a shark, I mean, it's like with anything else. If I'm fishing for shark, I hook it. I do my best. I happen to fish for threshers. We do our best to mouth hook it, not tail hook it. We don't drag it backwards so the water goes backwards across their gills. It's a fight between me and the shark. If I'm hunting for birds, I'm shooting to kill it, if I'm so lucky. But it's not shoot a deer in the leg and then let it limp off so I can chase it again. It's like, let's make our kills clean. Let's be humane about it.
If I may, Mr. President? Certainly. This sounds, at the approval of the rest of the commission and Mr. Sutton, something for the MRC to take a look at. I would suggest that.
I'm not even sure it all mates to that level. Spend your time on it at this point. Is it an issue anywhere?
I want to hear it is. That's just it. I mean, ordinarily what we do there is we people will come in a public comment period and make commentary to us.
Well, sure. Anybody can come to that meeting. I just think you have so many substantive things to work on. I'm not sure this is one of them, but certainly if people show up at your meeting, you want to discuss it, I'm good with that.
Mr. President, it's a method of take issue and certainly could be incorporated or considered by the department when putting together their, fishing regulation cycle. Aerial spearfishing or whatever it is just another method of take we need to deal with. So
yeah, I think so too.
I missed, April, when you did your introduction, who you were representing today on this issue.
The Sport Fishing Conservancy.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Brian Laneuse. I probably messed that up, sorry.
Very close, Leneve.
Leneve, okay, thanks.
Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity to talk. My name is Brian Leneve. I'm here today representing the Carmel River Steelhead Association. Mr. Sutton, I believe, knows who we are, but I'd like to give a little bit of our credentials first before I talk about striped bass in the lagoon. We have been working for 38 years to preserve the Carmel River steelhead and its habitat. In the early 70s and 80s, we used to take fish as they were drying up, raise them to smoke off-site locations, return them to the river when it ran again. In the 80s, when the river never made it to the ocean for 4 years, we captured 100 smolt with permits and grants from Fish and Game. We raised these fish to adults, spawned them, and returned 350,000 fingerlings to the river when it ran again. The fish trap and ladder at Los Padres Dam was built by members of CRSA. The large weight debris that's floating in the lagoon right now was made by members of CRSA. Our primary goal right now is rescuing fish as the river dries up from both the tributaries and the main stem of the river. When we rescue fish from the main stem of the river, we put them into the lagoon. This year, on 2 different occasions, our members saw schools of stripers in the lagoon. One was estimated to be 150 to 200 fish in 7 to 20 pound range. The other was a school of schoolies that was we could not estimate the size of the school. It's just a big blob of fish. We are scared to death about what happened to the fish in the lagoon. This year, because of the drought conditions, a lot of fish spawned in the lower river. We counted 57 reds in the lower 8 miles of the river. These fish are be rescued because we will go dry this year. 7 to 8 miles of the river will go dry this year. All these fish will have to be rescued. The Murray Peninsula Water Management District puts their fish in the Sleepy Hollow Fish Rearing Facility. We put our fish in the lagoon. We are scared to death about putting fish in the lagoon that could have up to 200 fish that could eat them. Last year was the lowest count they ever made of fish in the lagoon after the stripers have been there for 2 years. This is a critical problem. It worries us to death. We are writing a letter to the local Fish and Game Commission to have them approve it and then forward it on to you, but we feel this is an agenda item that needs to be addressed. It's not related to any other striper issue, and like someone says, yes, I want to eradicate the fish. It's not a matter of a sport fishing thing. It's a matter of preserving the Carmel River steelhead. We can't blame the demise of steelhead right now on stripers, but we may be able to blame it in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all your hard work. That's good duty you're doing there. I think your wish is about to be granted here as the regulations come out. Next speaker.
Dennis Fox, followed by Eric Mills, followed by Brad Felger.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, staff. Dennis Fox, I'm from Bakersfield. Read your vision that came out, the little vision. And mostly when you have so many people on them, they tend to get innocuous, I think. But something that was in there that I felt I should bring up, that is affects the credibility, and that was having the Humane Society of the United States on it. It's not the American Humane Society. It trades off the American Humane Society's good name. And it's currently having problems with the RICO statute. But something I think that should be in a vision for a long term, it should be, and it has to do with the marijuana grows. The marijuana growers obviously have problems with laws, so they are not only throwing herbicides, pesticides into the water. They're banned in the U.S. I sent a letter out to you on this. With also they're killing all the wildlife. They feel that shooting the deer that is committing depredation on their crop is okay, and that the deer die happy, but it's not necessarily so. I think that on a long-term basis that she's going after. There is a as illegal to have these, but they're not being prosecuted. That's what they, but Chesborough, Wesley Chesborough has something. He's going after them on civil matters, and I think perhaps the commission may want to add some of that into going after him. He's on the irrigation of the water and stuff. And the person who would also recommend you contact is Derek Cole. Derek Cole is a contract county attorney for several of the counties that are affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Eric Mills. Yeah, Commissioner Richards, members of the commission, Eric Mills, coordinator of for Animals of Oakland. I could open with a commercial if I might. I spent yesterday afternoon at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Great place. I left a bunch of the flyers back here about sustainable seafood on the table. Mike Sutton does not get a kickback, I don't think. So I strongly recommend a visit there if you've not been. It's the best of its kind in the country. Also on the table back here, I have a little section of field note and field and stream about some of the commission workings and a critique of the commission and department, which I thought you might find of interest. So open to the public on the table right back there. I'd like to address two related issues, both old, almost as old as I am. As you know, a population of African clawed frogs was discovered in Lily Pond, Golden Gate Park in 2003. There was a cleanup effort tried the week it was discovered, but then it was aborted at the last minute. So it's been 9 years now, and last year about this time, a live African clawed frog was discovered in the AIDS Grove, which the park department still has in its freezer, they tell me. So the frogs are dispersing. It's going to be a disaster if they get out into other areas of the park, and they probably already have, or the Delta. And I just saw in the the San Francisco Chronicle, Tom Steenstra's column on Sunday, said the Park and Rec was getting ready to spend $2 million to renovate Lake Merced, and yet they keep crying poor mouth. They can't raise $5,000 to $10,000 to drain, strain, and euthanize all the non-natives in Lily Pond, which I find just really inconsistent. This ties in with the live animal food markets. I was in the markets in San Francisco and Oakland this past Monday. A dozen markets, found lots of red-eared sliders, and one Florida soft shell, which 2 years ago was a species not permitted. So we were finding lots of non-permitted animals in the markets, mostly smooth soft shells and Florida soft shells. So rather than enforce the regulations, the department decided to change the permits, and now they allow all species of soft shell. Well, there are 23 species of soft-shell turtles around the world, some of them endangered and others threatened on the CITES list. They simply got to go. Florida last year banned the commercial take of its freshwater turtles. Alabama did so this year. We're still importing into California every year about 300,000 freshwater turtles for food and maybe 2 million bullfrogs. A recent study showed that 62% of the frogs carry the chytrid fungus. Only 3 weeks ago, the New York Times had an article. They did another study finding that the chytrid fungus is impacting the Pacific chorus frog, probably carried by the market bullfrogs, which are released into the wild. And I talked to the folks who did that study, and they said they bought 3 frogs, and they all tested positive for chytrid. So this stuff, it's really got to stop. The commission voted twice, as you know, to ban the imports 2 years ago. And they said that the director acted at the pleasure of the governor. Well, we have a new governor, a new director, a new secretary of resources, and a new executive director of the commission. I'm hoping some changes will come about before we lose all these guys. They're being wiped out for soup and superstition. I'll close with a quote from Mark Twain. It says, do the right thing. You'll astonish many of us, please many of us and astonish the rest. This is an easy call. I hope you'll make it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Felger, David Jackson, Chris Voss.
All right. Good morning, President Richards and those on the commission. My name is Brad Felger. I'm with a company called Airstrike Bird Control. I'm a restricted species permit holder, more specifically bird abatement using falconry. I'd like to comment this morning on the proposed changes to inspections for our facility and housing requirements for our restricted species permits, section 671.1. I understand the need to tighten up on inspections of permitted facilities. I wanted to speak my mind, though. I am in favor of, under our current permit requirements, we have one of two choices: a licensed veterinarian or Department of Fish and Game personnel to do the inspections. In the nature of improving the inspections, what I would like to see is to improve veterinary inspections, because I've noticed in the proposed changes that the veterinarians appear to be have eliminated off the choices. Is I would like to see improved inspections, for example, a checklist for inspection, digital photos submitted, etc., to come into compliance with improved inspections. I believe veterinarians have done a sufficient job. They're licensed, and they are need to be just given a better document in which to do their inspections, and I believe that that would fulfill the requirements for these improved inspections. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
David Jackson, followed by Chris Voss, and followed by Dan Tykanov.
President Richards, Commissioners. I'm here to speak on the same subject, the proposed regulation changes to 671 concerning inspections.
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry, David Jackson, Director of Pastoral Zoo, Conservation Ambassadors. I'm also here as a veterinary professional in the zoo world to say that I agree with his comments concerning veterinarians being eligible inspectors for the facilities. I know that the department is having a little bit of trouble with lawsuits and people who are claiming that the veterinarians are not adequate as inspectors for restricted species permittees because of some incidents that have occurred here in the state where the enclosures were not adequate. Incidents occurred, but kind of a knee-jerk response to that and just eliminating veterinarians seems a little harsh. Veterinarians are always accountable as a veterinary professional in this industry. If I have any sort of wildlife violation, my license is suspended, and I cannot practice in the veterinary field. And so I'm already held accountable, and so are actual veterinarians everywhere in the state of California. If they make a mistake and approve a facility that is inadequate, and you guys sanction them in any way, their license is in jeopardy. And so what is being proposed right now are what are called ELEs, eligible local entities. This is being pushed forward by people with agendas, organizations that would like to cause harm to the industry of wildlife education, zoological institutions, research facilities, and the like that are here in California. The people that are lobbying and pushing forward the agenda of creating eligible local entities to do inspections have an agenda, and that's not consistent with objective inspection, where a veterinarian or a fish and game official, a warden, for example, obviously comes in with an objective and accountable attitude, where these ELEs have no accountability. The only accountability you have for an ELE is to fire them. And as has been demonstrated over and over again, especially lately in documentaries, et cetera, there are many organizations that have people that are so passionate about their agenda, they will sacrifice years of their life going into facilities like factory farms, et cetera, and getting a job, sacrificing their entire existence to create some sort of a documentary or case against that factory farm, and then lose their job, not caring the fact that they wasted a year or more of their life doing this. So to say that an ELE is okay because they're just inspecting for Regulation 671 is saying that there's nobody out there that would do this and sacrifice themselves with an agenda to cause harm to the industry. And there's no accountability other than firing them. So a veterinarian has accountability, and the department has accountability, and the system works just fine. And having a knee-jerk response to a couple incidents, I think, is wrong. I agree that we should also improve the veterinarian's knowledge of 671, and maybe even go so far as to create an MOU with veterinarians that want to do this, so that they are accountable, but they also have more of an idea of what is what they're responsible for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Voss, followed by Dan Tykenov and George Osborne.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Voss, and I'm president of the California Abalone Association, and I represent the former commercial abalone divers here in the state of California. It's been some time since I've come to a commission meeting and spoke, so I figured I'd just re-inform everybody of what we've gone through in the last 5 years since the ARMP was approved by the Commission in 2005. As you know, the California Abalone Association has been working for many years to reopen a commercial red abalone fishery at San Miguel Island. In 2006, 2007, and 2008, we performed collaborative surveys with a multitude of state and federal agencies to assess the extent of the abalone population at San Miguel Island. For 3 years, we engaged in the Abalone Advisory Group process. There was a modeling process that's still not complete, but we've invested over $70,000 in that process. We got our MSC pre-assessment done. We have engaged in 2 collaborative research activities with the Bren School at UCSB. We've created a co-op, and we've, most importantly, in the last 6 years, we've collaborated extensively with the Department of Fish and Game. Understanding the scale of the challenge, we have at every opportunity worked to develop an innovative proposal designed with the long-term health of the red abalone population at its core. It is a simple straight-line connection between a healthy abalone population and a healthy commercial fishing community. As some of you know, we are working with the best in the world of fisheries management. Our current experimental fishery proposal reflects the most advanced concepts combined with an enlightened community commitment to the resource. At the beginning, we had a vision that needed to be refined. At times, I can tell you, we were more than a little frustrated, but out of that frustration, we worked to produce a better proposal and stronger relationships. It is widely acknowledged that both black abalone and green abalone are well on their way to recovery. Both of these species supported robust commercial fisheries prior to the onset of the withering foot disease in the 1990s. Now is the time to be testing models for future management. We need a more complete understanding of the forces impacting abalone populations with a system designed to respond. Our proposal offers just that. Thank you very much.
Hang on. Anybody want to comment?
Yeah,
Jack?
I can.
No, please, go ahead.
Chair, thank you. Chuck, I know we do pretty extensive data gathering, or what we can do on areas we allow abalone, but how are we doing on areas outside that where we've banned abalone, and what's your perspective on that?
I'm pro-monitoring, but ability to monitor across a broad range really becomes a capacity and resource issue. I think the department is open to the ideas of kind of, partnerships with citizens groups who are using appropriate protocol to help do some of that in the future. And we have received, I think, several letters about the San Miguel kind of effort and are taking it under advisement.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. Any other questions from the Commission? I have a question for you. All that work you've done in the last 5 years with the department, first off, thank you. It's admirable and needed. Do you feel you're closer to opening the fishery? Well, let me ask, first off, do you think it's legitimate to be opening the fishery in limited areas right now? And how close do you think you are to doing that?
Well, I think it's important to put in perspective what our proposal is today, which is a highly refined scientific analysis of what a commercial fisheries impact would be on a really small scale at San Miguel Island. We're talking now 16 sites, 8 of which would be impacted. They're only 100 hectares square each. And the impacts would be very, very it's an incredibly scientifically prescribed protocol to the experimental fishery proposal that's before us today.
And where are you with that right now with the department?
Well, we're approaching a point where the department has agreed to almost all of the details. So we're very, very close. We're still waiting for a theoretical modeling process that's been rather significantly delayed repeatedly. So that's drug on. But we're very close. We're very close to coming out of the MRC and then coming before the full commission with hopefully the department at our side supporting what we've built over these years.
I'd highly recommend having them beside your side if you want to get that done.
Oh, yeah.
We'll keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dan Tikhonov, and my apologies if I've butchered your name.
I've learned to respond to anything that starts with a T. Titchener. Oh. My name's Dan Titchener.
My apologies.
I'm with California Houndsmen for Conservation. Mr. President, members of the Commission. I'm a field team volunteer for the University of California at Santa Cruz for a mountain lion research project conducted by Dr. Christopher Wilmers. And since an earlier speaker spoke very negatively about hunting mountain lions in other states, I thought this comment might be appropriate. There is no mechanism in California for me to train my dogs to perform this service, which I do free of charge at no cost to the project. I received many commendations for that effort. If my dog should pursue a mountain lion off of the study area, I'm subject to arrest. So the way we train dogs to do research in California on mountain lions is we first train them to pursue bobcats and bears. That background transfers very readily to mountain lion pursuit. But then we have to pursue them and train our dogs in other states to come back in California and do research. So I've hunted mountain lions in Idaho, and Nevada, and most recently in New Mexico. So actually California law requires that I hunt in other states if I'm going to perform this service for the University of California. I'd just like you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, George Osborne and Mr. Hafer, is your other speaker ready? Okay, so after George.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners. I'd like to, I'm here representing a Coastside Fishing Club today, and I'd like to report to you some good news. You're aware that for many years Coastside has endeavored to put a project together of net pen acclimation of salmon smolts in the Princeton Harbor. With the cooperation of the department, we actually have net pens in the water and salmon smolt in the net pens after a number of years of trying. Took me off my guard here. We really want to thank Director Bonham, Stafford Laird, Chief of Fisheries, Kevin Schaefer, who works for Fisheries, for helping us with this project. They were instrumental in having us get it done. We believe it's going to enhance the salmon population, survival of salmon, and fishing for salmon, of course. We think it's going to significantly increase recreational opportunities. We've entered into a 2-year proposal, a 2-year deal, if you will, with the department. I think that the total this year will be 120,000 smolts released into the ocean. I think next year that number is going to go up significantly. And again, I just want to make that report to you, and again, thank the department for cooperation. It's finally there, and we're very pleased. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the team of Tom Hafer and Tim Marisich. And then Joe Exline will be our last speaker.
Commissioners, Mr. President Richards, you've never met me before. My name's Tom Hafer. I'm a commercial fisherman out of Morro Bay. I've been fishing since 1972 commercially. I came to talk about today the seismic survey impact off Morro Bay and Avila coming up here in this September. Does that require a permit from Fish and Game, because they will be going into the MPAs and the RCA? Could I?
Let's do this. Why don't you go through your comments, and then we'll see what we can do at the end of the comments. We got them all at one time because you only have 2:20 left.
Okay. So they're going to start the seismic sounding off Morro Bay and Avila coming September. They're going to be using 18 air guns at 250 decibels, which 248 decibels is equal to Hiroshima and Nagasaki explosion, nuclear explosion. And I gave you some stuff on that. But we're kind of worried about it. And I think if the Land Conservancy, the Coastal Commission, and California Fish and Game give them a permit, I think there should be some stipulations that Pacific Gas and Electric need to come up with some kind of monitoring before, during, and after the 3 months of pounding they're going to do on our coastline. We have a lot of baseline data from myself. I did all the nearshore monitoring and the MPAs. Tim's done the ROV studies. We have resources to do that with. I think it'd be really important to get out there before they start and why they're pounding, and after they're pounding, just to see what the baseline if it's changed at all. And I think if they do, I don't know if Fish and Game requires a permit for that to give to them to go do this or not. I heard they did, and I heard they got it already.
I'm going to get to that next. Tell me again where this is and what is it that's happening?
Okay, this is going to take place from Cambria to Point Sal. There's going to be 1,300 miles of circles or loops they're going to do. They call it...
Who is they?
Pacific Gas and Electric.
Okay.
They're doing this for Diablo Power Plant to look at the earthquake faults along there.
Okay. Okay.
It's going to be a very extensive study, most extensive study they've ever done before. They've never done one for this long in this shallow of water at this intensity. Constant 724. There's going to be a lot of problems with this from commercial fishing. We won't be able to fish in those areas for at least 3 months.
Hang on here.
Mr. President.
Director Bonham, hang on.
So I do not believe the department has the ability to issue a permit. The Protection Act created designated spaces. I don't think it created a permitting program. I'm broadly aware of the issue, and what I think the department can do is I personally will consult with Becky Oda, who's in our marine region, who kind of manages both the marine life protected area and special project elements of our marine work, and be prepared to report back, if not before our next meeting in June, at our June meeting.
Yes, but I think we want to have.
Commissioner Sutton.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you,
and
Chuck.
Tim, for bringing this in front of us. It's an issue that those of us who live on the Central Coast are aware of, and one that your question is a good one. The MLPA prohibits, as you know, take of any sort inside state marine reserves, such as the one off Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. Now, we're all in favor of nuclear safety, but the question is at what cost? And does the unknown question I think you're asking is, to what extent does this seismic testing constitute a take of marine wildlife? And it's not just fish, it's sea otters, marine mammals, everything that lives there. Do you know, Tom, what the predicted decibel level will be?
250.
250.
There'll be a range, but when they try to penetrate the earth 15 kilometers, they're going to be using 250 in 300 feet of water.
Yeah.
Right off Bouchon, right off White Rocks, where the reserves are already existing.
Right. So this is not just a question, Chuck, for the department, but a question for federal agencies charged with protecting marine mammals and so forth. And I would imagine, maybe, I see Kevin Chu is here from the Fisheries Service. Maybe he can comment on this later, but it's a legitimate question whether this level of sonic disturbance constitutes a take within a marine reserve.
Okay. Mr. Bayless?
Chairman, thank you. Why don't we, Sonky, why don't we invite PG&E to come to the next meeting and give us their perspective, at least, on if they've considered this issue before we start jumping to conclusions. And
Sure.
Thank you for raising
well,
this.
you know, they've downplayed this a lot.
So
of
let's,
course they have.
Sure.
Okay.
So let's
Okay.
hear from them, and we hear you. And I'm not saying we'll listen to them solely, but I think it's good to get their perspective, right?
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Rogers. Okay.
Could I
Hang
speak?
on here. We're going to hang on.
Okay.
Commissioner Rogers.
I'll listen to Tim first, and then I'll make a comment if I may.
Yeah, of course. And Salke, you wanted to say something as well. I'm going to get to you.
Oh, I just want to point out, under the MLPA, take is prohibited specifically unless authorized. There is one exception. That's the department may issue scientific collecting permits, even in reserves. But what we'd want to hear is, would this activity fall under that kind of a permit provision or not, and whether they have a permit or not.
Yeah. Well, I think I really like Jack's suggestion that we invite them. I think that's a very good idea for everybody. Okay.
I want to bring your attention to the overfish species that are present. The yellow eye and cowcod that we came across on our last ROV survey there a couple of weeks ago. So you've got some very large gravid cowcod, which are the most it's 70 years in a rebuilding cycle, and has drastic effects on our commercial fisheries at this time. So that is a big concern of mine, and I think of all fishermen, that we need to look at these overfished species that are in abundance there before you just give out permits to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Rogers had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tom, you had mentioned, and perhaps either one of you guys can make a comment about this, you'd said that you wouldn't be able to fish for 3 months. Is that because they are saying you can't be near them for 3 months?
Well, the loops, the racetrack, they call it, that they'll be making is right in the fishing grounds.
Right.
And from the
you're saying part of it obviously is in the no-take zones, but you're also suggesting by your comment that some of it is in the take zones.
Right. At Point Estero, you won't be able to fish because they'll be constantly circling and pounding, and this right out in front of Morro Bay. I mean, we're having a phenomenal salmon season this year. The Dungeness crab are back. All the fisheries are really healthy, and now for those guys that come in and tell us that we can't fish there, they're basically saying you can't fish there now. It's going to be a problem.
Have they broached the subject to you at all of compensating commercial fishermen for their loss of income?
Yes, they have. We've had a couple of meetings with PG&E, but their stats are all wrong for one.
Okay.
So we will. I agree with you.
Let's not get into the nuances of that.
Yeah, this is a shocking, frankly, pardon the pun, discussion, and I want to know a lot more about this.
That's a good pun. We're going to have them come in and give us a presentation, and we'll go from there. Thank you so much.
2 executive summaries of the EIR, which is out. You guys can just take a look at them.
All right, we will. Thank you so much. Next speaker,
Thank
please.
you very much. Our last speaker is Joe Exline.
Hello, President Richards and Commissioners. I'm Joe Exline. I'm Secretary of Oceanside Anglers Club, a recreational fishing anglers out of Oceanside, California. Just to let you know, we had our Thresher Shark Tournament last weekend. We actually cooperate with the DFG to have a biologist there when we collect our sharks, and we're happy to have had a 493-pound female caught this time in our fishery. And we actually took the scientist, biologist, back out to ocean, and he collected the pups, and he collected the some intestinal matter and all the specimens he wanted to see if actually the pups come from one father or 2 fathers. So there's some valuable volunteer, working with the department to actually get some research done, and we'd like to look forward to doing anything more we can in that manner. And then, not representing the club at all, I am a resident of San Diego County. I thought I would bring this nice little reader article to you, and I'll give it to your staff. I don't have any say on the ferrets, but I will give it to you just for informational purposes.
Well, thank God we got a ferret comment. We're always anxious for that.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay. Is that the end of our speakers?
Yes, it is, Mr. President.
Okay, I'm going to use the presidential powers to call for a 5-minute recess, and we will start back up. Actually, I'll make it 7 minutes, and at 5 minutes after 10, we'll start up again. 12 minutes after 10. And we will go to agenda item number 2. Guys, if I could have everybody sit down, or if you're going to have conversations, how about if we do them outside? Item number 2 is a presentation on the department's award-winning classroom aquarium education program.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jordan Traverso with the California Department of Fish and Game. I'm very happy to be here this morning to introduce Doug Nygren. He, in addition to being the Kansas State Fisheries Chief, is also the President of the American Fisheries Society. He has been the president for the past year, and he's been with the Fisheries Society for decades over the course of his career. He's here today to make a special presentation to the department, a department project specifically that's very near and dear to my heart. So with that.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's nice to be able to talk about something positive instead of something controversial, which I get plenty of that at my Commission meetings too. So it's interesting to see that you share the same kind of problems. The American Fisheries Society is the world's oldest and largest organization dedicated to strengthening the fisheries profession, advancing fisheries science, and conserving fisheries resources. And I'm here today to present a very special award to the California Fish and Game, the 2011 Outstanding Sport Fish Restoration Project of the Year in the category of aquatic education. The Sport Fish Restoration Program is also known as the Dingle Johnson or Wallop Bro program after its primary congressional sponsors. It's an excise tax collected on fishing tackle, boats, and motorboat fuel. The revenues are returned to the states to enhance fisheries and boating activities. The program was first created in 1950 and has provided nearly $6 billion in revenue toward better fishing and boating across the country. The Sport Fish Restoration Program is essential to sustaining high-quality recreational fishing opportunities for anglers, and the states are allowed to spend up to 10% of their apportionment on aquatic education each year. The annual Sport Fish Restoration Awards are given by the Fisheries Administration section, and they've done so to highlight the importance and effectiveness of the Sport Fish Restoration Program and to recognize excellence in fisheries management, research, and education. So today we recognize California's Classroom Aquarium Education Program. The Classroom Aquarium Education Program, I think it's called CAP locally. It has other names such as Trout in the Classroom, Salmon and Trout Education Program, Steelhead in the Classroom, Salmonids in the Classroom, but whatever you call it, it's a popular, long-standing partnership-based program designed to educate children about ecology and stewardship of our aquatic environments. And through hands-on experience in raising fish in the classroom, students are able to see a balance that must be met to maintain and preserve our fisheries and aquatic habitats. In 2009 and 2010, this program connected with over 1,000 classrooms. This equates to the direct connection with more than 30,000 students in those 2 years. Many more students are also reached because the aquariums attract people from other classes besides the classes that have the aquariums in them. The field trips, when the fish are released, are very popular with parents, and they vie to be included in that release. It's a big deal when those fish are released back into the wild. So California deserves special recognition because of their focus on furthering the status of aquatic education throughout the country. The CAP program has created posters with the new Wild About Trout multimedia presentations. And these are being claimed nationally. This is not just something being used in California, but it's had national attention. So while the award is being given to the department, I want to recognize that the program exists and thrives due to the hard work and financial contributions of more than 50 community partners. And these are most of these are fly fishing clubs across the state. Therefore, it's with great pleasure that I will present the 2011 Outstanding Sport Fish Restoration Award Project to the California Fish and Game in the category of aquatic education.
Thanks. I do want to actually have the award presentation up here with the photo with the commissioners and the director of the department. The representatives from our department who are not here, Joe Ferreira, Dwayne Maxwell, Judy Arrudia, and Bobby Wynn. And I'm not sure if Chris Ramsey made it or not. Those are the folks that aren't here. The ones that are here, please come up and we'll take a quick picture. Ethan Rotman, Cheryl Moxley, Bob Flasher, Gail Davis, And then also I'm going to ask two other individuals to come up. Justin Cutler from Fish and Wildlife Service. He's the grants administrator that helps us with the Sport Fish Restoration Act grant that we run the program with. And also Daryl Bridgman, who is one of our volunteers. He's been volunteering with the CAP program for 11 years. And again, as Doug was saying, this program is absolutely impossible without our volunteers and our partners who help us run it. So thanks.
Yep. Good luck. I'm a shorty. That's for sure. You might weevil. We all know what weevils do. Very well. All right, let's have you two just squishing just a little bit. Squishing in. Scoot in, man. Actually, right in like that. Rogues Gallery. One more. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I got an HD, so it worked.
You know, cell phones take better. They take almost as good as
And Mr. President, we have one public speaker, Justin Cutler with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay, bring him on.
And I'd like to make a remark also, so after.
Well, to add to that, great acknowledgement. Good morning, everyone. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm Justin Cutler. I'm a grants manager with the Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration Program, one of the programs that helps fund a lot of the activities that Ethan and his program administer. And it's without their help that these funds wouldn't go to the good accomplishments that we're looking for in this program. The Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration Program's mission is working through partnerships to conserve and manage fish and wildlife and habitats for the enjoyment of current and future generations. We work with states, tribes, and other stakeholders to conserve and enhance these habitats for hunting, boating, and fishing opportunities that they provide. More specifically, under the Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration Act, we help grant funds to America's fisheries to help manage America's fisheries and to provide aquatic education to facilitate good stewardship. The Sport Fish Restoration Act was modeled after a successful Wildlife Restoration Act, which we're proudly celebrating 75 years of good stewardship under that program. Through the purchases of fishing equipment, motorboat fuels, and import duties, the Sport Fish Restoration Act is one of the most successful user-pay public benefit programs. The CAP, or Trout in the Classroom, has embodied the Sport Fish Restoration Act spirit and helped connect thousands of children and adults with their aquatic environment every year. I understand the CAP program originated out of Fish and Games Region 3, and I recently had the opportunity to participate in one of the CAP events and to see the results of this program firsthand. During this event, children and their parents learned the importance of water quality and other ecological factors that contribute to sustaining a healthy fisheries environment. Aside from the academic endeavors, this program gave children the opportunity to connect with the natural world and to learn to appreciate it. Probably best put in an article in Outdoor Education by Ethan Rodman, the Trout in the Classroom program is a great way to integrate life science concepts, observation, food webs, habitats, adaptation, and connect that with reading, descriptive, and other expressive writing and units of measure. A teacher in San Leandro wrote, "My students were fascinated when the eggs hatched. They even wrote farewell poems to mark the fish release into a native stream. The experience gives them a reason to care about watershed conservation." the Whisper program is proud to help fund the CAP program and hopes to continue to make it the success it has been into the future. And so I thank you for your time, and again, congratulations to Fish and Game for a job well done.
Thank you very much. Chairman? Yes, sir. Just quickly, a couple of thoughts. First, thank you to the department staff. Thank you to the department's partners. We really appreciate the Society's award and the services compliments. And I've told you before, but want to underscore, we can do all the biological, legal, policy, political work imaginable and still fail at this task if we don't inspire and touch the soul of our children and their children. They're the next generation. So this element of outreach and education, while sometimes ephemeral and distant, really is central to our success over the long run.
Thank you.
With that, Commissioner, we're ready to start agenda item number 3.
Let's do it.
All right, number 3
is
the receipt of public testimony and proposed changes to sections 550, 551, 552, 630, and 703. In addition of section 550.5 and repeal of section 553, as you can tell, this is going to go on and on. Regarding public use of Department of Fish and Game lands, the adoption hearing is scheduled for June 20th in Mammoth Lakes. And with that, we have a short presentation by Brad Burkhalter with the Department of Fish and Game. Brad?
Thank you, Mr. President and Commissioners. I'm Brad Burkhalter with the Department of Fish and Game's Wildlife Branch. And there's a quick presentation that they're pulling up. Just to recap, we started this process quite a few months ago. This is a cleanup, clarification sort of phase of our lands regulations. So we're not going into this. We weren't going into this to change uses, both add or delete uses. It's really about cleaning up some of the inconsistencies we have in our regulations. We've got lots of duplication. Just to give you a brief background of what we talked about several months ago: unclear organization, inconsistent, no cost recovery for some of the services that we were providing, given some of the existing permit requirements for entry and access. And just to reiterate again, the current objectives of this phase of the land regulations, we are consolidating and clarifying regulations in an attempt to make them easier to understand, easier for the users as well as ourselves, and improve enforceability. Again, no changes. Also in the package are designations of new properties that we've owned for a number of years but haven't had the opportunity to formally designate as a wildlife area ecological reserve. And then we introduced a special use permit fee and application process. It's important to remember that the special use permit has always been in the regs. It's just been some language, though, with no sort of direction. So if you remember several months ago when we came to the commission during the discussion hearing, there was lots of discussion with several different interest groups, some concern over some of the language in the draft that we provided. So we took a step back and we met specifically with a lot of dog interests and user groups from around the state, worked on refining some of the language that we had provided for definitions, worked specifically with the dog training trials and testing issue that was quite a big issue. We missed the mark on the cleanup. So we went back, worked with these folks, and came up with some revised language. And again, we also added some additional revisions to the special use permits, the process, and the fees that we proposed. Through that process, we came to a point where there are differences between the department and some of the stakeholders. We'll probably, in working with them, there's some misunderstandings about some of the current regs. We currently have regs on the book about regional manager authority to allow certain uses, or allow uses in general on department lands if they're not included in Title 14. That was never the intent of that regulation, because that usurps the commission's authority, because the commission sets all the regulations for public use on department lands. It was meant to be more restrictive. And then we had the special use permit requirement, in the existing regs. They're still in the proposed regs, but there was never an explanation of what that process was. How do you apply for a special use permit? And it's important to remember that all dog trials and tests required a special use permit in the existing language, and that language was carried forward into the proposed regulations. The other point is that we had a lot of discussion with the dog groups on the commission policy on dog training, trials and testing. We agree with the policy. We support the policy. We do what it says. We try and provide dog training, trials, and testing because we understand the conservation value of dogs for hunting and the pursuit of game. But we also have to remember that it's where feasible. So there have been assessments over the years about where dog training is most feasible, and so that's where it's spelled out in the regs, what the areas that have allowed those regs. So where do we go from here? The package we have, we'll hear some public comment on it, but just beyond this step, in the future, there will be some additional cleanup. There's still a little things that we didn't capture in totally cleaning this up, because had we cleaned it up fully, it probably would have resulted in some changes. And we didn't want to change any public use because we didn't have the capacity to do the environmental analysis to change uses. That's a much longer, more comprehensive process. We're also committed to, in the next phase after we get this one adopted, is to review and evaluate newer proposed modifications. In the package that you have before you, I believe there's 12 wildlife areas that have dog training and or trials, and one ecological reserve maybe that has dog training. Excuse me. And we anticipate that could grow, that list could grow. But in cleaning things up, here's the areas that were already designated and clarified for dog training and trials. So we wanted to make sure that everybody understood, here's our starting point moving forward. And then the other thing that we'll have to do in the future is to review and evaluate existing public uses. And so that's where we're headed, a little bit of history, sort of where we're at and how we got there, and where we're going into the future after this phase of the regulation cleanup.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any comments? Director? Okay, we'll go to public. I have one question for you. Do you have any? Do you know who Ken Burkholder is?
I do not.
Okay, it's one of the great fly tyers in the country.
Okay.
All right. With that, our first speaker is Charles Herpy, and then Rich Strumpf and Bill Murphy.
Good morning, Mr. President and the Commissioners. My concern here is about the, perhaps I'm overly concerned.
Before we get started here, would you identify yourself and your group, please? Yes. Thank you.
My name is Charles Jerpy. I'm from Davis. I represent the Region 11 of the Amateur Field Trial Clubs of America. And there are approximately 100 field trialers in California that I'm here to represent today.
Thank you.
And I'm a pointer and center man, horseback fielder hunting. We appreciate that the Department of Fish and Game is under financial pressure and needs to produce some more revenue. And we're willing to do our share in that regard. We don't object to the fee structure that's been proposed. But we are concerned that the process of permitting field trials in this new way now, the Type 2 special permit, could be cumbersome and produce a lot of delay in getting our permits and more work for everybody concerned. And so what I would like to see it work like this. The commission establishes the fees that we have to pay. And then let us continue to apply to the managers of the individual wildlife areas where we're going to have our field trials and work with them one-on-one, because they have already established systems for dealing with us, and they're efficient, and it happens quickly and so forth, and there's not a lot of bureaucratic snafus and so forth going on in that regard. Rather than filling out this big long form, sending it to the regional headquarters, then they send it back down to the wildlife refuges, which to us makes no sense because practically all of the work involved is going to be done by folks on the wildlife areas, not by, in the office in Sacramento, wherever we're supposed to be sending these applications. At present, the way it works at the present time is I call the wildlife area, ask for the secretary in charge of scheduling field trials. I ask her what dates are available. I ask her first if the date I want is available. If it is, she approves it right there. She has a map of they generally allow field trials to occur about once every 2 weeks. And if the date I want is not available, then pick another one. And she approves it, and then right after that I get on the computer and send the email message to the wildlife area manager making a formal application for the date that she's already told me I can have, and it's done. So please don't make it unnecessarily complicated.
This is government. We like to make it much more burdensome on you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Richard Strumpf. Is he here? After that is Bill Murphy, I mean. Come on up.
I guess I'm on. My name's Rich Strumpf, and I'm here to support Charlie, Dr. Herpy. Okay? Between the two of us, we have been in the field trial game probably 90 years. Okay?
Just getting started.
Just getting started, exactly. And I highly recommend that you consider those items that Dr. Herpy has addressed. It'd be sincerely appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Murphy.
Good morning, President and Commissioners. I'm Bill Murphy. I'm president of the California Hawking Club. And before I talk about what I wanted to today, I want to thank you for the progress you're making on having our regulations adopted in time to meet federal requirements. I really appreciate that. I want to mention that in the regulations currently, there's two items of concern. One of them is that in the new regulations, falconry has been banned from ecological reserves, and I don't really know why. And while we're talking about that, during the current regulations allow falconry to be practiced in A and B wildlife areas right now after duck season is over. So we've got the 1 month from February to the end of hunting season. And while we were talking about this, I was wondering, while we're doing cleanups and fixing inconsistencies, if falconry could be allowed on the A and B reserves before the season started. We have a legal hunting season starting on the 20th of August, which would in no way affect hunting on the reserves during duck season. It doesn't start till somewhere around the 20th of October. So this land would be available. You may not know this, but falconers pay more in license fees. We pay approximately we pay $270 a year to have our hunting rights, which is about as high as you're going to get outside of commercial licenses. And we're a fairly we don't do much damage to any place. We don't have much effect on the wildlife, and we want you to consider allowing us to have access to these lands as well as other hunters. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Griffin, and then Mark Henley and Bill Gaines. All right. Since Tom doesn't seem to be here any longer, Mark Henley. We have a winner.
Hello, Mr. President, members of the Commission, Mark Henley with California Waterfowl Association. I wanted to say first that we do appreciate the department's effort to put this all together. I know it wasn't too easy. It's taken a long time. Probably not something that I would have wanted to spend a lot of days working on because it's so complicated. We do have a number of concerns with the proposed regulations. We don't see all of it as just cleanup or clarification. We do see several substantive amendments to this in here. Probably most notably, it looks like the regulations would arbitrarily limit falconry, or excuse me, field trials and dog trainings to only 12 wildlife areas out of what we have over 100 wildlife areas in the state. We don't see that as being necessary. We would rather see the regional manager or the area manager make that determination as to where and when field trials and dog training is allowed. It also, as mentioned earlier, it seems to run counter to the Commission's policy on supporting the use of field trials and dog training where it's feasible. So that's something to consider. In regards to the last gentleman's point, we also disagree with the measures arbitrarily banning falconry on all ecological reserves. We don't see that as necessary either. Of course, there's other types of hunting going on some of these ecological reserves. Why is falconry singled out? Liberty Island is also under the regulations being proposed as a ecological reserve. We'd rather see that more appropriately as a wildlife area. Currently, that area is open 7 days a week during waterfowl season to duck hunting and is basically accessible mostly by boat. There is some walk-in access. That area also was proposed under the North Delta Refuge as to be part of that refuge. Of course, that refuge never went forward, but if that would have happened, hunting would have actually been a priority use of the area. We believe under an ecological reserve designation, hunting is not going to receive due consideration, and really there's no guarantee in the regulatory language or assurance that hunting will be an important use of that area. So we would ask for you to consider a wildlife area designation. If that's not going to work, perhaps keep it undesignated for the time being so that folks can still enjoy that 7 day per week hunting, which, given the other pressures on nearby wildlife areas as it relates to lower hunter quotas and the high demand, I think having 7 day a week hunting there is important for that area. A couple other quick points. The regulations seem to ban the use of 10-gauge shotguns on Type C wildlife areas, which on a lot of those areas you can use rifles to hunt deer and other big game species. That doesn't seem to be really necessary. Also, during the early part of dove season, it looks like on Type A areas, you're going to be limited to only 1 box of shells when you're dove hunting, and I don't think that right now is currently the case. So just a couple other changes. I just would, ask that we keep working on these regulations. I think there's just some issues that need more discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I understand Tom Griffin has come back in. Yes, please come up.
Good morning. I'm Tom Griffin, and I've been a dog trainer and a field trialer as a hobby and avocation for probably 30 plus years, and for many years have been the Secretary Treasurer of the Region 11 AFTCA, which is the major field trial organization other than the AKC organization that operates in California, Nevada, Oregon, is our basic region. And I'm just here to address a couple of points that I think reflect the concern of our membership, which is it's not a huge membership. It's probably 15 clubs in California and Nevada and several hundred members. And our concerns have to do, first of all, with the fact I think most significant is that I didn't see, and I could be incorrect in my review of this, that field trialing and dog training or field trial dog training were not identified as compatible uses. And it seems to me that that has been traditionally a compatible use, and it needs to clearly be articulated in the regulations that it's a compatible use. The second point that I think could be important to us is the manner in which we're going to be scheduling events at the various sites that the Department of Fish and Game manages. I don't think there's a objection to the notion that, hey, your organization needs to raise your revenues, and so we're going to increase the permitting fee, and whether or not that would actually reduce the participation in the sport, I don't know, we'll find out if those $387 permit fees come into play. But I think more importantly is whether or not they need to be run through the regional office as opposed to what is currently the practice, which is you work directly with, say, at Thermalita Afterbay, you work with the manager of that particular location, you call them up, you schedule an event date, they look on their calendar, see if it's available. If it's available, they say, great, you have 180 days prior to the event, which is when you can first schedule it, and it takes about 5 or 10 minutes. You have a working relationship with a person who knows the individuals, who comes out and sees how the trial is actually being organized and operated, and it's an effective way to stay in touch with the people who you're really working with. You go to a regional office, it's more bureaucratic. It looks like it could take 30 to 40 days or something to get something scheduled that should be very straightforward and very simple. And I'm not sure that that additional bureaucratic layer is going to do anything, and I'd be worried that the increased permit fees wouldn't end up benefiting the actual sites or the people who are out there working on those sites and instead go to a management. Quick 2 points. Little Pinoche Wildlife Area. It's unclear as to whether or not that's been approved or not approved. There's some inconsistency with regard to the regulations as to whether that's a permitted area for field trialing. It has always been a permitted area. And then camping overnight. It should be clear that camping overnight is available for field trials, and that's unclear in your current regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chuck?
Just a couple of thoughts, if I might, President. So the Title 14 of the department's code is long, cumbersome, and often arcane. So we're engaged in an effort to clean it up and put it in plain English. I think that's good government. So this is our first kind of part of the code we've been working to clean up. The narrow, I think, request today is to go ahead and agendaize this. I can tell you that the last time I was at a commission meeting with this topic, I made a commitment that the department would continue to discuss these items with the dog training community. And I think most of the letters I've reviewed that have come into the docket that still express concern also acknowledge that the department and the dog training community have been in constant communication to try to work out and smooth out the remaining differences. We haven't closed our gap on everything, but I think there's a way to continue the dialogue between now and when you would put it on the agenda. But at some moment, the department needs to begin to get some of this stuff done. So I think that's what we will be doing when we come in front of you, allowing the discussion to continue, highlighting our areas of agreement, but also noting our areas of disagreement and asking for your advice and wisdom when you adopt the regulation.
Okay. Any comments from anybody? Okay. The only thing I would add to that.
We got more speakers.
There's one more. Okay. Well, I know. I wanted to address what Chuck said, though, and then we'll get to Mr. Gaines. You know, I think it is important, Director Bonham, that while we're continuing to have those conversations, that I heard some fairly significant issues raised there, limitation down to 12 areas from 100. No specific language that says that the hunting and fishing are allowed or encouraged or appropriate uses. Those seem to be pretty germane to me, and I would hope we'd be able to bridge those kind of gaps. Those don't seem to be gaps to me. Those seem to be, we have so little opportunity already, and we hear the constant beating of that lack of opportunity, and so we should be providing as much of it as we can instead of limiting. That's all. Okay. Mr. Gaines.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, department staff, my name is Bill Gaines. I'm president of the California Outdoor Heritage Alliance, and I'm here today representing a variety of dog training and trialing groups, including the California Retriever Trainings Association. You may remember back in November down in Santa Barbara, we had a long dialogue about the preliminary language that was being brought forward for changes associated with the dog training and trialing regs and many of the concerns that were raised at that time. And this commission at that time sent the department staff back to the drawing board, if you will, to meet with the impacted interest groups to clean up those problems and bring back a consensus package, if you will, for consideration by the commission. Well, my understanding is the department has actually met either face-to-face or on teleconference with the interest groups, I believe only 2 times since then, in February and most recently as yesterday, after some of the proposed language was already published. Certainly I wouldn't consider that a consensus package, if you will, and my understanding is that the proposed regs that are being brought forward now are no more clear. They're certainly no more clarified. In fact, they are considerably more convoluted than the original existing regs that are already on the books. There's no urgency to develop and approve new dog training, testing, and trialing regs for the state lands this year. I strongly recommend on behalf of our member groups and many of the people in the audience today that the dog training and trialing portion, if you will, of Title 14 be stricken out of the package that's being moved forward and be sent back to the drawing board, and some serious dialogue be entered into between the interest groups that are impacted on this and the department to reach some consensus on regulations that we can all work with. There's a lot of areas that are opened up that are far worse than they were previously. So we urge the commission to strike that out of the proposed package, send it back to the drawing board, move forward with the rest of Title 14, and let's continue to work on regulations that work not only for the wildlife areas in the department, but for the impacted interest groups as well. One more comment on falconry. The package has a blanket prohibition on the use of falcons for hunting in ecological reserves. Out of all the hunting that I've done, and I've never done any falconry myself, I've done a variety of other hunting, but I gotta believe from what I know about falconry that has the least environmental footprint of any type of hunting out there, period. So a categorical prohibition on falconry hunting on ecological reserves, to me, doesn't pass the smell test. I don't understand why that would be in the package, and we urge you to strike that as well. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That was our last speaker.
I'm going to get you. Okay, commissioners.
I just want to remind the commissioners that it was a few years back when one of the field trial guys came before the Tosher committee. Sonky, you might remember. His name was Randy Berry, a friend of mine, been involved with field trials as long as a couple of the gentlemen that spoke in the beginning of this. And at that time, we made a commitment to work with these guys. And one of the problems is that was like 3 directors ago in the Department of Fish and Game. And, you know, when those positions keep changing, then the ball gets dropped. I want to commend you, Chuck, for already being aware and working with this. I would just encourage you to work very closely with the members of the field trial organizations that do these things, and not make it more difficult, but make it at least as simple as it is today in the end, where they can continue using the facility. The same gentleman I was talking about was here a few years ago recently, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you, invited me and you to come. He'd bring a couple extra horses and witness one of those field trials and how they work and everything, so we got a first-hand knowledge if you're interested.
Any other commissioner comments? Salke?
Yeah, just a procedural reminder for the commissioners and the public. This item's up for possible adoption at the June meeting. There's no longer any time to do a renotice if you want to change it. So I will work with department staff to make sure at the June meeting that we have a checklist. There's a lot of parts to this. It is a complex package, so that if you commissioners choose not to or don't like some of the provisions and want to do some adhere to some of the requests, it would be a no change option. And then We could always restart a rulemaking in the future to take any other things, but the key thing here is we're out of time to change the package. You're going to either be able to adopt items or not adopt them, just to be clear on next steps.
Okay, gentlemen.
And with that,
any preferences here?
All right, that brings us to agenda item number 4, receipt of public recommendations and request for authorization to publish a notice of commission intent to amend Section 300 of Title 14 regarding resident migratory upland game hunting. And Mr. Brad Burkhalter from the department is going to give you a quick presentation on what they're proposing.
Thank you, Mr. President and Commissioners. Brad Burkholder with the Department of Fish and Game's Wildlife Program. Just as a heads up, just to let you know what's going to be before you in the package for the upland game regs for this coming up session. We've got 4 elements that are going to be part of the upland reg package, and there should be coming up here anytime. Sage grouse permits, we're still pursuing, we're currently analyzing data, so you'll see in the package the range of potential permits allowed for sage grouse. If you remember, there was a request to take a look at archery-only pheasant season. There was also a request for a junior quail season on the Mojave National Preserve, and then the pheasant, and then the turkey fall season modifications. So sage grouse, just to recap for you real quick, ranges for the Lassen and Mono zones. Our policy is that allowable harvest, is no greater than 5% of the projected fall population. For the quail season, the issue was there's a really well-organized program down in the Mojave National Preserve for quail hunts, and one of the issues that has come up is the juniors are having to compete with all of us adults, and so there was a request to maybe implement a junior-only quail hunt the 2 weekends prior to the general opener for quail. So that's in the package as well. The wild turkey fall season, we've had some discussions internally about trying to balance turkey populations. A couple things that we're thinking about is potentially increasing the fall season from 16 to 30 days, and maybe increasing the season limit from 1 to 2 birds, either sex. The alternative is just to maybe increase the season length. And then the archery-only pheasant season, maybe for a little bit of background, it used to be a 30-day general season, which was shotgun and archery, and then on the back end of that was a 30-day archery only. Several years ago, that was modified to become a 44-day general season and a 2-week, 15-day archery only. So there's some information in the package about some potential options. I don't believe that we're going to have a recommendation on this particular item because we've got a lot of issues with pheasants in California on our areas especially. So we would really like to start crunching some numbers and collecting some data on pheasant populations on public lands before we start modifying seasons intake. So that's what's in store for the upland regs.
And Commissioners, there are no speakers on this item.
Good.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Just on a related note, I wanted to remind the department that we are expecting, and we've got on our regulatory calendar to hear back from the department next month at our commission meeting in June about further. Sonky, maybe you can clarify the distinction between what we're hearing today and what we're expecting to hear about in June.
Yeah, this is a reminder. Those of you remember it's been almost a year. The Commission was addressing the issue of use of lead ammo on state wildlife areas and ecological reserves, and there were several options that the department came up with at the time. For a number of reasons, that was tabled, and with a commitment to bring it back up in June. So unless the Commission changes its mind, it's looking for to agendize discussion of use of lead on state lands at the June meeting, just as a reminder, unless the Commission chooses to change that.
Thank you, Sonky. That was my point, that we are expecting to hear from the department with that at our meeting next month. We've had plenty of time for the department to work on this, and we'll look forward to seeing that in June.
Okay, I'll make the motion if Sonky will read it, authorizing staff to publish notice.
All right. Thank you. I got to catch up with you there. Yeah, the suggested motion as the Fish and Game Commission hereby authorizes staff to publish notice of its intent to amend Section 300, Title 14, regarding resident migratory upland game bird hunting based on the recommendations that were presented to you today by Brad Burkholder.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, Commissioners? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Carries 5-0.
Thank you, Commissioners. That brings us to agenda item number 5, which...
Excuse me? Just on the last two items, on behalf of the department, we here, the commissioners, clearly will come with a presentation on the kind of land code cleanup that provides a basis for each suggested change. And oh, by the way, on the falconry front, I think that's an existing regulation already in code, not related to these sections. And on the lead, we are now getting busy for that presentation in June. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Agenda item number 5 is request for authorization to publish notice of commission intent to amend sections 27.65, 28.30, Title 14 regarding sand and kelp bass. And we have a presentation by Erica Jarvis from the Department of Fish and Game LaSalle office.
Yes, good morning, President Richards and commission members. My name is Erica Jarvis. I'm an environmental scientist with the Department of Fish and Game's Marine Region. And I just wanted to make a quick clarification on the agenda title. We are referring to specifically kelp bass, barred sand bass, and spotted sand bass. Okay, so I'd like to start with a brief overview of how we came to notice today regarding the basses. So concern for the basses was brought to the attention of the Marine Resources Subcommittee at their October 2010 meeting. And following that meeting, the department initiated an in-depth fishery analysis with input from discussions from our various constituents, and also using the best available science. And we presented the result of that fishery analysis earlier this year to the MRC in January. And then at the February Fish and Game Commission meeting, the commission directed the department to go forward with developing a regulatory package. And it's our goal to maintain a sufficient resource to support sport fishing and to rebuild depressed docks. So in our fishery analysis, we observed multiple fishery-dependent and fishery-independent data sources that indicated that bass populations have steadily declined over the last 8 to 14 years. In particular here, data showed declines across a variety of survey types and data sets. These are examples for kelp bass and barred sand bass showing declines ranging anywhere from 71 to 91%. There is strong evidence suggesting that fishing pressure and cooler than average sea surface temperatures have contributed to these declines, and given that the fishery may not be sustainable at current levels of take, the department feels regulation change is needed to offset impacts from fishing and to conserve populations while environmental conditions may be less than optimal. So, existing bass regulations include a minimum size limit of 12 inches total length and a 10 fish bag limit in any combination of the 3 species. At the MRC meeting in January, the department, as I mentioned earlier, was directed by the MRC to go forward with 3 specific options to include in the regulatory package. And in your briefing notes, we've provided you with the initial statement of reasons document, which includes these 3 regulatory options, and each option has a range of sub-options. And the first option is an increase in the minimum size limit. All of these options that I'm presenting to you now were designed to work together to enhance the bass population. So an increase in the minimum size limit by at least 1 inch would allow for at least 1 additional year of spawning before the fish recruit into the fishery. The second option is a modification to the bag limit, which would reduce catch by having a reduction in the individual species bag limit while still retaining the upper in combination bag limit not to exceed 10 fish. And then the third option includes a spawning season closure specifically for barred sand bass, and this obviously would allow some protection or provide some time during spawning season with uninterrupted spawning activity. We were also directed by the MRC in January to include, if appropriate, other alternatives after consultation with law enforcement, and these alternatives included slot limits, an area closure specifically for barred sand bass, and catch and release only for spotted sand bass. And we had extensive discussions with LED and also with several of our constituents, and we address these alternatives in the eyesore and explain reasons why we have dismissed them. Going forward then, you would be considering these 3 options, and as I mentioned earlier, there are sub-options within them. So for an increase in the minimum size limit, you would be considering an increase to 13, 14, or 15 inches. For a modification to the bag limit, you would be considering a reduction in the individual species bag from anywhere from 9 to 0 fish, while still retaining an upper limit in combination not to exceed 10 fish. And the sub-option ranges for a barred sand bass spawning season closure would range from 1 week to 3 months. If the commission chooses to go to notice today, the public comment period would run from June through November of this year, and the discussion hearing would be held on August 8th at the Ventura meeting. Adoption hearing would be held at the Fish and Game meeting on November 7th in Los Angeles. And the expected implementation date, of the regulations would be March 1st, 2013, which coincides with the publication of the regulations booklet. Thank you.
Commissioners, any comments?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the department for working closely with our Marine advisor to put this package together. It reflects a great deal of discussion at the Marine Resources Committee with our stakeholders and so forth, and I think it's well done. At this stage, my suggestion would be, Mr. President, that we keep all these options on the table and in our quiver of tools that we can use to manage this fishery. With the exception of slot limits, I think the department appropriately found that slot limits were not supported by the majority of people that we talked with and would be an enforcement problem. So I think it's appropriate to take that off the table.
Okay. Do I have any other comments? I don't certainly.
Yes, we have 5 public speakers.
I'm just looking for comments from here. Be patient.
All right, thank you very much. First public speaker is, thank you. And could you hang around in case there's questions? Thanks. First speaker is Greg Helms, followed by Joshua Russo, followed by Tom Raftican.
Morning, Mr. President and Commissioners. Greg Helms with the Ocean Conservancy. We're delighted to see this process moving forward to address the basses with the declines that have been reported. There are hard choices coming up, but you'll hear, or you have to be making those starting in August. But we'll be certainly supporting doing enough of the job to match the level of of problem that we're having, but you'll hear all about that in comments that we'll be submitting on the eyesore. For now, I think it's worth sort of repeating what Commissioner Sutton was talking about. The staff has really done a great job in the analysis and the communication of the analysis and in stakeholder engagement. That means a lot to us. Hope you appreciate that as well, and you'll be hearing from us again on this. Thank you.
Next speaker, Joshua Russo.
Morning, President Richards, Commissioners. Mr. Sutton actually addressed our concern with the slot limits, so I'll thank him for that. And I'll take this opportunity to say that...
Your name, please?
I'm sorry, my name is Joshua Russo. I'm with the Watermen's Alliance. And so I'll take this opportunity to just say that the Watermen's Alliance is a council of delegates made up from delegates from a number of dive clubs all across California, up and down. We represent... And I can't even fathom the number of divers we represent, and we will continue to actively and aggressively support Mr. Richards and his presidency and thank him for his service, as the rest of you.
Thank you. A nice pun on the word fathom, by the way, as a diver. I couldn't help it. Tom Raftican, followed by Jeff Chester, followed by Joe Exline.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, Tom Rafting of the Sport Fishing Conservancy. We sent a letter off to you along with a white paper on basically the bass's situation and particularly on slot limits. We believe slot limits actually provide a really good tool, not only for getting bass populations back in line, but meeting an ecosystem-based approach to it and getting bigger fish out there. In addition to the Osborne study, we also conducted a survey. We worked in conjunction with the department, with Erica and with Czech Valley, to try and put together some common ground on this, and I'd like to thank them for their participation. We actually reissued the survey with some of their insight. The vast majority of the people in the survey were much in favor of actually more conservation-based approach to a lot of the fishing. The survey was conducted online. It was conducted at recreational fishing clubs throughout California and at retail tackle outlets. We had over 180 people responded to the survey. Question 1, do you support a spawning season closure for barred sand bass? 60% agreed with that, so you've got strong support among the recreational fishing community. Question 2, do you support a reduced bag limit? This was actually the highest responses. Yes to the yes responses. Calico bass, 88% responded yes. Barred sand, striped sand bass, 84%. Bay bass, 87%. And the top choice was reducing the bag limit to 5 fish. Question 3, would you support an increase in minimum size limit for basses? Affirmative, 75% calico bass, 72% sand bass, 67% bay bass, and top choice was 13 inches. Do you support a maximum size limit for slot basses? Calico bass, yes, 73%, and this goes directly to the slot limit. Calico bass, 73%, sand bass, 69%, spotted bay bass, 68%. Again, overwhelming support for slot limits. If a maximum slot size limit is implemented, do you support allowing a bag limit for oversized fish? Yes, 56%, and there was also significant side comments on it for tournament also. One thing to note is we understand that there is a problem with divers there with slot limits. A 1 fish over bag limit really answers a lot of that question for the divers. And question 6, do you support at-sea filleting of bass to provide the ability to establish slot limits? 40% were affirmative in that. We'll be happy to provide the full survey results out. We're just literally compiling the end of it right now, so we would have had it in advance. And we again ask you to put slot limits on as one of the options here. We have, and again, the white paper, which you all have in advance, I know, wrap it up and get it out of here, should give you adequate reason from other states where this has been effective. One thing in closing, Mr. President, you absolutely were correct. We don't simply resort to crisis management for fisheries, and I apologize to the department. They're doing a good job on most of this stuff. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jeff Chester, followed by Joe Exline.
Thank you, President Richards, Commissioners. Jeff Jester with Oceana. As you'll recall, we sent a letter in with the NRDC and the Ocean Conservancy back in October 2011, voicing our concerns about these basses and the dire situation found by Dr. Erisman's study published in Canadian Journal of Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences, showing a 90% decline since the 80s. We commend the department and the MRC and the Commission for bringing this up and moving this forward. We do urge you to publish your intent to amend the regulations. And we also wanted to recognize the commitment demonstrated by the recreational sport fishermen on this issue. And we're not going to comment specifically on which of the management approaches makes the most sense. I think that's something that makes a lot more sense to deal with the sport fishermen themselves to figure out the best way to recover these species. But what does seem to be missing that I wanted to recommend is establishing some sort of a recovery goal for what is a sustainable, healthy population for these species. We know that there's been a tremendous decline, and it would really be useful to be able to monitor that so you can see and have a benchmark from which to measure success of these regulations moving forward. So again, we just wanted to commend and your expedited action as well as the departments on this issue. Thank you.
Joe Exline.
President Richards, Commissioners, Joe Exline, Oceanside Anglers Club. Since this is a strictly recreational fishery, it's important to my members what we do with this fishery. We all want to see bass around. We all want to fish for bass. But we do want to know that the department's presentation showed there were other factors at work other than the fishing. Cold water cycle, et cetera. As a matter of fact, Erica's presentation at the MRC was fabulous. I mean, it was one of the best ones I've seen. So I thank her for that presentation and bringing to light some of the other factors that will work here. I thank you, Mr. Sutton, for saying that slot limits are off the table, because for divers, for the CPFE fleet, and a lot of my members that like to fillet at sea, those slot limit would pose a problem. And I'd like to see us move forward with this, with protecting the species and still allowing the greatest opportunity for recreational fishermen to take out there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
That end of our comments.
Yeah, that was our last speaker.
Okay, Commissioner Sutton.
Just wanted to clarify, Mr. President, that what I'm suggesting is that we move forward and go to notice with the three options that the department's identified. And I don't disagree with Mr. Raftican that slot limits have their place in fishery management. And but my sense is, from my own experience and the testimony we heard, that slot limits are much easier to consider in theory than they are in practice, and that they're quite difficult to enforce in practice and problematic to implement. So I'm satisfied that the options the department's put on the table will allow us to manage this fishery better than it's being managed now.
Okay. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you. I'm not going to make any comments on the efficacy of the presentation in terms of the package right now, but what I want to assure the rest of the Commission and those in the audience that this package is a result of an immense amount of work at the MRC going over a long period of time. We really worked very hard on this, and a lot of the people who spoke here today had a great deal to do with that, and I commend you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have
we have a motion?
Do we have a motion? You want to read an intended motion?
Yes, I can give you an option. The Fish and Game Commission hereby authorizes staff to publish notice of its intent to amend sections 27.65 and 28.3 of Title 14 relating to sand, kelp, and spotted bass, I guess, as presented by the department and reflected in the memo presented to you in your binders.
So moved. Second. Okay, hang on here. Wasn't there an amendment?
Just to include all options.
Include all options.
No, I thought you were taking out the slot limit option.
It's not there.
Right.
Oh, it's not in there.
The slot limit option was part of the options that were taken off the table at the MRC, along with area closures, and there was
And that was done, Dan,
and catch and
because
release only.
we did all this vetting, and it was and Commissioner Sutton's comments here are accurate.
Yeah, good, as long as you're satisfied with it.
Yes, so the
Okay.
proposal was not amended. It's
Nope.
as presented, just to be clear.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0.
Carries unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to...
we need to clarify for the record who the motion was made by and seconded. Staff didn't get that.
I think Commissioner Rogers made the motion and one of the two down here, dear. Sutton seconded it.
Sorry, staff, I'll try and get better about making sure that's clear. That brings us to agenda item number 6, receipt for commission guidance and request for authorization to publish notice of commission intent to amend section 149 of Title 14 regarding market squid. And Marcia Remco is here to do a quick presentation on the proposal.
Good morning, Commissioners. Marcia Yaremko with the Department's Marine Region. I'm here today to present some work that we have been undertaking based on your request from back last December to examine mechanisms that might be utilized to slow down the catch in the market squid fishery during peak activity periods. Just a little bit of quick background on the squid fishery, just to bring everybody up to speed. We haven't heard a lot about squid here in the commission venue for several years, so just a quick recap. The commercial fishery for squid started in Monterey way back in the 1860s. It's largely a purse seine fishery. It has expanded into Southern California in the 1980s and 90s. There's been increased market demand, particularly overseas, and that continues today. The fishery operates under a season that's defined in regulation as running from April through the following March. The fishing activity occurs using both a purse seine vessel and a light boat vessel that aggregates the squid. And a key thing to bring up is the fact that the quota that was implemented, it's been around now for approximately 10 years. The past 2 years we attained the quota and took action to close the fishery pursuant to your regulations that establish that limit at 118,000 tons. In terms of economics, this is the state's most valuable and largest commercial fishery. It is worth up to or in excess of $80 million ex-vessel revenue. It is far and away the largest and most important in terms of economics to the state when we do attain the quota. The price paid has increased in recent years. There's been increasing demand overseas, and the price has gone up. The price paid to the fishermen has gone up. The management tools that the Commission enacted back in 2005 with adoption of the fishery management plan include that 118,000-ton cap, closure of the fishery on weekends to allow for periods of uninterrupted spawning so that fish get a break. These fish are very short-lived. They deposit their eggs on the bottom, and the thinking is to give them some period of time for that activity to occur without being harvested. We also have spent a lot of time developing a restricted access program for this fishery with several different permit classes and transfer criteria. And we also implemented a light wattage restriction and shielding requirements on light boats. So the proposed options to slow the catch of squid during these peak seasons where we see the fishery ramping up its activities and occurring very quickly. The department looked at the existing data and what tools we might use to accomplish this objective that you were interested in looking at, and we came up with 3. The first would be to sorry about that. This package includes three big things. The first is to slow the catches during the peak periods and to extend the season longer so that we don't need to take action so early to close it down, to keep the markets going, to keep the fishery running longer, but curb the activity levels such that the fishery will go longer through the season. The second thing that we're here with today as part of this package is to modify the incidental catch provisions that right now are on the books relative to squid fishing activity. Right now there is some, I guess you would say, a difficulty with the way the language is written regarding the incidental catch of squid when the fishery is closed. So we're bringing that to you as part of a cleanup activity so that we can make sure that when the fishery is closed, the fishery is closed, and that there aren't loopholes that allow certain boats to go out and target small volumes of fish and land them under this incidental catch provision. And the third thing, we have some other clarifying cleanup and changes that are necessary that would come about as part of this package. So on the issue of slowing catches, here's the time series of the fishery catch back starting in the 80s through the 90s. These are seasonal landings, and as you can see, the quota was implemented back in this time period, and we did not attain the quota through the early part of the 2000s, and then up here in 2010, we took action to close the fishery on December 17th of 2010. The next season, this past year, November 18th, we attained the quota, so it was almost a full month earlier. And that's when people came to you with some testimony. In looking at the trends of activity, particularly in these most recent 2 years, you can see that the gray bars here are the total tons that were landed in a single day by the entire fishery. So in 2010, we see that on a single day, 3,000 tons of squid was delivered and sold. That's quite a bit in light of a 118,000 ton quota. Then in 2011, we see quite a dramatic increase in the daily production, so that now we see a delivery of 4,000 tons in a single day. So when we start thinking about how do we slow the catch down, these are some of the things that we look at. What is this peak performance that we've witnessed over time? The other thing that we see is an increase in the activity level in terms of the vessels, the number of vessels. Now again, all of these vessels are permitted. We're operating under a restricted access program, so there is a finite cap in terms of the number of boats that can make deliveries. However, we did see, again, an increase in the number of vessels participating in this fishery. So when you want to know why the fishery is closing early, it's a combination of factors. Number one, no question, there was a ton of squid out there. And obviously, the fishery was very efficient at catching it. And these are just some of the trends that we observed, and these are the things we look at and examined in coming up with these possible alternatives for you to slow things down if you so choose. So the options that we are putting on the table for your consideration really aren't all that complicated in terms of regulations. We would propose that you consider limiting vessels to one delivery per calendar day. One thing that we've seen has been vessels taking the opportunity to make multiple deliveries in a single day when the squid are readily available and right nearby. So if they can make a delivery, oftentimes they'll go out and load up and come in and pump out and then go right back out and do it again. So that might be one tool that you look at if you're interested in slowing the catch, is saying, okay, you can only make one delivery per day. The next thing you might look at is, as I mentioned before, you have weekend closures in effect right now. The fishery is closed from noon Fridays through noon Sunday. You might consider chopping off another day or two out of the week if you're interested in slowing the rate of catch. So that's another option we've prepared for your consideration. The third thing would be to consider implementing a trip limit per vessel on the delivery size. You saw that increase in the total volume of squid delivered. If each boat was held to a particular limit, a daily trip limit value, that would certainly slow the overall delivery per day when fishing activity is at its peak. These measures that we put on the table here, one thing I want to clarify, the way we would design this is such that if the fishery was not operating at this kind of high level, these high periods where we were at risk of reaching the quota early, they would only kick in when we made a determination that there was a risk of us attaining the quota early. So that would be based on monitoring the current trends in the catch. We do have a very extensive dockside monitoring program, so we're confident that we could do that. And then on the flip side, if conditions all of a sudden changed and people were less effective at catching squid and they weren't bringing in big deliveries and there wasn't a mad rush, we would also ensure that there would be a regulatory mechanism that would allow us to take these constraints off. So it would be essentially an in-season monitoring and management tool that the department would implement. So
let me ask you a question
yeah, go
right
ahead.
there. What's the department care if we get 180 tons in 6 months or 10 months?
Good question.
And by the way, I'm not saying I care. I want to understand.
Well,
why.
and that's a good question. I would say that there are a few reasons that we care about the trend, and I would say that we aren't hard sold on this as a necessary measure. Again, we're bringing this to you because you requested it. There might be some benefits that we see from it. The one being that we would be able, under these kinds of constraints, we would be able to better project what our expected catch would be and when we would hit that quota. If we had a better understanding of what we anticipated people to bring in on a day-to-day basis, that would help us kind of
But what difference
plan
does
ahead.
it make to us?
Well, in terms of the biology, at least right now, with the fishery that operates over several months, I would say that we don't have a particular biological concern. We would have a concern if all of the squid was being taken all at once, because we would not want to see higher fishing mortality rates being applied on a couple of cohorts. Because squid only live 9 months, we wouldn't want to really hammer 118,000 tons in 1 or 2 months only. So in terms of, what's the right amount of fishing mortality, those are these are theoretical concepts, and I can't give you, what where we're at risk of imposing too much fishing mortality. But that said, in terms of biological arguments, I would say that's not a strong one. So. Okay, so on this situation about the load size distribution and what impact might result from implementing a daily trip limit, I mentioned that the fishery closed in 2010 on December 8th. This is kind of what we saw out of the distribution, the fishery closed in December of 2010, but on the peak day, from that chart back here, this peak day where we had landings of 3,000 tons, we took a look at what was going on that day and what the load sizes were that came in, and these are the distribution of the number of landings. So we had 2 landings come in that were of 10 tons or less, 4 landings come in that were 20 tons or less, and so on down the line. So you can see that most of the loads that were delivered on this particular day were 40 tons, 50 tons, 60 tons or greater. So if you think about limiting boats to a particular volume of catch, this is the kind of information you might consider, because if they were capped, say, at a 40-ton level, you would be impacting these deliveries. So looking at the 2011 highest daily production, that 4,000-ton day, actually you see the average delivery size was 63 tons. So we've seen an increase in that maximum load size, I guess you would say, over the past 2 seasons. So when we talk about these options of looking at trip limits, if you're trying to reduce catch and constrain it, these are the number of deliveries that might be impacted at those peak times of production. So if you were to look at a trip limit, say, of 20 tons, you would be impacting every single one of these deliveries that occurred on this peak day. So if an average was 63 tons of a load, you would be essentially holding them to only about a third of what they were delivering on average. A higher trip limit obviously would be less painful, but this is just to give you some idea of what kind of savings you might achieve with the trip limits. So looking at that trip limit range, if you had an 80-ton trip limit, you might see a 9% reduction in that peak daily activity down at the other end. If you implemented a 20-ton trip limit, you might save 71% of the catch on those peak days. So that's just to give you some idea of what you would get if you used this management tool. The other thing I mentioned earlier that we're proposing as part of this package is this cleanup to the incidental catch provisions. Okay, this has been brought to your attention that some boats are taking advantage of an opportunity that the law presently allows for delivery of small volume squid landings of up to 2 tons. There was never an intention when the fishery management plan was developed and implemented that there be a special opportunity for direct targeting of squid after the fishery quota was attained. So we are proposing that with the cleanup and with the considerations that we are addressing here on the slowdown, that we also address this incidental catch provision and fix this issue. To do so, what we're proposing is that we clarify that once the fishery is closed, the only way you can make any delivery at all of squid is incidental to another target fishery, and then we define what that target fishery must be, and that be the load must be comprised of whatever that target species is, and not more than 10 to 30% of squid, so that way we make sure that in fact these incidental small volume landings truly are incidental. So that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. President.
Sure. Are there any questions? Jack, did you?
Sure, I do.
Okay, yeah.
First, thank you for doing this. I think it's a good start in what we need to address on our largest fishery, and I'm glad you pointed that out. In the future, Marcy, some of the data you pulled up where you showed the catches and there is no trend, right? Could you put that chart up again?
Oh.
You brought it up twice. That shows the over the years.
Sure. Thank you.
If it's easy.
Pay closer attention so you can just memorize that stuff.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, maybe not.
Well, I think what we're trying to get at is better data. As I looked into this, what I saw as an effort, but a lack in good science and data. And so on charts like you gave us, could you give weather trends, and so we could start to understand this fishery better, like Nino years, or just basic climatic data and other things. So as we look at, especially where there's I don't see any trend there, right?
Okay, these are the overall seasonal landings, and in fact, I'm glad you brought up El Nino. No question, these were El Nino years. Very strong correlation between squid abundance and El Nino conditions.
Exactly. So that's what I'm looking for, is for us to look at more science and more data as we drive towards a forage policy and responsible management of this fishery. So, but thank you. You're off to a great start.
Commissioner Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Marcy, for being so responsive to the concerns of the Commission over this fishery. The second issue that you mentioned here is the no-brainer, the closing the loophole over that incidental and making sure that incidental catch is actually incidental.
Right.
So that's pretty straightforward. The first issue, as President Richards pointed out, is somewhat less obvious, although I think there are probably many benefits for slowing down, making the fishery less of a derby when the squid populations are high and catches are high, as was the case the last couple of years. For one thing, if we slow down catches, it might actually mean that when the fishery hits the limit, we know about it and we can stop the catches before they exceed the limit, as they have the last couple of years. So thanks for putting these options on the table for us to look at.
One other point I might make, we talked specifically about the impacts to vessels and the load size if you were to look at a trip limit. But one thing we didn't discuss here is also the increase we've seen in the processing capacity. You notice that on a daily basis, we saw a jump from 3,000 tons per day to 4,000 tons per day. And that's the trend that we see as continuing to increase, and that when the FMP was initially adopted by the Commission, one of the kind of cardinal tenets of it was that we didn't want to see significant change in the makeup of the current fishing fleet in terms of the vessel size. In fact, the Commission adopted, through its restricted access program, a provision that requires comparable capacity for vessel permit transfers, so that you can't turn a 30-ton seiner into a 90-ton seiner. So you were very clear that that was the intent. And so one thing that it's fair to point out is that mechanisms such as this would disincentivize the interest in bringing bigger boats into the fishery.
Okay, any other questions from the Commission? Okay, at this point, before we do public comment, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and real 5-minute break, and then we'll start back up in 5 minutes.
All right.
I signed up to speak on sort of the second issue of the staff getting at this incidental catch. What's a loophole? And since it's just been called a no-brainer, maybe I'll just...
Greg, I'm sorry, I don't think we got the identification thing.
I beg your pardon. It's
That's
Greg
okay.
Helms with the Ocean Conservancy.
Thank you.
And I wanted to speak in support of work to close the incidental catch allowance that's becoming a functional increase to the total allowable catch. And since that's already very high, we want to sort of put on the record we couldn't support that without a scientific justification, and I think it's already been called a no-brainer, so I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jeff Chester.
Thank you, President Richards and Commissioners. Jeff Chester with Oceana. I wanted to just remind everyone that squid are a critical forage species in the California current ecosystem. When squid do well, many of the recovering species that are trying to get a foothold on recovery get an opportunity to do well also. Some species like Rhizo's dolphins are actually squid specialists in terms of their specialization. The catch limit, as many of you know, was actually not based on science, and we view it as currently too high and not precautionary enough based on the paucity of science. This was sort of widely recognized in the market squid FMP, and so the fishery is largely controlled not only by this catch limit, but also by effort. And I think, as Commissioner Bayless pointed out, things like El Niños, for example, don't trigger any reduction in effort or quota, even though we know already that El Niños have a major negative effect on squid. The catch limit has been overfished, according to the market squid FMP, by about 15% in the last 2 years. And this overage has happened 2 years in a row, and it doesn't seem to be being addressed by the department. The fishery is also still overcapitalized, according to the Market Squid FMP, which set a capacity goal for 55 vessels, and I believe there's still approximately 80 in the fishery. The squid fishery is making more money than ever before. They're having a heyday due to the high levels of catch and the increase in price. And so there is options. Do seem to be options here to add some precaution to this fishery. We see that there are a few options missing from this package in order to address some of these issues. The first of all, one would be to deal with these overages, to direct the Department of Fish and Game to actually err on the side of closing the fishery early, so they err on the side of undershooting the quota rather than going 15% over. Because there isn't a scientific-based quota, the department doesn't actually feel like it's very important, and it's not a priority for them to close it and stay within that quota. According to the National Standard 1 guidelines in the federal arena, this type of management uncertainty, the ability to close or predict when a fishery is going to hit the quota, requires management uncertainty buffers on the catch. And so that would be another option that should be addressed in dealing with these overages. And finally, there is no, the Commission does have the power to further limit the capacity in this fishery and get it closer to the capacity goals, effort reduction being a primary tool that the fishery does have, and we'd like to see that option as well. Thank you very much.
Final speaker is Diane Pleschner, and you have some time ceded to you for a total of 5 minutes.
Get it down here where we short people live. President Richards and members of the Commission and staff, I'm Diane Pleschner Steele, California Wet Fish Producers Executive Director. We did a PowerPoint which basically takes into consideration, we've had a significant amount of discussion about this ever since last December at the Commission meeting. Before I run into some of these reasons why we don't want to do this, I'd just like to say we represent, or we try to represent, the consensus of the wet fish industry. CWPA members include almost all of the fishermen and processors, and we work very carefully with and closely with the others who are not members. We came to the Commission, President Vince Torrey came last December and presented our consensus opinion that we did not want to reopen the fishery. We are happy with the 118. We say that is a max cap. It's not a quota. And if you'll take a look at things, we reach this quota or max cap maybe once in a decade. And we need to consider the cyclic and dynamic nature of the squid resource. We've put in a significant amount of money into a research project that I hope that we'll be able to bring to the Commission in light of the interest that Commissioner Bayless is expressing, and others. Excuse me, I'm having a hard time breathing today, but the one thing that I can say is that our research is showing a huge variability.
Take your time and take a deep breath. We've got all the time you need here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Don't have to be in a hurry.
This is, this is really, it's a nerve-wracking period of time.
Take your time, please.
But the one point that we're showing in our research is that squid really are enigmatic, and they're highly dynamic, and they come and they go. And we're beginning to understand cycles, but we aren't quite there yet. So with that preface, we had an annual meeting in March, and we had the Department of Fish and Game. Marcy came and presented kind of the preliminary draft of these options that she gave. And I would like to go over really quickly. This is consensus from the entire industry. I think we had a significant and good discussion at the Marine Resources Committee meeting last month, and this basically reestablishes the position that the industry has. And then in order to, I guess it's the forward button here. Thanks. What we've come up with 5 compelling reasons, and the first one is safety. When you slow down the fishery and you drag it into January, February, March, that presents a problem for the fleet. And then we have an environmental impact of burning additional thousands of gallons of fuel to catch the same amount of fish. One interesting thing, and I'll show you in another slide or two, we've had an analysis done of the CO2 footprint of this fishery, and we were pleasantly surprised. This is the most environmentally sensitive green fishery in the entire world, based on the volume of gallons of fuel that we expend for the pounds of protein that we put in. The vagaries of squid behavior, we really don't know when they come and they go. They show up, and in the last couple of years, they've shown up in mass. They're just an enormous amount of squid out there. And they disappear on their own unpredictable time. And so when you restrict the fishery and you try to slow it down, we don't know that next year, next week, next month, there will still be squid on the ground. So what we are hoping to have you guys do is allow us to catch the fish when they're here. And then the quality of the squid disappear, and they get small, they get unmarketable at the end of the season.
Diane?
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to point out you have 27 seconds left.
Okay. Well, let me run existing management really quickly. The one thing Marcy didn't mention is, in addition to 20 or 30% of the week closed, we have over 30% of squid grounds in Marine Reserve. We don't really want a threshold limit date. We don't need and we don't want mid-season restrictions. And you have copies of this PowerPoint. But one of the concerns that we do have is a daily landing limit, one trip a day. That would be really difficult for the fleet, and especially the fleet in Monterey, because it's from death to blast freezer is a race of time. Vessel trip limits is a low trip limit in the absence of adverse market conditions unfairly penalizes the larger boats. And the fleet has gone to some larger boats, but keep in mind, for every larger boat, that takes away 2 smaller boats. So we're going more efficient. Let me get really to the gist of this. The one thing that we do support is the department.
I've got to ask you to hurry up here.
I'm sorry.
I gave you 5.
I'm just frazzled today. But we support the department's regulations restricting the incidental and clarifying that language. And we would very much appreciate it if, when you go through the regulatory process, if that's the only piece you put forward. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Excellent.
Thanks.
Director Bonham. I'll get to you guys in a minute.
So, Commissioners, I do have one thing that's very much on my mind that has not come up specifically since Commissioner Bayless started us down this very productive kind of dialogue in Santa Barbara. And whether we stay as is at 118, whether we pursue a department kind of biological package of possible options, whether the ocean environmental community advocates for other things biologically, at the end of the day, because of the value of the fishery, we need to think more seriously about management of data and real-time collection of that data. And that the data be accurate, that it be done objectively and transparently. I know that there are some issues within the industry and the department seeking to kind of sort those out, working collaboratively, but knowing precisely the amount relates to either the buffer, the quota, or being successful biologically. And we're not there yet.
Commissioner Bayless?
Chair, thank you. And tailgating off what the director just said, I think that's what we're looking for. Could you answer some questions for me? First, we appreciate you coming and giving us this. You had mentioned you have research data.
I do.
Is that independently done, or is that reviewed first by the industry before it's released?
We're working in cooperation both with the Department of Fish and Game and Southwest Fisheries Science Center. We contract with independent scientists, and we work with the department, so the department has access to the data. The one thing, and I'm sorry, I would like to really emphasize what we would offer in lieu of this regulation to restrict in-season management is intense cooperation with the department. We did this very successfully with sardine, where we would have at a certain period, if the department notifies us that we have, say, for example, 75% of the max cap, that we would go day to day, and we, as I say, we represent most of the processors. And we would work with them to daily report, so we were happy to do that.
So thank you, because I think that Director Bonham is getting at the core of one of my issues with this is the integrity of the data. Because with better data, we can, this is our largest fishery, and the more we can determine with the best data, we can determine how best to manage it. The second thing is I am driving towards a forage policy as well, and hopefully the industry is supportive of that.
We are not only supporting it, we're working.
Great.
We're taking the lead on that from the wet fish perspective.
That's great to
and
hear.
And working with Caitlin and Karen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Sutton?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for all the testimony, everybody. I agree with my fellow commissioners' comments so far. I do think, however, that we should keep all the options presented by the department, by Marcy, on the table for the time being. This fishery is a classic case of boom and bust caused by climatic conditions and so forth. When you have this much variability in a fishery, as we know, it's very difficult to collect information and to manage it precisely. We need all the help we can get, and the way I look at what we're being presented with, it gives us an increasing number of tools to manage a fishery that is inherently extremely variable. And I think that represents the kind of finer scale management that fisheries are moving to overall.
Commissioner Rogers.
I wanted to thank Commissioner Bayless. I didn't have that same sensation when he brought this up in Santa Barbara, I must admit. But I really thank you, Commissioner Bayless, for doing this. I think this is going to enter us into a much finer dialogue, and one that I think that's going to have much better results from a biological perspective. I think it is the case that Director Bonham has adroitly pointed out that information is fundamentally, this is a data poor fishery of significant proportions, in my opinion. We need much more information with respect to this. And in fact, the way our reporting would be significantly enhanced were we to adopt, as you were saying, in-stream joint communications would be infinitely better. I personally agree with Commissioner Sutton that everything should go forward in the package. I want to be on notice, however, to everyone saying that I've never, and I mean no disrespect to government in general, but I've never met a government package that managed an industry well. I've never met a government package that managed an industry even reasonably. To me, the industry should manage itself, and it is up to government to set the biological baseline and go from there. I mean, if the 118 is what we're comfortable with, which we're not certain we're comfortable with that, but if that's what we're comfortable with, I think it's up to them. And if they want a 1,000-foot boat and to land 8 billion tons and do the whole quota all at once, that's their business, in my opinion.
Okay. Can I get a motion? And then, or you want to read the intended motion or suggested motion?
Yes, I have a suggested motion that the Fish and Game Commission hereby authorizes staff to publish notice of its intent to amend Section 149 of Title 14 regarding market squid as presented in the presentation today by the department and the draft memo or the memo in your binders.
Second.
Okay.
So
well,
Jack move, Kellogg second it. Thank you. staff's.
Okay, do we have any further comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Unanimous. Okay.
I have one more item of business, Mr. President. There's been a request to move agenda item 13, which is the Drake's Bay, because the Honorable Mr. Bagley is here and would appreciate, I guess, dealing with that right after lunch, if that's workable. All right, seeing no.
Okay, we're going to adjourn for lunch, and we'll talk about that at lunch.
Okay.
About moving it. We're going to adjourn for lunch. And can we do lunch in an hour? Is our work going to take an hour? Or?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and we are going to have an executive session at our lunch. That's why I'm asking, are we going to take more than an hour for lunch? Okay, then we'll try to be back here. Let's just say we'll be back here at 1:15. Thank you all. At 1:15 on Wednesday. Sonke, we are on item 7, I believe.
Correct. Agenda item number 7 is consideration of request by Mr. Robert Druwich to transfer the halibut bottom trawl vessel permit for the fishing vessel Bella Marie. And I understand that Dan Paragary, oh, there he is, was going to give us a quick background on this complicated situation.
And I have one request. Could we get staff to ask the staff here to see if we could get the freezer level turned off here?
I just did.
Oh, okay. Good.
Bringing a space heater at this rate. That's a quick action.
Thank you. That's what I like.
President, members of the commission, Dan Perry, and I'm very glad that I get the opportunity.
Hey, turn on the mic, guys.
Try and explain this to you all, because I barely understand it myself, and so that'll make it kind of fun. So I know Mr. Druwich is here this afternoon, so I had a chance to visit with him a little bit and try and tell him what it was we were going to say. So a quick reminder, this is in your briefing packet. These are the my biologist summary of the statutory regulations related to the transfer of a halibut bottom trawl vessel permit. And there are a couple of key things. We went through this in Riverside as well, that you can transfer these permits if the permit holder has died, permanently disabled, or is 65 and retired. And then this is a bit of a complicated part here, that halibut landings contributed significantly to the record. And I called out that sentence in the back as determined by regulations adopted by the Commission, which you don't have yet. So the question, at least for me, is whether or not halibut landings really are a factor at play here, absent regulations. So, so this terrible tale actually started back in 2007 when Mr. Druwich bought the fishing vessel Belle Marie from Mr. Williamson. In your record, I believe you'll find a letter from Mr. Williamson in which he said, "I can no longer fish due to my own personal disabilities." In December, we wrote back to Mr. Williamson and CC'd Mr. Druwich that said, well, we don't think this documentation is appropriate and we're denying your permit, which in reality it is your job to transfer the permit, not ours. It gets worse, because in 2008, 9, and 10, Mr. Druwich applied for and we provided a permit. And so in 2011, we discovered that we had inadvertently been issuing permits for 3 years and suggested that he really ought to return those to us. It was not a legal transfer because you all hadn't approved it. And so between May and 11 and today, there's been a bombarding of letters back and forth, and we find ourselves here today probably at the astute advice of your executive director that the original transfer shouldn't have happened, and that really the request to you today is to consider Mr. Druwich's request for a transfer of this permit. So there's really in my humble opinion, kind of a couple things you need to ask yourself is whether or not any of the three conditions in the existing regulation apply, and whether or not you need any other information. I will point out that we have recently, back in the Riverside meeting, my first go-round on this process, we've seen more documentation relative to disability from a previous permit holder. You guys have asked previous permit holders whether they understand that they're giving up their commercial fishing rights. And you've had, in other cases, much more strong cases of significant impact of landings. And these are the department's records for this vessel. From Mr. Williamson in 4, 5, and 6, the landings were a total of 300 pounds or so, if my arithmetic's right, in 3 years. And our records, again, of Mr. Jewish's catch in 8, 9, and 10, when we inadvertently provided him a permit, was relatively light relative to the industry. So that's my tee-up of the issue for you, and I don't know if I can answer any questions, but there it is.
Mr. President?
Commissioner Sutton.
Dan, can you tell us what the standard is for, what is the burden of proof for someone who wants to a transfer permit based on disability? Do we just take everybody's word for it?
Well,
or is there...
in my limited exposure, I'm sure Sankey will help me out here a little bit, is that you have seen letters from doctors saying so-and-so is no longer able to commercial fish. I have seen you ask people to stand up here and say to you, I recognize that I'm not going to commercial fish anymore if I transfer this permit. And at this point, you don't have those directly from Mr. Williamson in the flesh, although you do have records in your file in which he says he's not going to fish anymore. Sankey?
Yeah, so commissioners, given that sordid history, and I have to say some of this is attributed to this all occurred right around the implementation of the halibut trawl bill, and the commission also, because of staffing shortages, hasn't been able to adopt a restricted access program for this fishery. So you're operating under the statute directly. And the two conditions the department reminded you of, and so you're here today to decide, taking all that into account, whether you want to authorize the transfer of this permit or not. And I have...
Do we have any public speakers?
Yes.
Okay. And hang on for 1 second. Just I want to give a heads up to everybody. Sankey had mentioned moving item 13 up to our next item. I'd forgotten about it here when we started. So as soon as we're done with this item, I'm going to take out of order. We're going to move 13 up to the next slot. So let's go with our public testimony on item number 7.
We have two speakers, Robert Druich and Mike McCorkle.
Well, I'm Robert Druich, not much of a public speaker here or anything, but I'm trying to get the permit transferred. He pretty much explained most everything that we had going on. It's been going on a long time. We have a whole stack of letters that have been going back and forth and trying to get this worked out one way or the other. And, there's not a lot of landings shown, when I did have the permit, because the boat has a sea cucumber trawl permit, and it had the halibut trawl permit, which the two actually worked well together, because a lot of times you're going to pick up some halibut when you're fishing the sea cucumbers. If you lose the permit, then you basically going to lose that other fishery. So that's why there's not a lot of landings shown right there, because that wasn't basically what we were going after at that time. So, it's nice to have the two different fisheries available, so you don't have to just really work so hard on one particular fishery. You can kind of break things up a little bit, and that's my feeling on it. And I just really appreciate it if I could get that permit transferred. That's all I really have to say, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our
Hang
counsel.
on. We got someone want to say something? Yeah, please.
Mr.
Yes,
Drew?
stay up there.
One of the difficulties for the commission is the documentation of Mr. Williamson's disability. And have you provided any kind of records or evidence of that other than your say-so?
No. I have a letter signed by Roy, and he talked about his disability. And he's
right. How about a doctor's certificate or something?
I don't have anything as far as.
You think you could get that?
I'd have to talk to Roy about it.
Well, it's very difficult for people on the outside of a situation simply just take the word of some guy who says, "Yeah, I'm not feeling well."
Well, yeah, I'm aware of that, and then but then sometimes people have issues they don't really want to bring to the public, so to speak.
It does not need to be public. I mean, it can be done, by letter, confidential.
Yeah, I understand, but I do have the letter from Roy. Then
hang on for 1 second, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, counsel. The statute, it's dead, disabled, or 65 and retired, and I thought I saw one of the documents saying that he's over 65 and agrees that he's retiring from fishing, or did I get that wrong?
No, he's not. He's not over 65.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Then under that case, just for the commissioner's information, he's not dead.
No.
So the only way you can meet the statute on that provision is that he's disabled. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and disabled, disabled is a technical qualification in the state. So if he's disabled, he can prove he's disabled, bring it in here. It's more than a doctor's excuse. You got to be disabled. Yeah, you got to have disability and be declared disabled. So if he's got that, that's fine, and I think we want to accomplish that. But any other questions here from him? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker, Mike McCorkle.
My name is Mike McCorkle. I'd like to speak in behalf of Mr. Druich. I support the transfer of the permit. I have known Roy Williamson before I'm the one that got him to buy the boat, the Bella Marie, in the first place. And he bought it to go gill netting, but when they closed gill nets at 132, he switched over to trawling. And his whole fishing career, he had a little small boat before that. His back was all screwed up. He wore a back brace all the time when he fished, and he had problems with his back. He also, before he sold the boat, he developed another illness where he started falling down. He fell off the dock into the water, and guys pulled him back up on the dock. Then he was fall in his boat and fall down into the bunk room, and he saw that he was unable to fish anymore. And that's why he sold the boat. And at the time he sold the boat...
Was Budweiser involved in the falling down part?
What?
Was any Budweiser involved in the falling down part?
Vodka.
Vodka,
okay. When he sold the boat was right when the halibut bill first came in, and there was so much confusion in the whole thing that even Joe Panisi in Monterey went to license the San Giovanni for halibut, and the department told him there's no halibut permit. He went and fished for a year. And I saw him at a meeting with the research cable here in Monterey, and I said, Joe, you got a permit for halibut, don't you? He goes, there isn't any permit. And I said, yeah, there is. He'd been fishing a year with no permit. And he went back to the fishing game, and they said, oh, yeah, now there's a permit. There was all this confusion, and that's when Roy sold the boat, and there was confusion about what you had to do to qualify. But immediately when he sold the boat to Bob, he left Santa Barbara and went to live with his parents in Oregon, and they've been taking care of him up there. So he's got no intention of ever coming back into the fishing industry. And Bob, in the meantime, has put a lot of money into the boat, and it's true, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of halibut landings, but sometimes I'll go fish for sea cucumbers for 2 or 3 months. Then I'll fish for halibut, whatever's best. And that's kind of what happened. So I feel that under the qualification. Now, he doesn't have it. He has a letter that says that he has no intention of fishing and stuff, as you have, but he didn't have a letter from his doctor. But you're not going to see Roy anywhere near the water Because next time he falls over, he might not be so lucky as somebody's on
May
the
not
dock to
bob
pull
back
him
up.
So I feel that it's a good case for transferability myself, and I wish you would honor it, because Bob has put a lot of money into this business, and he's kind of screwed without it, and he's been over a year and a half now with no permit. He can't fish halibut, and we've had some good halibut fishing during that time, and he's been unable to participate in it.
Thank you so much. Okay, any more public speakers?
No, that was the last speaker.
Okay, we're going to close the public testimony on that. Commissioners, do I have any comments, thoughts, motions? Yeah. Richard?
I do, yeah. I think, as Dan YP, was saying, there's been a lot of confusion in this over the years, and I am satisfied that that the right thing to do here is to grant the transferability of the permit. I think that's the right thing to do. It may not be to the letter of the guy may not have been over 65. We may not have a letter from the doctor. But in saying that, I would want to make a very strong statement that this does not mean that this is anything but a very micro-isolated decision on my part. I think this has to do only with these very limited, specific instances, and this is something that I think needs to be rectified by us and by the department. So I would propose the second of our suggested motions.
Okay, are you making a motion?
Well, I'll wait for other discussion, but when you want me to make a motion, I will do so.
All right, I'll come back to you.
I'd just like to
Mr.
kind of
Kellogg.
echo what Richard just said, and it's not that often he and I agree on something, but
that's
and I appreciate what our legal counsel Rick had to say as well. But there's been so many mess ups over this permit over the years by everybody, and we may not know the gentleman that's selling the boat who's ill, but we know Mike McCorkle ever since. Before I come along, he's been coming for this commission, and he's certainly proven himself to me enough that I believe when he says this guy is disabled, that he's disabled. And that being said, I think that if the rest of the commission agrees, that I would, once Sankey reads the motion, I would second it for Richard.
All right, let's hang on. Let's let everybody speak. Commissioner Sutton?
Just to say I agree that this is the exception that makes the rule, and we probably ought to do it. If I were this individual's lawyer, I'd tell him he's entitled to rely on the error by the department, if nothing else. And so I don't see we have much of a choice here.
Okay.
So Sankey...
Well, hang on. I have a thought. I'm inclined to go along with my fellow commissioners with one potential thought on any motion, because I think, Richard, you eloquently, as usual, stated our deep concern about making exceptions on the transferability of permits that are not transferable, and the Pandora's box that can open up that we may not want to get into. So I would like for you to consider in any motion that you make that we would have a I'm going to call it a certified letter, or what's it called when you make a statement with an attorney and you send it to the court?
Notarized.
No, not notarized, but what's it called, Mike? Anyway, some kind of a formal statement from him that says, I'm retired from the business and I will not, what's that? Affidavit, thank you so much. And that's sufficient. I don't need to know what his illness is, but just, and so at least we have our hat to hang on with that he's not coming back into the business. And then the very limited exception that we're making this time. So I'd like for you to consider that in a motion. Okay, do we have a motion?
They have that letter, too.
Oh.
They have it.
That letter's different than an affidavit that's,
Our counsel is flailing his hands to speak, so.
Trying to make it a little more clear, I think Commissioner Kellogg announced a fairly decent basis for your decision where it becomes not an exception, but it follows the rule. The rule says if a person is disabled, all right? And the question before you is what standard of evidence do you need to be persuaded that Mr. Williamson was disabled? Now, I asked about a particular means of proving that. You took testimony, though, from Mr. McCorkle that, if you believed it, also showed that he was disabled. By accepting that testimony, if that's the case, you then held that Mr. Druish has proven the standard. It is not an exception.
By me.
All right?
I want to move on. Okay, good. Do I have a motion from our
Sankey, would you be so kind as to read the second motion?
Right. I think I modified it based on what I heard, so I'll...
So why don't you read your modified based on what you think you heard?
Here's a recommended motion that I will gladly take edits to. The Fish and Game Commission hereby approves Mr. Druich's request to have the halibut bottom trawl vessel permit on the fishing vessel Belle Marie transferred contingent upon proof of Mr. Williamson being disabled and considering this a special exception. I have to hear from the commissioners on...
It doesn't hurt to put it in there.
Well, if it doesn't muddy the water, I think Adriana's point and Rick's point is well taken. And it's if we have that proof, we've not defined proof, but if we have that proof, and I go along with Commissioner Kellogg that we have that proof, because I believe Mr. McCorkle as well, that's proof to me.
Okay.
All right. Well, then...
Let's modify it one more time and read it again.
All right.
Back to the original motion.
I think through the miracle of Word, I can fix my mess. No, I got it. Oh. I think I fixed it. The Fish and Game Commission hereby approves Mr. Druich's request to have the California halibut bottom trawl vessel permit on the fishing vessel Belle Marie transferred from Mr. Williamson to Mr. Druich.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Do I have any discussion from the commission on that? No.
Specify he used hook and line gear.
And Dan Paragary, I think, is anxious to add one thing.
Yeah, excuse me for dragging this out much, but when the discussion about the affidavit, when we go back all the way to September 07, there is at least a notarized letter from Mr. Williamson in your packet that says, I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. Congratulations on the exception you've been granted today.
President.
Well, I'll call it an exception.
President. Chair.
Oh, yes.
I'd just like to make a general remark that has no specific connection to the agenda item we just discussed, but as director, 7 months in, I'm certain in many ways the department can improve its processes and systems so that its constituents have an objective, understood, timely way to maneuver through regulation. So we're doing a lot of internal thinking about how to improve that.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
And may I belabor just one slight comment?
Jeez, I'm trying to move on.
I'm sorry. This is really important because...
It better be.
I hope to fulfill that. I do also want to send the message that this should not in any way encourage people to figure out how to cheat or work the system to get around rules.
I can't agree more.
So,
it's
and with the director's promise of improving our process, hopefully we'll never find ourselves in a situation where because of errors or misrepresentation we're having to make special
I know the motion didn't say it was an exception, but today's your good day. Yeah, and you have good friends that people trust here.
All right.
Okay, we're going to go out of order here.
Number 13.
And we're going to move to item 13.
Yes, hold on just a second. All right, I'll hold on. Agenda item 13, consideration of commission resolution regarding state water bottom lease number M-438-01, Drakes Bay Oyster Company, Drakes Bay, Estero, Marin County. And this is, I guess, is the commission ready for Mr. Bagley to make his presentation? Mr. Bagley, please.
Thank you, my friends. I carry this around to scare the young ladies away, but I don't need it right now. I know you're supposed to introduce yourself, so I shall. I am the formerly honorable. The implication is that I once were Bill Bagley, representing myself as the author of the 1965 grant. I've got to say this because I want to. I honor public service. I therefore, and this is not BS, my friends, I honor your public service. I'm 60 years before the bar. Graduated from Bolt Hall at Berkeley in 1952. And 30 some odd years of that, no pun intended, immersed in water law. So I know about public service, and just a little tiny introduction of myself so you understand that I know the process. In the legislature for 14 years, almost pro bono. The salary, the stipend was $500 a month. Appointed as the first chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Appointed to Public Utilities Commission, where I got immersed in water law. Appointed to the California Transportation Commission, and then 14 years on the UC Board of Regents. My only point is that I understand public service. And rather than going through all of this routine and then coming to a conclusion, let me please, for your sake and mine, come to the conclusion first. Incidentally, all of this is pro bono. Pete McCloskey and myself just couldn't resist trying to defend the continuance of this oyster farm in my home county, and I've known the people there going back to Johnson literally for 60 years, since I was 20 years old. The major point that I want to state as strongly and as convincingly as I can, we are not, and I am not, asking for a confrontation, excuse my voice, with the Park Service. I'm asking for a solution. When I first mentioned to Jim Molinari, who's the state director and has been for years, Senator Dianne Feinstein, that I was proposing to come before you, fine commission, and I thank all of you for listening to me, and I want to thank Adriana for her cordiality and help in putting all this together. The state director of Senator Feinstein's office said, Bill, if you can get the commission to do this, this will be huge, quote unquote. It will help us negotiate, it's the whole point, with the Department of Interior to get a continuation of the land use permit, which of course the Park Service has to give. And it is a negotiation almost literally between Senator Feinstein and Secretary of Interior Salazar. Is the whole concept of closing, if you will, of shucking the entire oyster farm and getting rid of it, permeates, I'm expressing myself as well as I can because it's true, permeates the whole blessed Park Service. So the negotiation gets down to Dianne Feinstein sitting down with Secretary Salazar. If she has a resolution from this good board saying you intend to continue exercising your jurisdiction to issue leases, she can hand that to the Secretary and say, look, my state wants to exercise its jurisdiction. Please let them. That means that the Park Service will be overridden and will receive from the Secretary orders to issue another land use permit, which has nothing to do with leasing. They disagree with that. For 10 or 15 years, as Dianne Feinstein has specified, that discretion exists because she put it into an appropriations law a couple of years ago. The whole point is to achieve a solution, and by your assertion, I can say it, you're asserting your jurisdiction, you help immeasurably. You solve the problem. Now, I do want to give you just a little bit of history, because some confusion, understandably.
That would be 1.5 minutes worth of history.
Well, I assume I've got about 8 minutes left, because that was my request. The history is worth your hearing, please, because there's some confusion. Other people rely upon the public trust doctrine, which I'm sure you're aware of, as a reason for this resolution. There's this controversy, generic controversy, as to whether public trust doctrine includes aquaculture. That's not my point at all. My point is to simply have you hear what I am going to give you as the background and the reason why this 1965 grant, it was my legislation, includes exact definition by contemporaneous exchange of letters of your right to continue this lease and to assert that you are going to, and that's the whole point, not just continue the lease, to assert that you intend to. I'm reading very quickly. 19, I'm sorry, I'd lose decades. 2011 draft environmental impact statement by the National Park Service. And they say, listen to this, we have determined that because the operations of the oyster operation are located on tied and submerged lands which were granted to us in fee, the National Park Service, as landowner, is the proper leasing authority. That offends me, and it should offend a few other people. The National Park Service is challenging you, your jurisdiction, which incidentally you've exercised for 50 years under the operation of the park. The park has had your lease before them since 1960 some odd, but now they want to say you no longer have the right to lease. Two or three other very quick ones. Here's an EIS statement in 1974 as a part of the Wilderness Act study. This is the only oyster farm in the seashore. Control of the lease from the California Department of Fish and Game with presumed right to renew indefinitely is within the rights of the state, reserved by the state on the submerged lands. Direct contrary statement 40 years earlier. So they recognize that right. And it is a right. 1906. Wilderness designation does not extinguish valid existing private rights. That's part of the management process. And then lastly, in May of 2007, I'm reading from a document sent to my present Assemblyman, Jared Huffman. In May 2007, the department concluded that since fishing was distinct from aquaculture, it was not the subject of a Tidelands grant reservation. My friends, folks, nobody should try to change history while the author is still alive. And I just want to go through with you, and I need to take the time to do it, why you continue to have that right regardless of the Park Service. I have distributed to you a contemporaneous exchange of letters between the Park Service, between the department and the Park Service. And very quickly, and you have them before you, I believe. October 1965. This legislation was AB 1024, passed in June of 65, became effective 3 months later. A letter to Charles Johnson, the then owner, upon reviewing the law transferring these lands it appears to me, this is the state, that all state laws and regulations pertaining to shellfish cultivation, la-di-da, continue within the rights of the state. The Attorney General at the time wrote an opinion, approved this next letter, and said what I'm just saying to you. The next letter is directed by the department to the superintendent of Point Reyes Seashore. And it says the same thing. It appears that all state laws and regulations continue under the Johnson Oyster Company. All current regulations, la-di-da, continue. We shall appreciate your interpretation of this legislation and suggest that if you have a difference, let us know. Last letter, very quickly. From the superintendent of parks of the Point Reyes Park, thank you for your letter of March 14. This is 66. This office is quite agreeable to the interpretation your department has placed on the legislation. My friends, it is pure, simple property law. That discussion, that exchange of letters between two parties identified the extent of the reservation. It's just as if I may, joking in part, that I purchased a ranch from Richard Rogers. That could be a very small ranch. And he wants to reserve the right to fish. But we don't identify that in the document. So I asked Richard, do you want to just fish for trout, or what about chub? What about, do you like bullheads? Do you want to pick up some fry or some, and take them to the hatchery, assume you had a permission? And he says, yes. So we exchange a letter. That identifies what Richard and I have agreed to, the extent of the right to fish. These letters do the same thing. It's just like an easement where you write back and forth defining the easement. That is the whole point in a nutshell. It is property law. It is sacrosanct law. And I believe counsel agrees with me. One more paragraph. I know I'm taking time, but I thought I had that time. Park Service is in a quandary. They can't negate the state law. So what do? They start challenging the very right to exist. You read, you heard. They say they have the right to lease, and you don't. They have now been challenged by their science. You have a letter from Dianne Feinstein saying, I frankly am stunned that after all the controversy about abuse of science that you continue to do this. At one point, they said the sound level was equivalent to a 75 horsepower jet ski when a 20 horsepower boat is used. Things like that. That's not my point, and it's not your problem. All we want to do is not create a fight, just have this resolution approved today, which directly states we want aquaculture, we want the oyster farm, and we are going to exercise our jurisdiction to have a right to continue to lease that allotment. One last point. This was 40 years ago. The current land use permit is expiring. And the contract at that time between Johnson, who sold the property, an acre or so that he owned to process the oysters, sold it to the National Park Service. And here's the language, one long sentence, and then I'll quit. Upon expiration of the reserve term, that's this year, November, a special use permit may be issued for the continued occupancy of the property herein described above for these purposes, provided, however, most important, that such permit, new permit, will run concurrently with and will terminate upon the expiration of a state water bottom lease allotment assigned to the vendor. So all you have to do is say, you're going to release, and that meets this condition, and the Department of Interior can approve a 10 or a 15-year extension, and we've solved the problem. Thank you for listening, my friends. I reserve 10 seconds in case I have to respond to somebody.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, my friends. Let me pick up my belongings. I'm not going to leave you. I love you.
We have other speakers on this issue, so we'll let you guys start lining up. Sonky, why don't you read on?
Yeah, we have Amy Traynor, followed by Neil Desai, Jeffrey Creek, thank you for the hint, and Donna Yamagata. Amy?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Amy Traynor. I'm the Executive Director of the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. And while I certainly don't have anywhere near the credentials as the Honorable Mr. Bagley, formerly Honorable, I grew up in Kansas hunting and fishing, and I get what the public right to fish means. I'm here on behalf of EAC to strongly urge you to reject the proposed resolution. It would create a legal conflict where no conflict currently exists. It's based on legally flawed reasoning. The public right to fish that was reserved in 1965 when California deeded all of its real property interests to the United States government included fish as defined by the Fish and Game Code as wild fish and mollusks. Several agencies, the Department of Fish and Game's own legal counsel, the California Coastal Commission's executive director and legal counsel, the State Lands Commission, and the Interior Solicitor's Office all agree that the public right to fish does not include the right to mariculture. That's a form of agriculture. It is not included in this public trust reservation. I don't have that much time to respond to all of the things, considering all the time that Mr. Bagley was given. The language in the 1960s letters was quite vague. The recent legal opinions, which have been conclusive on this matter of law for the past 4 to 5 years, state that those letters in the mid-1960s after the 1960 reservation spoke in generalities, and they have, this is a complex jurisdictional issue, and they have a better understanding now of what that jurisdiction means. And so the letters from the past 4 or 5 years from all these state agencies, including your own legal counsel and the Interior Office, are all conclusive that the public right to fish does not include mariculture. And let's take that logic, a step further. If it did, I could go buy a fishing license and then go harvest a bag of oysters. I don't think any of the oyster growers and cultivators in the state would like that, because they consider, and we consider, those cultivated oysters to be their private property. Those, when you buy a public license to fish, that's to get a public trust resource. It's not to get some of the private property. So given that very clear legal distinction that has been recognized by all these state agencies, and which is the basis of the resolution before you, we ask that you please just not go there, not get into this very highly controversial issue. And, we understand, and I acknowledge and honor that part of your job is to support mariculture. There's a right place for mariculture. We have lots of great mariculture operators in Tamales Bay right around the corner. We support their indefinite right to continue, but in the West Coast only designated marine wilderness area, where this is a highly contentious issue, where your own department is a cooperating agency with the National Park Service, we just please ask that you defer to the well-established legal opinion and reject this proposed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Neil with the National Parks Conservation Association. Sorry, I couldn't read your last name.
Okay.
Just make sure you identify yourself.
Sure. And before I start, Sonky, I did request additional time.
It's just 3 minutes.
Just 3 minutes.
Yep.
3 minutes?
So
okay.
use them wisely.
Just wait till everyone has the packets in front of them.
You're on.
Great. Neil Desai with the National Parks Conservation Association. I did submit a letter a few weeks ago. Some of the materials that I put forward to you is new and additional information. Amy talked about the heart of this issue, which is really a matter of law. What I'd like to talk about is some of the tangential issues that folks have brought up, supporters of the proposed resolution, as a reasoning to move forward with this. There's a high level of public interest in this issue. It's very controversial. We understand that the Fish and Game has a right to and a legal reason to promote mariculture. The question, though, is where is it occurring? This is happening within the Point Reyes National Seashore. More than 52,000 comments were submitted on the the land use issue here, and more than 90% support the continuation. One of the issues brought up by proponents of the resolution regarded the relationship between agriculture in the park and mariculture, and those are two separate issues. I'd just like to walk you through them. The yellow areas are wilderness, the brown are agricultural lands. Agriculture will continue in the park. This is not related to that, and I've provided the legal reasoning. I provided the millions of the documentation that shows the millions of dollars the National Park Service has provided to the ranchers, extending their lease permits, support letters from ranchers, from foundations who provide philanthropic support. One issue of concern is regarding compliance with state law, and the sister agency, the California Coastal Commission, has a long history of documenting Drake's Bay Oyster Company permit violations. And I'd like to just walk through some of this because it is of concern, and I think you folks would like to see the California Coastal Act adhered to, as well as your own personal laws here. I have put all the documentation within your packets, but these are some of the statements that the California Coastal Commission has said about the operation here. And the reason I say this is it's something for you to consider. I wouldn't be bringing this up if it wasn't brought up by proponents of the resolution. I think the law is pretty clear. Amy stated it. I probably don't need to repeat much of that, but you have a history dating September all the way down to 2007, 2006, 2004. This decision, contrary to the original speaker here, is not a negotiation between elected officials and the Secretary of Interior. It's based on law, policy, and science. I ask that you look at the legal counsel opinions from the state and support their position. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey Creek. And thanks for the tip again on pronunciation.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Creek, and I'm here today representing the Marin County Alliance for Local Sustainable Agriculture to speak in favor of the resolution before you and to urge you to assert the jurisdiction of this commission over shellfish aquaculture in the waters of Drake's Estero. Most of you remember that back in April, Congressman McCloskey addressed the commission and quoted National Park Service Director Conrad Worth, who in 1962, during hearings on the formation of the seashore, said, quote, "Existing commercial oyster beds and an oyster cannery plus 3 existing commercial fisheries should continue under national park status because of their public values," unquote. Mr. McCloskey reminded us that in 1965, Mr. Bagley authored the legislation transferring the waters of the state to the National Park Service, explicitly reserving aquaculture to the state. He also reminded that in 1976, the Point Reyes Wilderness Act was sponsored by Congressmen Tunney and Burton, and both testified to preserve the oyster farm within the proposed wilderness area. Congressman McCloskey also reminded us that ultimately it was non-conforming conditions within and surrounding Drake's Estero, including the oyster farm and the retained rights of the state, that led to a potential wilderness designation for Drake's Estero, not a wilderness designation. The final version of the House report on the Point Reyes Wilderness calls for removal of non-conforming uses from potential wilderness areas as early as possible and sets no specific timeline. Congressman McCloskey noted that non-conforming uses are common in the National Park Service wilderness areas, and he shared his belief that it was the intent of Congress in 1976 to preserve the oyster farm indefinitely, and I believe Mr. Bagley has shown that to be the case. The National Park Service concurred until 2004, when the Point Reyes National Seashore Superintendent protested before this commission at your renewal of the Drake's Estero shellfish aquaculture lease and declared his intent to remove both the oyster farm and the historic ranches from Point Reyes. I believe only Mr. Kellogg was present at that meeting as a commissioner. Finally, Mr. McCloskey reminded us that the commission has unique authority over shellfish aquaculture leases in state waters. And in his view, in this matter, the state is right and the National Park Service is simply wrong. The loss of the Drakes Bay Oyster Farm would cause major, long-term adverse impacts to the California shellfish industry. It represents 55% of the Department of Fish and Game's area leased for shellfish production and is the most productive waters of the state. In 2010, after an extensive planning and environmental review process, this commission, at the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Task Force, designated Drake's Estero a marine conservation area in which the only take allowed is recreational clam digging and shellfish cultivation pursuant to state leases. We urge you to reassert Fish and Game Commission authority in this matter by adopting the resolution before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Donna Yamagata.
We have three speakers.
Followed by Mary Kate Stover and Greg Helm.
Donna Yamagata, representing also the Alliance for Local Sustainable Agriculture. I want to thank the commissioners for their time, and I'm going to make it really short and sweet and just submit a letter from our supervisor, Steve Kinsey, and basically supporting this resolution. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the rest of the public, please note that speaker. That was a very, very good speaker.
Very effective.
Very effective speaker.
Mary Kate.
Hi there. I'm Mary Kate Stover, and I'm here representing the Otter Project today and our 3,000 plus members and our board of directors. I thank you guys for letting us come and comment on the Drake's Estero project and returning that to habitat use. The Otter Project exists to protect our watersheds and coastal oceans for the benefit of California sea otters and humans through science-based advocacy. As you probably know, early in the 1700s, there were lots and lots of otters all along the Pacific Rim from Japan to Baja California. And right now, the otters are a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act. Excuse me. In 2010, the range has been brought down to Half Moon Bay to Santa Barbara, California. And the range expansion, of course, is very important to the recovery of the species. The good news is the range is expanding. And right now we see otters all the way from San Diego up into Point Reyes. And that's a great thing. But ultimately what is probably going to happen is there's going to be human-otter conflict. Because otters really like to eat a lot of shellfish, and they can eat 25 to 35% of their body weight per day. So in interest of avoiding that inevitable conflict between otters and humans, we would like to see the Estero, Drake's Estero, forgive me, put back into habitat and return to wilderness status. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Helms, if you hadn't guessed, your request was denied, but you turned in a card, so go right ahead.
I appreciate it. Greg Helms for the Ocean Conservancy. We would actually encourage you not to approve this resolution. The language is pretty confusing. It does appear to conflict, at least potentially, with legal advice at several levels, and it adds complication rather than resolution to a very complicated matter that's really somebody else's problem. What we get involved, we support the wilderness designation as well, but what we know about and work on is protective conservation measures for marine resources, and in that regard, the MLPA treated this issue. I think a previous speaker read the exceptions, which include agriculture. It goes on, and this is something that was signed on to by the stakeholder group and the Blue Ribbon Task Force. It says, if at any time it becomes feasible to create an SMR, a state marine reserve, without the fishing or aquaculture uses, this proposal recommends doing so. So it anticipated a resolution of this issue and a desire to have it resolved such that an SMR would happen. So that would argue that you did not approve the resolution. I'd appreciate it if you do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 comments. And only 2.
Okay, you said 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Okay. I'm going to remember it because you've had
10
plenty.
10 seconds, so I'll sit down.
All right.
First of all, Ms. Chance, we are not talking about the public trust doctrine. We acknowledge, if we have to, that that does not include aquaculture. We are only talking about, this is commented too, the extent of the reservation that was made. The right to fish was reserved by the state. the parties, the two parties, identified the extent of the reservation by that exchange of letters. The last part of the letter that I didn't read to you, and this is my last comment, this is the Park Service writing back to the department. Copies of this exchange of correspondence are being provided to our regional office for their review. Should their conclusion be different, I will notify you promptly. The Department of Interior agreed, acknowledged the scope of the reservation, and I believe counsel, he can speak for himself, agrees that this is the law. It has nothing to do with the public trust doctrine. It simply is the law, and we simply ask that you follow it.
Thank you so
much.
much.
And I thank you again for listening to me.
Thank you.
And being so tolerant.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and public testimony, and look to commissioners for comment, and I think Commissioner Sutton has some thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony on this issue and at previous meetings. One of the several takeaway messages on this issue is that it is a hairball of a complex issue. Even a lawyer has trouble understanding this, much less those less qualified. And I wouldn't pretend to begin to understand all of the nuances of this issue. We're very grateful that the Honorable Mr. Bagley was here to help educate us today, although I have to pause and thank him for, I gather we have you to thank for the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act. And
that's all Barry Keene's fault.
I want to,
but I give you
I want to make sure you understand our appreciation for that important piece of legislation. I'm going to suggest, Mr. President, on the merits of this issue, that the Commission not adopt a resolution, but that we signal a couple of things as part of our meeting today. First of all, the first one being that our jurisdiction in this matter is clear. We have exercised it in the form of a lease granted to the oyster farming operation in Drake's Estero. There should be no doubt as to the state and this Commission's authority in the matter. We don't need a resolution to establish or confirm that. Secondly, we also want to go on record as recognizing that our statutory obligation to promote aquaculture, sustainable aquaculture in California, the aquaculture bill the legislature passed and was enacted in 2005, is one of the most progressive aquaculture laws in the nation. It's a model, as I've testified before Congress, it's a model for the federal government, which has been debating aquaculture legislation for some time. So we recognize that this is, oyster farming is a form of sustainable aquaculture. That was confirmed, has been confirmed by the Seafood Watch program at the aquarium right across the bay. In fact, farmed oysters are considered a super green choice. That is to say, good for the environment and good for you. So, bon appetit. I think we ought to, Mr. President, express our support for this kind of aquaculture, our continuing authority to issue this kind of state water bottom lease, and our support for the lease in Drake's Estero. And we ought to end by encouraging the National Park Service in the exercise of their jurisdiction on land to issue the conforming permits that allow this Drake's Bay Oyster Company to operate the onshore facilities that are associated with the oyster farm.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you. I agree substantially with Commissioner Sutton's commentary. I don't think we need a resolution. I think what we need here is a strong affirmation, a message sent from the Commission that it supports aquaculture. In particular, it supports the aquaculture in Drake's Bay, in the Estero. We stand behind the fact that this gentleman here was one of the signatories to the lease in 2004. I came on in 2005, so he beat me on that one. That lease goes until 2029. This commission, as I understand it, and I will stand corrected if someone wishes to do so, stands behind that lease. We believe that water bottom lease should continue until 2029. Part and parcel to that lease, however, is the National Park Service agreeing to lease the proprietor the land lease for the canning facility. If the National Park Service, in its infinite wisdom, decides not to do that for some reason, we can't force them to do that. There's nothing we can do about that. So they can shut them down if they wish to do that. We, as a commission, and certainly I believe as state agencies, would wish they did not do that. But it is perfectly within their legal right to do so. There is nothing we can do about that. With respect to the Otter Project commentary, as much as I respect the Otter Project and very much stand behind all of your activities, the idea that an oyster farm would pose a threat to otters is, to me, preposterous. That would mean that you would have to take out all of the aquaculture facilities that are in the bottomlands throughout the entire state of California because they might propose a danger. I mean, be careful what you ask for. The silliness of that becomes overwhelming to me. And so in any event, I'm sorry, I mean no disrespect to you, but that really needed to be said by me. That hit me all wrong. Okay,
Thank you.
As far as I'm concerned, we should affirm the state's right to write that lease. We control those water bottoms, not the National Park Service. And there's no lawyer in this room who would tell me different unless, in fact, they work for the National Park Service.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Kellogg.
And that's exactly why we referred the beginning commentary to our younger attorney on this commission. I want to thank everybody for coming here and giving their testimony and their opinion of what authority we do and don't have. But I especially want to thank you, Bill. Every day I tell people I wish the world could be back in the days that it was when you and John Burton and Pete McCloskey did this deal, because it was all done on a handshake in those days. We didn't need the young lawyers then. But it is what it is, and this is the conclusion that we've come up to for this commission to make today.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Director Bonham, you got any thoughts on this before I seek some final direction or lack of?
Well, I think as director of the Department of Fish and Game, who's also an attorney, the idea of talking about legislative history, intent, consideration, historical record, get my juices flowing in a positive way. So it's a pleasure, Mr. Bagley, to meet you, through your presentation. I also want to thank Senator Feinstein and Senator Mark Leno for them taking the time and contributing letters to the record. There's no question their passionate views on many different sides here. And I would just tell you two things. One, the Department of Fish and Game is an affirmative supporter of aquaculture. That's evidenced in several ways. We have an aquaculture coordinator position. We have staff who are dedicated to aquaculture. And we work well with the Aquacultural Development Committee and industry. The other thing I'd tell you is since I've been director 7 months, I've written one letter on this topic. I wrote it on December 20th to the Park Service, commenting on the park's draft environmental document, and we had 3 things to say. The first thing we said was that we encourage the park to acknowledge the potential benefits of aquaculture to the environment. The second thing we had to say was, given the intense scrutiny about the debate of the future of the operation, the service should pay particular attention to its use of data and ensure that it's accurately characterizing data when it comes to eelgrass and harbor seal colonies. The third thing we had to say was on the legal question of right to fish, and there I attached a 2007 letter from one of my predecessors and a 2008 letter from one of my predecessors, and I am in agreement with their legal view, which is the right to fish is entirely distinct from the private activities related to aquaculture, and the two shouldn't be conflated for purposes of the debate. I clearly did not include in my 2011 letter any comment by the department about whether wilderness status should or shouldn't exist, or about what the Park Service should or shouldn't do. At this moment in time, that's for the Park Service to decide.
Thank you, Chuck.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just one more comment while we're on the subject of ocean conservation. I hope you all will join me in congratulating the City of Los Angeles, which today became the largest city in the nation to adopt a ban on single-use plastic bags, which often get into the ocean and are eaten by marine wildlife and so forth.
Good Lord. Thank you. Okay. As a final thought here, formerly Honorable Member Bagley, thank you so much for coming, and it's tremendous to see some former legislators still passionate and caring about various matters. So thank you so much for coming.
Really thank you guys.
Well,
I really thank you.
you're very welcome. Unfortunately, we're not going to. It doesn't seem like we're going to do what you'd like to have done today.
Well,
and
you're getting close.
And you.
One of the problems.
Hang on here.
Legal opinions. They didn't have this series of letters, which I dug out from the Bancroft Library. They didn't have these letters.
These letters were typewritten, by the way. They're fascinating. A typewriter.
And they define the extent of the reservation.
Yes, they do. Or in your opinion, they do. Okay. I think it's pretty clear from my fellow commissioners that our agenda item is the consideration of adoption of a resolution, and that's probably not going to happen. Matter of fact, I'm sure it's not going to happen. But I also want to echo my fellow commissioners' strong opinions and strong statements in the support of aquaculture. These are two different matters, and we don't really have a horse in this race. People want to put us in the race, but we've entered the race by granting leases to these people who we think are doing a good job. We've supported other aquaculture projects throughout the state and will continue to do so. And I think that statement has been loudly and roundly supported by everybody up here. As a final comment, I will remind my fellow commissioners that this is a perfect example, a matter of fact, maybe the best example we've ever had of my continued insistence that we don't do leases any longer than 5 years, because these extremely long leases written 30 years ago and 40 years ago are oftentimes dated and don't cover current issues and current matters. So, and I've had support from everybody here, and I appreciate that, because I think this is a perfect example of it. Let's us revisit issues, take another look at it, see what we need to sharpen our pencil on, clean up, etc. So, I'm assuming, that's the end of the pontificating, I'm assuming there will not be a motion to adopt this resolution.
Will there be a
Okay.
statement by the commission, though?
I think we've all made statements. Let's move on to back to our agenda.
That brings us to agenda item number 8, receipt and
thank you.
possible action on commission business. Item sub A, the subcommittee reports and recommendations, and I believe we have a report from our Marine Advisor, Craig Schumann, on the MRC.
President Richards, members of the Commission, and Craig Schumann, Marine Advisor. In a recognition of the time, I will be brief and just highlight a few items. The MRC met on April 17th in Monterey. A full summary of that meeting is in your briefing binders, and it's also posted on the Commission's website for members of the public. A couple of items to highlight for you. We already talked about squid today. In terms of the forage policy, the MRC received an update on the efforts of industry, environmental groups in the department on their progress to develop the forage policy. The MRC's recommendation is to request stakeholders to continue to work together with the department and commission staff to further define the details of the policy, coordinate with activities of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and begin to develop the text of the policy for discussion at the MRC's August meeting. At that point, we would flesh out the text and potentially come back to the commission with a recommendation on text of that policy. The MRC received an update on the department's efforts to move towards area management and long-term management under the Abalone Recovery and Management Plan. The recommendation from the MRC on that item was to support the department's proposed approach to phase implementation to long-term management under the ARMP, initiating with a split of the fishery into 2 zones, Mendocino County North and Sonoma County South. The RAC meeting is coming up to discuss that and also to support public meetings in the region to discuss that with stakeholders. The MRC also recommended that the department work with stakeholders to help fill data gaps in both the North Coast and other regions of the state. Other items previously before the MRC, this is related to mandatory report card returns that we've talked about a few times in the past. Given that the ALDS system is going to be going online in the next couple of months, we've been working with some members of the Al-Tauscher Committee. They have a very successful demonstration from members of the License and Revenue Branch. It was very well received. Although there are some concerns that there will be some kinks that need to be worked out on those online returns. So the thought is to hold off for a year or two on implementing bringing out the stick to encourage report card returns and rather work with stakeholders to encourage higher return rates through voluntary measures. We will also continue to work with the department to pursue a requirement for a fishing license in order to purchase a report card and develop a fee for sturgeon. And then finally, there were several updates, but just one I wanted to highlight is the update on the lobster FMP process. There have been 2 public meetings, one in Oxnard and Carlsbad. There have been a solicitation from members of the advisory committee. Over 50 applications were received, and those are currently under consideration, and their next meeting will be coming up quite shortly. And if there's any interest on that, I know I can help you get engaged with that, or I'm sure the department will as well. That's it. Thank you.
Hang on. Anybody have any comments? Or okay. Thank you.
Next item is update on the Al-Tauscher Committee.
I'll do that. The Tauscher Committee met on Monday, May 21 at 1 p.m. Via teleconference, both in the Sacramento offices of the Commission and the regional offices in Ontario. We had 13 members present and 4 guests. And our agenda was solely to consider recommendations to this commission on 3 pieces of legislation. SB 1249 was a piece of legislation by Wolk that talked about expenditures that was a moving target and a bill that was being amended. So we opted to not make any recommendation to the Commission on that until it was in its final form. SB 252, Vargas, was a collective bargaining state employees legislation which is familiar to all of us, which is the wardens being able to settle into their own bargaining unit and extricate themselves from their current unit. That there was a motion made and carried unanimously by the Tauscher Committee to recommend to the full Commission a letter of support be sent supporting SB 252. SB 1221, Lou, the mammals, use of dogs to pursue bears and bobcats, unbeknownst to us, made it to the Senate floor the day we were meeting. We did discuss it fully. There were 4 speakers who attended who were in support of the bill. The 13 members of the Tauscher Committee voted unanimously to oppose it, and recommend same to the commission, but at this point I don't think that's appropriate, given that it's already passed the Senate. So with that, what's that? With that, I would recommend to the commission that we accept the Tauscher Committee's request for support of SB 252 Vargas, the collective bargaining state employees, so that we send a letter in support of that.
That's actually 9.
I'm sorry?
That's under DFG at 9.
Yeah, but he's reporting
well,
on the Tauscher
I'm
Committee.
reporting on Tauscher that. Well, that's where we usually do it.
He's asking for adoption of the Tauscher Committee report, which includes support of SB 252, and I would move that.
Okay. Okay, I'll second that. Is there any discussion on it? Any opposition? All those in favor, please say aye.
Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it says SB 1358. Is that different?
Yeah, my understanding,
252, isn't it?
President, is that is the successor to the
It's a
bill
Vargas bill,
we've already
252.
supported. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, remember, it wasn't in its final form, and so finally it's in its final form, so that's why we brought it back now to actually ask for the official letter.
Yeah, we absolutely support this.
Right.
Sure.
As a point of order, typically we take public comment before we pass a resolution. On item 8, we typically hear everything, then take public comment, and then you take any possible actions on agenda item 8.
That's fine with me.
So otherwise, you'll be taking public comment after.
And typically, we go through that whole, every item on that agenda before we take public comment.
Correct.
So, okay.
Sorry about that. I should have made that clear. We will be taking public
We don't have a
testimony on
budget
all
committee
items
report,
under
so
8 at the end before the commission takes any action. So which
Okay.
moves us to 8B, update discussion and possible direction regarding appeal hearings. I placed this on your agenda to bring something to your attention. In your binder are 2 attachments. When the public appeals decisions by the department or otherwise by procedure adopted under Section 746 of Title 14, we generally refer those to OAH, or Office of Administrative Hearings. Unfortunately, due to their workload now, it's taking 6 to 9 months before an appeal even gets scheduled in front of OAH. So justice is getting somewhat delayed, and if I understand the governor's budget, that could get substantially worse. In addition, these things aren't for free. They're running you about $2,000 a pop to send something to OAH for review, and we're currently running a tab of about $25,000 a year in appeal hearings. So in the third piece, to make this story make sense, we do get a fair number of appeals where all parties can agree to a settlement, so to speak. And the point of this discussion is that it's your staff's recommendation that in order to save money and speed up appeal of relatively minor cases where there's largely no contest, that you direct staff to develop an initial statement of reasons to propose modifying Section 746 to recover costs and to streamline and reduce costs of appeals that are not contested. So we would place only non-contested appeals before you under a consent agenda item, and not only would that service appeals in a more timely fashion, but it also might provide an incentive to appealing parties to settle disputes rather than force through what's now become a very expensive and long appeal process. So that's what that item is about for your consideration. If there's no questions, we can move on to 8C. Hearing none, 8C are items under consideration that need to be rescheduled. We have update on kelp regulations that I understand will come to us sometime in the near future. And then the second item was a request for an update on the feasibility of adding upland game bird surveys to our automated licensed data system. And I understand Dan Paragary with the department has something some information to provide.
Well, just a quick reminder on the second, but on the first, you will see something in your June agenda on the kelp reg stuff. On the second, on the upland game survey stuff using ALDS, our wildlife management folks are looking at our current survey needs. They will be working with our license and revenues branch over the summer and hopefully by the end of summer, we'll have a plan at least in place on how to make that go forward.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions for Dan? All right, that moves us to item D. I don't think there's any business there other than our marine advisor did mention that the department started the lobster FMP process, and I was asked to pass on an invitation if any of you would like to be interviewed in terms of views or issues that you want to see addressed in the FMP. The consultants are more than willing to interview any of you, so if you have an interest, please let me know and I'll pass your contact information on to the consultants. No questions. I'll move to 8E, announcement of future meetings. I have two issues to bring to your attention. One is it looks like we're going to be starting the June 6th meeting in Eureka at 1 p.m. to facilitate getting necessary commissioners to the meeting. We had originally talked about starting in the morning, but it looks like a 1 p.m. start would make it more feasible. And because we're about to put out the agenda for that meeting, I just wanted to bring your attention and make sure it wasn't a problem for anyone before we put that agenda out. And that's, again, the meeting where you will be considering adopting the North Coast MPAs and certifying the environmental document associated with that. Seeing no objections, we will so schedule the agenda.
What about the Mammoth agenda? Are we going to have a 2-day, or I know we've had some discussions about 1 day?
All right, we can add that to our list. Yeah, you are scheduled for a 2-day meeting in Mammoth on June 20th and 21st. I think our timeline for securing the contract and being able to make adjustments is fast approaching. So if you have any recommended changes, now's the time to bring that to our attention.
Yeah.
Well,
if we can do it in 1 day, we should do it in 1 day. I mean, that's how I feel about it. I don't know. I assume everybody's in the same boat.
Could I ask, are we going to have a quorum for that meeting? I know that both Richard and Jack are not able to be present.
I will be there. You going to be there?
I will not.
I will.
All right.
You're good, Mike? Okay, so we'll have 3.
I am pulling up our regulatory timetable for adoption of regulations, et cetera, for the June meeting. So I'm just going to review quickly what's going to be on your plate.
Okay.
We have the potential adoption of restricted species inspections, the lovely section 671.1 and .8, not a lightweight item. You heard some testimony under public forum today. You will have a requested notice on restricted species fees, although I guess that's being moved to the departments since the Commission has no authority on those fees. We have discussion of waterfowl. We have regulations. We have discussion of upland game. And then we have 9 requests to go to notice on things ranging from falconry, herring, terminal markets, big game tag, not the tags, but some regulations associated, lead.
That sounds like 2 days to me.
It seems like a lot, including abalone, ALDS, and your sport fishery.
That sounds like 2 days. That's too much. I can see that already.
That's why we originally allowed 2 days.
Okay, let's just leave that alone. And then once we get to August and October, same thing. Let's take a look at those because I think, as we've all said, if we can, we prefer not to have a second day meeting that lasts 3 hours that could have been put into the first day.
Correct, and we have looked for those opportunities, and when we thought we had it, we have so scheduled.
Good, thank you.
The last item I need to bring to your attention is, at your request, I've been working with the Oregon Fish and Game Commission to try and find a date in place for a joint meeting. I'm here to announce that they have set their 2013 meeting schedule, and they have offered to meet with us on March 14th, 2013 in Medford, Oregon. That's as close as they'll come to California. Apparently they're scared of us. So if you still are interested in a joint meeting, that's a Thursday. The idea is that we would meet them in Medford for a joint meeting to talk about mutual business. And then on Friday, we would independently meet them in Oregon. We would come back to California to do our state business. What date? March 14th, 2013.
What is the closest trout stream to Medford, Oregon?
I would just think, what season is open right then?
The Rogue
River?
Lots of big trout.
Good season, March?
Absolutely. Well, I don't know.
Aptly named for this crew.
Winter steelhead, certainly.
Yeah, good. You fly into Medford. Yeah, it's a big airport.
All right.
Moving right along.
So unless I hear otherwise, we will continue to...
So, Mr. President, just
yes, sir.
Something we might want to consider, since we've done this in the past. When we meet with another commission in a bordering state, we might want to think about a field trip the day before to the Klamath Basin, because it's one of the major issues that Oregon and California share. The restoration of the Klamath River. You guys have heard me talk about this before. The largest river restoration project in United States history. 4 dams are coming off the river.
I think it's an excellent idea.
And we might want to take a look.
Absolutely.
Fly rods in hand or not. It's a really interesting
How else can
area.
you take a good look at it?
And we could see in a single day, we could see the dams, the irrigation projects, the wildlife refuge, and the ranch restoration projects in the upper basin. Talk to all the stakeholders, tribes, farmers, fishermen, and so forth.
How many?
Would be really interesting for those of you who haven't had the chance to visit the Klamath before.
All right. We have 5 speaker cards. I'm in full agreement. We have 5 speaker cards on this item.
First speaker is Paul Weekland, followed by Peter Flournoy and Joe Exline. Come on up. I assume 3 minutes still?
No, 2. I'm cutting them down to 2
All
the
right,
rest
we're
of the way.
going down to 2. Warning, 2.
Commissioners, Paul Weekland. I was at the MRC meeting. More redundant, repetitive, pony and dog show. But one really revealing thing was it was explained how the counties of San Francisco, San Mateo, and Santa Cruz were closed to abalone harvesting. And all of the dive representatives that were there, Milo Markovich and Bill Bernard and Jim Hunch, all agreed that those areas should be opened right away. And there's no reason to have those closed. Abalone harvesting has never been impeded in that area by anything except for poaching. You created a poacher's paradise. Fish and Game, the wardens estimate that over 200,000 abalones were poached south of San Francisco last year, a lot of it being done in this area. Why don't we reopen these areas? The failed management policies that you have enacted, you had a huge die-off in Sonoma County, but you reopened it back up. There has never been a die-off in San Francisco County, San Mateo County, or Santa Cruz counties, ever. Yet, you don't want to look at it, you don't want to talk about it. Oh, that's right. You'd have to take on the liability questions of introducing from aquaculture and the abalone farms, the withering foot syndrome, the disease that decimated the populations in Southern California. And you don't want to explain fully the rationale of why these abalones died off in these areas more than others, because you'd have to look at aquaculture, again, as being the root of all evil. And the other thing is that your aquaculture buddies don't want any competition at all on their marketing. And then they talked about the limited, small view of opening such a small area. Think small, keep it all. No. So again, the Marine Resource Advisor, Craig Schumann, neglected to mention the discussion on this issue.
Thank you, Paul. And I understand, Pete Flournoy, you don't want to speak to this item, so we'll pass, which means Joe Exline, and then followed by Kathy Fosmark.
Very quickly, Joe Exline, Al Tauscher Committee member. I participated in the ALDS system overlook with the department. I was very appreciative of the ability to do that, and I hope that we do that more in the future because it was very informative for me and Bill that participated, and I'm sure for your department also. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Fosmark, followed by final speaker Chris Voss.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Fosmark, members of the Commission and
President Richards. The reason I'm here is to speak on an item that will be coming up later under the legislative reports. However, it was part of your Marine Reserve Committee discussion, and I'd like to submit these and then come back and speak on the item when it's on your agenda.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers. Now is the appropriate time if the Commission wants to take any action. For example, approving the outcome of the ALTouch or the MRC. Now would be the time.
Forgot me. Did we forget somebody?
Oh, I was so eager.
I'll
Sorry.
make it really brief.
No, it's all right. Sorry, Chris.
Commissioners, my name is Chris Foss, and I'm speaking this afternoon as a commercial fisherman from Santa Barbara. I just want to raise a concern about Commissioner Sutton's remarks at a recent MRC meeting as to the Commission's desire to revamp their limited access policy. And as a community, we're concerned that that not be done in any kind of closed way. We want to make sure that our participation is formalized. So is there any discussion on your part as to how that's going to take place and where the commercial fishing community can contribute?
Okay, thank you.
This is my chance to talk about Commissioner Sutton's intents when he's not in the room, which I really enjoy doing.
Perfect.
We will do that in public at the MRC, and you'll be involved.
Okay, thank you.
That is now the last speaker. And Chris, you're not invisible, sorry. So, Mr. President, it's your pleasure on whether you want to make any motions or take any action on item 8, or we'll move on to 9.
Well, is this the appropriate venue for SB 252 Vargas on the collective bargaining?
No, well.
For the support letter?
This is the appropriate venue. Hold on. This is the appropriate time to ratify or support the reports out from the 2 subcommittees. Specifically, Commission support for that bill would be more appropriate under 9.
Okay. Then I would move for acceptance of the reports from both Marine Resources and ALTouch.
So move. Oh, you move. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Carries 5-0.
Thank you very
Item
much.
9.
Item 9 is receipt of and possible action on legislative reports. And I think the department's director has a presentation on legislative issues.
Yes, it's going to 1358.
Yeah.
Is that
So, by way of report,
1358 now?
you know the legislature is currently in session. They're hearing bills that are in the, quote, House of Origin.
Where is it?
I think this week is suspense week, which means that by Friday, they've got a deadline to move fiscal bills off of the appropriation suspense file and get them reported to the floor. I think an operative date for you to keep in mind is June 1, which is the last day for bills to pass the House of Origin. And then you've got a list in your agenda of 8 bills, which I think tracks my quick report, but here is a quick report that should not be taken as a statement of position by the department on any particular bill. You may want to keep track of Assembly Bill 880. This requires the department, in fact, forces the department to open the top portion of what's called the Mirage Trail in one of our ecological reserves. The reserve is incredibly important for bighorn sheep. It's passed out of Assembly. It's waiting for a hearing date on the Senate side. AB 1784 authorizes the department to permit research on live mountain lions. That has passed out of the Assembly. It's waiting for a hearing date on the Senate side. AB 1786 is about sport fishing licenses and would create a year-to-year fishing license, or excuse me, year-to-date fishing license. So from the moment you get it, 12 calendar months rather within the calendar year. That's awaiting a vote in the Assembly. AB 1961, which is a coho salmon bill that seeks to create an expedited permitting process for restoration projects that benefit salmon. That's being held on suspense in Assembly Appropriations. AB 2504, which repeals a ban that currently exists on the commercial crayfishing in Lake Tahoe. While that bill potentially could pass legislatively, it would invoke all kinds of Fish and Game Commission rulemaking and CEQA analysis, kind of as a collateral item. It's held on suspense right now in appropriations on the Assembly side. Then I think generally speaking, AB 2402 and similar vision process related bills are all being held on suspense in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. We have SB 1107, which is a voluntary donations bill that the department's been in long discussion with COA about. It's been amended, I think, to allow qualifying nonprofits to post their information on our ADLS system. That's awaiting assignment in the Assembly. Two more. Actually, one more. Strike that. The last was SB 1221, and you've heard about that, and I think you're going to discuss it on your own items here in a minute. So that's our report.
Thank you, Mr. Bonham. Commissioners, that brings us to item 9B. Again, just for the public's understanding, we'll be taking public testimony at the end of presentations of item 9. We're at 9B, which is possible consideration of commission positions on proposed legislation. You have a large volume of information in your binders on various bills. Mr. President, it's your meeting.
All right. Do we have anything? Let's start with MRC. Is there anything on here that you excuse me, that you guys are recommending that the commission send a support letter on?
Mr. President, there are two bills that are in our on our agenda. One is AB 1776, which is Mr. Fong's bill to designate the leatherback sea turtle as the state marine reptile, and the other is, as the director mentioned, AB 1961, a coho salmon restoration bill by Assemblymember Huffman, and the MRC recommends both of these bills for the Commission's consideration and support.
Okay. Do you have any discussion on that? Do I have a motion?
So moved. That the Commission support.
Send a support letter.
Affirmative. And as I understand it, Mr. President, just for clarity, our practice in these cases is that the Commission's executive director sends a letter to the bill's author on behalf of all of us with copies to the governor and the appropriate committee chair. I believe that's been our longstanding practice.
All right. A point of order, Mr. President. Again, before you make motions on any items on 9,
hear from.
We should probably take public testimony before you make any final decisions. So, and at this point, since there's some discussion going on, I want to clarify item 7, SB 1358. Its name has been changed, the bill number. It is now known as SB 252. So the Commission may consider taking action on that, but as SB 252, not SB 1358, just so everyone understands what they're seeing on the agenda. So we currently have a report out that the MRC supports 1776 and 1961. President, anything from the Al-Taucher?
On Tauscher, we have 4 bills that... I'm sorry, thank you. On Tauscher, we have 4 bills that have been reviewed, discussed, and passed and recommended for letters from the Commission. From the Commission to the authors. And those are SB 1221, which is the use of dogs in pursuit of bears in opposition to that. SB 1107, SB 1166, and SB 252, which it shows on our document as 1367. Oh, wait a minute, that's not right. 1358, and it's actually 252.
No, that's actually Vargas.
It says Walters, it's Vargas now.
Yes.
And it's 252. Instead of 1358, it's 252.
Correct.
So-
The Tauscher was opposed to 1 and in support of 3?
Correct. We're recommending sending the letters on those. Sure.
All right. With no other comments, there are a large number of speakers, Mr. President. How much time?
How many is a large?
I want to say 20.
A minute.
A minute. Okay. First speaker, moaning aside, Peter Flournoy, followed by Joe Exline, followed by Bill Murray.
I'm going to pass.
You're going to pass, Joe? Thank you.
Can you pass it to me, Joe?
You guys are amazing. Okay, I'd like to talk against the Fong bill, and that's because leatherback turtles are not native to California, nor do they reside in California. Green turtles do reside in California. You have before you from Kathy Fosmark a paper that the National Marine Fisheries Service did that explains all this, that I hope you take a look at. You may say this is only a resolution, so what's the harm? What's the big deal? Well, here's what the big deal is. When a resolution like this gets passed, then it goes to the Ocean Protection Council, and they take that as California people have spoken. California people have not spoken on this at all. It's not necessary. You all have outlawed any kind of longlining, even experimental, off the coast of California. The Hawaiian longliners who do interact with sea turtles have contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to restore nesting grounds, which is actually necessary. This bill is not.
Thank you very much.
All right, Bill Murphy, followed by Jennifer Fearing. Now's the time, sir.
Bring her up
Step
there.
right on up, and after Jennifer Fearing is Rick Van Zee.
Thank you. My name is Bill Murphy. I'm the president of the California Hawking Club. And I just wanted to take a moment to talk about SB 1221. And what concerns us is that regardless of how you feel about hunting, this brings up a question. Should game laws be determined by biological principle or value judgment? If value judgment determines that hounds should be illegal for bears, what's to prevent pointers from being made illegal to hunt for pheasants or worms to be used for catching fish? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Fearing. Followed by Rick Van Zee and Monica Engelbretson. Ron, Jennifer.
Thank you. Commissioners, on behalf of the more than 1.2 million California supporters of the Humane Society of the United States, I'm Jennifer Fearing, and I'm here to urge your support of SB 1221. We believe that this addresses a much-needed and long overdue recreational practice that puts bears, bobcats, hounds, and non-target species like deer, livestock, and even endangered and protected animals in jeopardy. Running of dogs adds unnecessary stress and sometimes injury and deaths for sensitive species, which are the focus of conservation efforts. According to this map we've made here, 32 states allow the hunting of bears, and of those, 14 have chosen to prohibit the use of hounds. 9 of those also prohibit bear baiting. Montana prohibited hounding of bears in 1921, writing in their most recent bear report that this regulation helps make bear hunting much more of a fair chase sport in Montana. You may ask why we elected to bring this to the legislature rather than the commission. Prohibiting hounding of bears must be enacted by the legislature since the Fish and Game Code 4756 is proposed for repeal in Senate Bill 1221. The Fish and Game Commission simply doesn't have the authority to make that repeal and therefore doesn't have the authority to fully prohibit hounding of bears. I had 3 minutes prepared. It's challenging.
No, thank you.
But I'm done.
All right. Thank you so much.
Rick Van Zee.
I'm Rick Van Zee, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Bear League, and I'm speaking on behalf of their 1,500-plus members, of our 1,500-plus members. We want to go on record that the Bear League is not opposed to ethical practices of fair chase, and we are, however, strongly opposed to the use of hound hunting for bears and bobcats. What may have worked in the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries no longer is appropriate given the increased awareness of and sensitivity to humane treatment of animals. Banning of this practice is considered an inherent part of the fair chase principles. As you may know, bears are notoriously poor long-distance runners and often tire easily and are overtaken by the pack of hounds. Once exhausted or cornered, bobcats and bears face the marauding dogs or seek refuge in a tree, where they are typically shot at point-blank range. This practice is no more than simply trophy killing. The Senate passed the bill, Senate Bill 1221 on the 21st, and we hope that the Assembly will do the same soon. Certainly Governor Brown would sign the bill, which would then make it law in California. The Fish and Game Commission now has the opportunity to be forward-thinking.
All right, thank you. We've got to
and vote to restrict the hunting practice. Should the Commission fail to do this and the bill fails to become law, I assure you that there will be an extensive, mobilized, and well-funded effort.
Thank you very much. We've got to move
proposition
on
the ballot to not only ban the unethical practice
Can
of
we
hounding,
move on?
but also ban bear hunting altogether.
Thank
I think
you.
you know the numbers are with us.
Thank you. Monica Engelbretson? Engelbretson? Sorry. One of these days I'll get that one right.
Thank you. On behalf of Born for USA and our 7,000 California members, as well as on behalf of Project Coyote, we urge your support of this bill. I also had come prepared to read a statement from Dr. Rick Hopkins, but I won't have time to read that. However, I'll just paraphrase his arguments. Ask, is there a management need to hunt bears and bobcats? And does the use of roaming dogs result in adverse impacts to targeted and non-targeted animals such as bear cubs, bobcat kittens, and other wildlife, particularly protected or sensitive wildlife species? The answer to the first question is no, there is not a management need to hunt bears and bobcats. And the answer to the second question is yes, hunting with dogs does produce adverse impacts for non-target species as well as protected species, and I will hand out that letter for you. And of course, the reason that this issue has had to come to the legislature, although the public is largely against this, is because there is the perception that the Commission is stubbornly against the public sentiment on this issue, and I hope that you'll change their perception by supporting this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Brazel with American Tortoise Rescue, Mandy Hart, and then Gary Berkey.
My name is Karen Benzel, and I live in Carmel, California. I'm asking that you support SB 121 because it's controversial and because it's extremely cruel. The grizzly bear is our state animal, and the last one was shot in 1922, so that sort of puts the only bear here as the black bear. It's an important symbol in California. I graduated from UC Berkeley, and that's Oski is our bear, our mascot, and the Bruins, UCLA, have a bear, and it's just, I think the public image of hunting bears with dogs is just bad, and to support it is just not going to be worthwhile in the long run. As this other gentleman said, I think there probably would be a proposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mandy Hart, followed by Gary Berkey, followed by Kathy Fosmark.
Good afternoon, President and Commissioners. My name is Mandy Hart, and I am the Assistant Manager of the Santa Cruz SPCA. We are a private nonprofit animal rescue organization, and we are strongly in support of the passing of Senate Bill 1221. As many of the speakers before me have stated, the obvious reasons for why we are against this bill, because we feel like it is an inhumane treatment for both the animals hunted as well as the animals that are used for hunting. I'm here to give a little bit of a personal spin and a shelter perspective to the inhumane treatment that can arise with this sport, particularly pertaining to dogs that have been used. We currently have a Tennessee tree hound at our shelter that's been a victim of hunting and the bad things that can come out of it, particularly hounding. This dog was one of 6 that was seized from a known hunter in California. He was the only one that did survive. The other 5 were euthanized due to severe physical issues as well as temperament issues. So we are working really hard to get him. He's the Anyway, this dog has gone through a lot, $2,000 worth of surgery, a lot of rehabilitation, and we're still working on finding him a good home. We hope that you join us in our support for Senate Bill 1221. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Harry Berkey, followed by Kathy Fosmark, followed by Mike Sage.
Commissioners, my name is Gary Burke. I'm here to ask you not to support the Fong Turtle Bill. Sankey was earlier talking about circumventing things. This is all this bill's about. It's not a native turtle here. It's 7,000 miles away from Malaysia. Only 16% come here. They don't just come to California. They go to Oregon. They go to Washington. They are only here for 3 months, 4 at the max. The federal government realizes the swordfish industry is underutilized. They're trying to expand it. The turtle people are trying to stop it. They're not getting much love, so they went to Fong, said, hey, we're going to give you some money if you make this the state marine reptile. By doing that, they're going to probably be able to implement some more restrictions, maybe further down outlaw some of the sword fishery. It's going to cost jobs. It's going to cost the California government for paperwork and posters and all that. It's useless. It's not going to help anybody, and it's not going to help the turtles at all. So please don't support this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Fosmark.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Fosmark, President Richards and members of the Commission. I'm here to represent the Fishermen's Association of Moss Landing. I also co-chair the Alliance of Communities for Sustainable Fisheries, which is a group from Port St. Louis to Half Moon Bay. And we have many commercial fishermen that engage in the swordfish fishery. We have been working very hard on various ways to avoid any interaction with sea turtles. And we do have a concern about the Fong bill because we're concerned that it may become the poster child of California in a way that will interfere. This is a very hot potato for the industry. National Marine, I submitted a report from an analysis from National Marine Fisheries Service on this issue. There are only 16% of that particular population that come into the waters here. They are only coming in to forage, feed, and I see this more as a fluff bill. It isn't really substantive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Sage, followed by Dan Teichner, followed by Tom Pedersen.
My name is Mike Sage. I'm here in support of SB 1221, and one of the main issues with 1221 is that hound hunting of bears and bobcats is not sporting. In other words, the issue again of fair chase. Someone was asking, what is fair chase? I want to read a definition of fair chase. This is a quotation from a book. The book is entitled Beyond Fair Chase, The Ethic and Tradition of Hunting, 1994, by Jim Posewitz. And my excerpts are from pages 57 and 61. I'm now reading. Fundamental to ethical hunting is the idea of fair chase. This concept addresses the balance between the hunter and hunted. It is a balance that allows hunters to occasionally succeed while animals generally avoid being taken. In some areas, chasing big game with dogs is accepted custom. In other places, it is considered an unfair advantage for the hunter. While local custom and practice need to be respected, it is equally important to be honest about the results of these practices. If there is a doubt, advantage must be given to the animal being hunted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Teichner, followed by Tom Pedersen, followed by Ed Worley.
My name is Dan Titchen with the California Houndsmen for Conservation, and I urge you to oppose SB 1221. As I mentioned this morning, I'm a field team volunteer for UC Santa Cruz Mountain Lion Study, but I do want to make it clear that I do not act alone in this capacity. I depend on the trail hound community that developed the breeds of hounds that I use, so that anything that any houndsman does is truly a collective contribution by the trail hound community. There is a 50-year history of dogs being used to capture bobcats, bears, and mountain lions for research purposes. It is not questioned in the scientific community that this is a humane and safe method of capture. The same people using the same dogs, using the same procedure, perform this service. If SB 1221 passes, I talked a little bit this morning about the difficulty in training dogs. We would be able to do no significant dog training in the state, so we'd be dependent on people to come in from out of state to do wildlife research. I would like to leave you a letter here from Christopher Wilmers, the PI in this study, who ends this letter saying, to ban hounds, hunting with hounds outright is harsh and will have negative repercussions for wildlife conservation in general. May I leave this with you?
You may leave that, yes.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Tom Pedersen, Ed Worley, George Osborne.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Commissioners. Tom Pedersen, California Rifle and Pistol Association, here today urging your support for Senate Bill 1367, which received unanimous support from the Tauscher Committee at the San Diego meeting. This is a narrowly crafted bill that would allow peace officers and retired peace officers only to carry their concealed handgun during archery deer season. As you know, this would help correct the deficiency between the Penal Code and the Fish and Game Code, because currently the Penal Code allows such officers to carry in sensitive areas such as courthouses and the state capitol. The bill has received support from PORAC, the largest street cop organization in California, as well as the California Police Chiefs Association and California Bowman Hunters. And for that reason and many others, we ask you to support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Worley.
President Richards, Commissioners, Ed Worley with the National Rifle Association. We're here to support Senate Bill 252, the Vargas bill for our game wardens here in the state of California. It's very important that we support the wardens and make sure they're adequately compensated for all their hard work. We're also here to ask you to oppose Senate Bill 1221, but also to support our Senate Bill 1367, which Mr. Pedersen just talked about, which is the second part of our correction of the stuff we went through earlier today about the regulations that we'd ask you to correct. So the ones that we can correct to the legislature, we're going there. So very simply, that's what we're asking you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. George Osborne, followed by Eric Mills.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Commissioners. George Osborne, representing the California Fish and Game Wardens Association. As has been previously pointed out to you, SB 252 is merely a substitute measure for SB 1358. As the Commission has previously expressed its support for that bill, we would urge you to do so again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Eric Mills, followed by George Chester, Jeff Chester, and Mark Henley. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioner. Again, Eric Mills, Coordinator of Action for Animals. I think the most important bill before you is the Vargas bill. California has about 190 wardens in the field now. We need 1,000. There's poaching going down there right and left. Want to get your 5. A lot of the houndsmen are the same people who are poaching the bears as opposed to the guys who do it legally. So I would also be in support of 1221. I'm opposed to the sport hunting of all apex predators. I don't care how it's done. And thirdly, I think the resolution about the sea turtles is a good idea. It's going to raise public awareness. Somebody said it's a hot potato, and indeed it is. It's hot potatoes that get the attention. Turtles worldwide are in big trouble, on the verge of extinction for food and other reasons. So I hope you would support that resolution as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff Chester, followed by Mark Henley, followed by Bill Gaines, our final speaker on this item.
Good afternoon. Jeff Chester speaking on behalf of Oceana and the Turtle Island Restoration Network, asking for your support of Assembly Bill 1776. Leatherback sea turtles are an iconic, incredible species under threat of extinction that migrate over 6,000 miles from nesting beaches within Indonesia. This bill is a positive bill about recognizing the importance of this species and starting to help forge international relationships between California and these efforts on nesting beaches, which are required to save the leatherbacks. We've carefully considered other reptiles like green turtles and loggerheads, but leatherbacks are the most impressive in terms of their migration, their population status, their widespread occurrence throughout the state, and importance of California. It would really be a shame to let the anti-turtle sentiments of the dirty drift gillnet fishery spoil this effort to recognize and conserve this species. It's been supported by the MRC, several thousands of public comments throughout the state, unanimous assembly support, and as I said, this is about a large international strategy to save a species that could otherwise go extinct within decades. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Henley.
Hi there, Mr. President and members of the Commission. Mark Henley with California Waterfowl Association. Wanted to urge you guys to support SB 1107. That is the bill that would help promote nonprofit conservation groups via the ALDS system. We appreciate the work that the department has put into that and the partnership on that so far. Also wanted to express our strong opposition to Senate Bill 1221. That, of course, weakens the Commission in our view, undermines your authority. It also wrongfully politicizes our hunting regulations, which should never be done. Senate Bill 1249 was discussed earlier, and my understanding is Tauscher is not taking a position on that, which is fine, but I just wanted to point out one or two benefits of the bill. It would require non-consumptive users of fish and game lands to actually pay for access, which should, in the long term, provide fish and game with more revenue. And we believe that hunters and fishermen should not be the only ones paying on those lands. So hopefully in the future, via ALDS, those non-consumptive users can pay. One other quick thing, on agenda item number 3 that we had earlier, I just wanted to clarify that falconry is actually prohibited under the Commission's regulations, so that's our mistake for making that statement. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Hang on for 1 second. I want to be clear on 1249 from Tauscher's, and the only reason there's not a recommendation for or against is it's a moving target. It wasn't in a final form.
As is, I'm sure some of these other bills
well,
as
most of these are in their more final form. And
exactly,
so,
yeah. So
this may come back, and we may take that up.
It's on suspense right now over in the Senate. If it gets over the Assembly, we'll bring it back
Just
after
so
it's
you
been
know
amended.
that.
So
All
great.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Bill Gaines.
This is our last speaker.
Yes.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, department staff, my name is Bill Gaines. I'm president of the California Outdoor Heritage Alliance, and today representing 50 organizations and entities with a total membership of over 1 million nationwide. We're here today to ask the Fish and Game Commission to seek a opposed position on Senate Bill 1221. Yes, President Richards, the bill has passed the Senate. It still must go through the Assembly. It is still important that the Commission oppose that bill, not based on the merits of whether or not it's appropriate to use hounds to hunt bear or bobcat, but rather on the jurisdictional concerns. The state legislature specifically created the Fish and Game Commission to make natural resource decisions based on the best available science and following full environmental review that includes seasons, bag limits, and methods of take. Hunting bears with hounds is a method of take. We urge you to oppose that bill. Bring that debate in front of the Fish and Game Commission where it can be discussed in public forum based on the best available science and the appropriate environmental review. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of our public speakers. Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
It is. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm looking at 8 bills. Bill number 4 on our agenda, SB 1249, is not recommended by either Tauscher or MRC, so I'm going to just simply take that off of consideration. And I would recommend the following. I believe we have AB 1961 recommended by MRC, and I heard no opposition whatsoever to that. SB 1107 and SB 1166 and SB 252 recommended by Tauscher, and I heard no opposition to those. So in order just to move our process along, I'm thinking that we could be appropriate to move on those items for approval and have our approval or support letter sent on them. On the 8th item, SB 1367, I know that the speaker said that it was approved at Tauscher, and I remember a discussion, but candidly I'm not positive about that. Adriana is not here right now to help me, and so I'm going to hold off on that because I just don't know. So I would like to see approval on the 2nd, the 5th, 6th, and 7th bills in front of us, and then we'll go to the other ones one by one. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get a motion for...
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Richard. Do I have a second? Jack, thank you. Any discussion on those items?
Mr. President, SB 1166, I don't personally support that bill. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but I'm not going to spoil the consensus on this resolution. Just wanted to get that on the record.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor... Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Kellogg.
Then I think we ought to vote on them one at a time, so if somebody needs to be shown as opposed to the rest of the commissioners, it shows up.
Just take, that'd be fine with me, Mr. President. Maybe where we have a disagreement on a bill, we vote on that one, but I'm happy to do the others, together, whatever you prefer.
So are you okay with, what was it, 1166, a support letter coming from the commission?
I don't personally support that, but I don't want to spoil the consensus.
Okay.
I'm happy to vote on it any way you like.
Okay. So let's vote on that. We have a motion and a second to support those, send support letters on those. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Those pass unanimously, and Sonky, you're so directed. Okay. That would leave 1776. 1221, well, really just those, because I'm going to pull the 8th one off because I just don't know about that.
So, Mr. President, on those two bills, let me just take them one at a time, because I think there's some misunderstandings we should clear up on those bills. I realize they both may be controversial, but we heard a number of people allege, for some reason, that leatherback turtles are not native to California. My understanding is that California waters are some of the most important feeding areas for leatherback turtles anywhere, and so it puzzles me that people say they're not native. I understand the fishing community doesn't want to draw additional attention to the leatherback turtle bycatch in pelagic fisheries, but this bill would simply make the leatherback, as I understand it, the state marine reptile for educational purposes and so forth, and as far as I'm concerned, the MRC recommendation stands. On AB 1221, there's also a misconception that the bill would usurp the Commission's authority. My reading of this bill is that it would do exactly the opposite, and that's because hound hunting in California was not authorized by the Commission in the first place. It was authorized explicitly by statute. Therefore, the proponents, as I think one of them said, could not come to the Commission and get us to change that because it was authorized in statute. Therefore, the legislature is the only body that can change that. So actually, SB 1221, in striking the authorization for hound hunting by the legislature, in effect returns jurisdiction to the Commission. And therefore, I think we ought to support it on jurisdictional grounds. So I'm going to propose that the Commission support AB 1221.
Okay, good. Do I have any other comments from any other commissioners? Commissioner Rogers.
Yes. I have a question on 1221. Yesterday was the first time that I had heard that jurisdictional thing. Thank you, Jennifer. The issue of the fact that was done by statute. And I was unaware of that. I thought we did. Rick, can you weigh in on that?
I'm not sure what your question is. Is it?
Was bear hunting by dogs authorized specifically by statute as opposed to by action of this Commission?
Go ahead, Tom.
I think I can answer that since I'm getting blank stares over there. It turns out that there is actually a conflict in the code, depending on how you view it, regarding use of dogs for bear hunting. Sections 200 and 203 of the Fish and Game Code clearly give the authority to the Commission to regulate hunting, methods, seasons, bag limits, you name it, except Section 4756 specifically authorizes the use of hounds to hunt bears, and it's the way it's worded, the Commission can't seem to modify it. So while the code gives you authority to regulate it, there's another section that says this is how you're going to use dogs for bears. So it's kind of a inconsistency, if you will.
Mr. President, that's my understanding, Commissioner Rogers, and because this bill...
Hang on, if you would. I'd like to let Richard finish, and I'll come back to you.
Well, that is my question. Fundamentally, do we have authority to regulate hunting of bears, or bobcats in this case, by dogs, or do we not? And if we do not, that sheds a very different light on 1221. If, in fact, 1221 then brings the authority back to us. Is that true?
Mr. President?
Hang on for 1 second.
Yeah. I can clarify this with a very quick read. 47.
I doubt that you can clarify it, but I'd like for you to read it.
Okay. It's a challenge. 4756, dogs for hunting bears, restrictions. Except as provided in this section, it is unlawful to use dogs to hunt, pursue, or molest bears. Except as provided in this section only. The use of one dog per hunter is permitted for the hunting of bears during the time that the season is open for the taking of deer in the areas of the state affected. So that's where the one dog for bear hunting during deer season comes from. And the second part, and there's only two, the use of more than one dog per hunter is permitted in the hunting of bears during the open season on bears in the area of the state affected, except during the period when archery deer season or regular deer seasons are open, period. That is the entire section, and it specifically says that's what's allowed. And it doesn't appear the commission can really undermine that, and I will turn to the attorney for that, my non-lawyerly view on that.
Which attorney?
Hang on. The real attorney.
My official one.
Actually practicing.
No offense.
So I got something for legal counsel too then. Based on Salke's interpretation of that, maybe my interpretation is different. That means that we've been wasting our time listening to testimony at several previous meetings over the past couple of years about whether to legalize the use of GPS collars on dogs for hunting bears.
I don't think that's correct. I think the statute itself specifies certain rules with respect to use of dogs in the hunting of bears. To the extent that you regulate consistent with that, which would include a GPS collar, that would be within your purview. Similarly, and not to contradict my fellow attorney, but I have to, the repeal of this section in 1221 would not then return authority to the commission to regulate the hunting of bears with hounds because it prohibits it. So you have to read the whole bill and understand all of it.
And really, the bill doesn't say anything in there about the statute that Salke just read from. It doesn't say it's repealing that at all.
Yes, it does. It strikes it.
It does?
Yes, it does.
It strikes that language?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
Yeah, just for clarity, it strikes 4756.
Okay, so it actually refers to 4750.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it is what it is.
Mr. President.
Yes, Commissioner Sutton.
So, Mr. President, I just wanted to clarify that in fact, this bill does not, in my view, usurp commission authority. It strikes the provision in the code that's there now that usurps commission authority. The other thing that impresses me is the fact that more than half of the United States now prohibit hound hunting, including conservative states like Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Texas, and so forth. And many of these western states have prohibited hound hunting for almost 100 years. So we are in a minority in still allowing hound hunting. And frankly, Mr. President, I think we ought to demonstrate that this is a progressive commission and support this bill. So I'm going to make a motion to support this specific.
Hang on. Let's have some more discussion. Before we have any motions, I'm happy to let you make one, but let's have all the discussion first.
Before there's any motions made, I wasn't at the Tosser meeting, but I'm the other Tosser committee on the commission, I think.
You are.
And we've set a policy that we would take action to support or not support bills that are brought to us by each one of the subcommittees. That being said, because some of us have heard some changes in whose authority it is to make the changes that this bill makes, that possibly the people at the Tosser Committee that brought the bill before us didn't even know about. I would prefer that as a commission we don't take any action on that particular bill, and as individual commissioners we can either support the bill or oppose the bill as on our own and not take a position as a commission.
Okay. Richard, you done? You good? You good? Any one more time?
Well, Mr. President, I have to agree with Commissioner Kellogg that we always have the, because of our position and our independence from the state government, we always have the right to lobby individually on any bill, regardless of commission action. What is before us now, and what was brought before us by this bill was brought to us by the Tauscher Committee. Therefore, in my sense, and like any bill brought before us by a committee, it's fair game. And if we're going to decide on each piece of legislation individually where we disagree, I think that's fair enough. And so if I make a motion to support this bill and get a second, we should vote on it. If the majority goes against me, that's fine.
That's what we're going to do. That's pretty obvious. As a final comment on this jurisdictional authority, I agree with Commissioner Kellogg and Commissioner Sutton on it. If that's what the bill says and it's removing their previously approved authority, then it is what it is. They have the right to do that. And the bigger issue that this commission is faced with, and we're going to open a Pandora's box that those of you that are left here after January when I'm gone may well rue the day that you did it, is that whenever we're allowing the Assembly or the Senate to circumvent the process, circumvent CEQA, circumvent the judicial authority given to us without opposition from us, we will be constantly bombarded with bad decision making. We have a process here that this commission, and I've been proud to serve on it and proud of my fellow members who consistently talk about good science and the need for us to really make our decisions based on all the factual scientific data, not emotional rhetoric. So I am concerned about that. I found it extremely interesting in our Tauscher meeting that the four proponents of 1221 acknowledged they really didn't care about CEQA in this case because this is what they wanted to have done, and the circumventing of that process was okay with them. So California Environmental Quality Act. And it's a process that we go through, an exhaustive process of scientific study, scientific fact-based decision-making, which certainly has not happened in the Senate bill. So anyway, it is what it is. So let's go one at a time. On the Pacific leatherback sea turtle, do we need to have any department discussion as far as is it a native species or not? I've heard that it likes to eat here, it likes to forage here, but I really didn't hear that it was a native species. And so, do we have an opinion on that from the department? Well, it's a fairly big issue since it's a state animal we're considering supporting. I don't know.
Mr. President, I
Does anybody?
just, out of biological principle, an animal whose feeding area, that's part of their native range where they feed. So, if the animal feeds in California waters, logically, I don't know how you could argue it's not native to the state unless it's changed behavior in the last 100 years. So From an ecological point of view, it has to be considered native.
That does not include striped bass, by the way.
Yeah, as I said, it's a slippery slope, and without really going through the proper processes, we're going to regret those decisions. But anyway, do I have a motion on AB's support letter for AB 1776, Fong Pacific Leatherback Sea Turtle?
Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Carries unanimously. AB, and then we'll go to our final one, AB 1221.
SB.
SB, I'm sorry. 1221 Lou. Do I have a motion to send the opposition letter recommended by the Tauscher Committee? Okay, hearing none, then we'll move on. I think that's it for that.
Mr.
item.
President, I believe I made a motion to send a support letter for that bill.
We didn't recognize your motion.
Well, I don't know that anybody.
Who's the parliamentarian here?
I don't think any committee reviewed it, did they? Other than Tauscher. That's our policy: is we have the committees review them and come and make a recommendation. Did anybody else review it?
It sounds to me as though we've reviewed that bill rather extensively.
I don't think so at a committee, though, Mike. I mean, we have a process.
The Tauscher Committee may not have read the bill, but some of us did, and we figured out what it actually did. And so I think we've discussed it in plenty of detail to warrant a motion.
Okay, make a motion then. Have at it. I'm not going to preclude you from making a motion if you'd like to.
If I may weigh in just for a moment. On 1221, may I just make a comment about
please.
it? Okay. I buy the in all respect for Commissioner Sutton, with whom I live on the MRC. I buy the fact that the MRC, the Tauscher, came with a different recommendation, and I don't think it was vetted with the opposite recommendation extensively, given my understanding of the dynamics there. And as a consequence, I'm loath to take action on that bill at all, simply because of that. Having said that, I think I personally need to go on record saying I find the hunting of bears and bobcats by hounds abhorrent, absolutely not fair chase. And if I had my opportunity to vote against that, I would do so. But I don't think it's fair right now.
Any further comments? Did you make a motion, or are we going to not have a motion?
Well, I do have a motion on the table, Mr. President. I don't, if I don't want to force my fellow commissioners to vote on this if they're not willing to support it voluntarily. Frankly, I'm happy with the discussion today. I think we've had a full and fair discussion, and if the Commission wants to stay neutral on this bill, that's fine. I wanted to, though, make sure we got on the record the an accurate representation of this legislation, what it does not, what it doesn't do.
If I may plead with my fellow commissioner to withdraw his putting forward this for the Commission. I think it's important not to do that, and because I don't think it's been fully and fairly vetted, and it would send, I believe, the wrong signal if, in fact, you did that and it were voted down. I would have to vote it down for reasons that that would turn my own stomach. So I would rather not be on the record doing that. And would you please withdraw your motion?
In the interest of my fellow commissioners' indigestion, I will be happy to withdraw it. And encourage the committee members to actually read the bills that we are opining about.
Former legislator Bagley would be very impressed with the compromise. Congratulations. Okay, let's move on to item 10.
All right. Item number 10, another lightweight. Discussion and possible repeal of Section 660, Title 14, and the policy regarding election of commission officers. As background, on March 7, 2012 meeting in Riverside, the commission authorized staff to publish notice of intent to repeal 660. That notice has been published. Current law provides the Fish and Game Commission has authority to elect one of the members as president and one as vice president. That's statute. The regulations currently outline procedures for election of the president, vice president of the commission, and that it shall be the most senior member and the vice president shall be the next most senior member. Where the member declines to serve as president or vice president, the next most senior shall serve. So the current regulations essentially are a succession process. And as a note, again, if the commission does choose to vote to repeal 660, staff recommends that the commission also repeal the companion policy, election of officers, since it reflects essentially the same thing. Just a quick bit of history since it's come up. This policy and regulations date back to 1961 when the commission first adopted an early version of the current election policy. It was modified almost every decade except for the 70s, and then in 1998 the commission formally adopted that policy as a regulation, which is now known as 660. So here we are, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner.
Public comment?
Yes, I have several speakers. 1, 2, 3 speakers on this item. If you would like, we can hear the public speakers.
Oh,
first.
definitely.
All right. I have Paul Weekland, Eric Mills, and Jennifer Fearing.
No, thank you.
Paul declines. Eric Mills? I don't see Eric. Jennifer?
Yes, hi, Jennifer Fearing on behalf of the Humane Society United States. I just want to state for the record that I support a policy that allows for the removal of a president who only gives a single minute to legitimate nonprofit organizations who spend hours traveling and preparing for these meetings and hundreds of dollars on room, board, and transportation to be part of a public process. The commission truly ought to show more respect for Californians who want to engage in natural resource issues.
Shit, you both are on.
And that's your final speaker?
And let me clarify what she said. We're not removing president with this motion. We're just repealing the added regulations to return them to the code.
Correct. Yeah, this would, by repealing the policy and this regulation, you would then refer to the existing statute 102, which just simply states that you may elect officers.
Right.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Sutton.
As I have stated before, my interest in this is simple, and that is we call what we do, what we've been doing, an election, but it's really not, because the current regulation binds us to a succession. It's a succession of officers, not an election. And I think what we're about to do, what we're proposing to do today, returns it to a true election.
Okay. Any other comments? Any motions?
I move the motion. Sonky, if you want to read the, and including what the staff recommendations.
Okay. Here's a suggested motion. The Fish and Game Commission hereby repeals Section 660, Title 14, California Code of Regulations regarding election of commission officers, and also repeals the commission policy on election of officers.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Commissioner Kellogg.
No.
Oh. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Aye. Motion carries 4-1.
All right. That brings us to agenda item number 11, discussion and possible adoption of changes to the Commission's policy on Commission agenda. As a reminder, this item was scheduled for the Commission to discuss and possibly adopt policy. The reason for this consideration is that the existing policy was last amended in 1992 and is in need of updating on how agendas are assembled. Exhibit 11 in your binder contains a copy of the Commission's current policy on the Commission agenda and with suggested revisions in the strikeout underlined form. And there are no speakers on this.
No speakers. Commissioners, do we have any comment? Nothing? Do we have any motions? No motions?
Well, there is a suggested motion. Maybe Sankey could read that.
There is a suggested motion. It reads, "The Fish and Game Commission hereby adopts the proposed amendments to its policy commission agenda."
I'll make that motion.
Second.
I have a first and a second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? None. Carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That takes us to agenda item number
13.
12.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 12,
Yeah,
sorry.
12.
We already did 13. Yeah, we're done with 13.
All right.
What do we got here?
Speakers on 12. Yeah, issue 12 is discussion and possible adoption of changes to the Commission's policy on naming installations. As background, in October 20, 2011 meeting in Monterey, the Commission received request from the Pacific Grove City Council to rename Lovers Point State Marine Reserve in recognition of Julia B. Platt. Due to lack of a quorum on October 20th, action on the agenda item was scheduled for Commission's November 17, 2011 meeting in Santa Barbara. At that meeting, the Commission directed the staff develop a policy protocol which would include a geographic location, a naming, and a name and a naming of a site. Any changes to the name of Lovers Point, by the way, any changes to the name of Lovers Point State Marine Reserve would require amendment to Section 632 through a formal rulemaking process. So this is just to change your policy.
Yeah.
And there are several speakers.
Okay, then I will, do we have any other comment? You know what, before we do that, why don't we take about a 5-minute?
Good idea.
Yeah?
All right.
Let's, yep, thank you. It's, let's try to get back here at, do you think we can get back at 10 till, or should I make it 5 till?
Could make it 5.
Okay, 5 till 4, we will reconvene.
Speakers on item 12, naming installations, and I will be calling John Pierce, Paul Weekland, Dennis Fox, Joe Exline, and Mayor Carmela Garcia, I think. I got it right? Carmelito. Sorry.
Where are we first? We're on 12.
Yes, and that was...
Okay.
We're ready?
Let's go. We are back in order.
All right, we're going to be taking public comment, and out of honor of the mayor, I guess Mayor of Carmelita Garcia.
So much for...
Oh, there.
Okay.
Sorry, I hope I got some of that right. Mayor of City of Pacific Grove?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And you have...
Carmelita.
Carmelita.
After the city of Carmel.
Oh.
Where I was born. So I want to thank you very much for bringing this item forward on today's agenda. Friday, May 18th, marked the one-year anniversary that the Pacific Grove City Council unanimously passed the resolution that we sent to you requesting the renaming of the State Marine Reserve at Lovers Point in Pacific Grove. And I would ask your consideration to approve it, and also to remind you, this isn't, well, it is a renaming, but not really. What we want to do is add Julia B. Platt to the already existing name of the reserve. And that I would also ask that you place that piece of this request on your June 20th regular agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Pierce?
Good afternoon. My name is John Pierce, and I'm a retired marine biology professor from University of California, Santa Cruz. I presently live in Pacific Grove. I was also one of the stakeholders for the Central Coast consideration of setting up the MPAs. At that time, we were looking at setting up the MPAs in the Monterey Peninsula. One of the main ones that was being considered was the Hopkins Marine Life Refuge, which was one of the first in the country. It was set up in 1931, mainly from the action of Julia Platt when she was the mayor. And I suggested when they said that the name Hopkins Marine Life Refuge wasn't appropriate because it was too focused on Hopkins Marine Station, that they rename it to Julia Platt. And I was told by John Ugaretz, who was the Fish and Game representative at that time, that that was against state policy, the department policy, and they named it Lover's Point. And I'm glad that you are now considering changing the policy so that this can be done, and I hope that you can consider that at your next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Weekman? And then
Commissioners, Paul Weekland. Well, a good thing that he brought up Hopkins Marine Lab, because you notice back in the 30s after that happened, they stopped naming any other installations after people. Now, if we want to talk about history, we should bring up the negative reasons why the naming of these installations have not been done. Oh, yeah, and we should also point out that there used to be the policy of the Commission not to voice their opinions on legislation either. We see how good that change in that policy is going to work out for your meetings, isn't it? Yeah. So the reasons why you don't want to name installations after people is, well, right away they take on an aura bigger than life. And this Julia Platt, in the presentation, what was she revered for? Oh, that's right, committing crimes. Criminal trespass and breaking and entering. And now after all these years they want to make it something noble. It's not right. And so if you're going to change your policy, first you're going to have to make standards, requirements, and criteria out of the noble, outstanding performance that individuals have done. Well, we know that in government, what do they call it? Embellishing your resume? That's what's going to happen.
Thank you, Paul. Dennis Fox, followed by the final speaker, Joe Exline.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, and staff, I have a caveat and a possibility on this. I heard it was brought up.
I'm sorry, can you identify
Dennis
yourself?
Fox, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You have to bear with me. I don't do coastal sage scrub very well. The meeting in Santa Barbara came up. Perhaps we ought to do this like the state parks. I give a caveat to the state parks the way they named it, because quite often the state parks, it ended up being the State Department of not Park and Recreation, but Park for Re-election. And too often it became named for monuments and for contributors and stuff like that. And it got awfully confusing because they should have names for the historical people, you know, like Sutter and Hiram Johnson, etc. But perhaps you might want to wait till 20 years after a death. That's been done, or 10 years, something on that order. I prefer the significant landform, because then you know general area where it's about. There is a possibility, maybe with state parks, if you get, this is not sneaky, but I'm serious, at the current time, maybe you can get some state park lands, maybe you should keep their name, because there might be possibilities, since they had so many parks and monuments, maybe they've got too many, they can't maintain them. And I know people with the state parks can't even get toilet paper. Seriously, you know. So maybe if they became fish and game lands, under your mandate, it might be worthwhile. and I would suggest you look at it. Hey, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Joe Exline.
Joe's our last speaker.
President Richards and Commissioners, this is Joe Exline speaking as myself. May I make a suggestion in the future? The current link for the agenda on all these items for proposed changes to your that we're talking about here brings you to the old language. You have no reason, no way to find out what you're talking about, what you're proposing, and anything to change to talk about or come prepared to find out, what the proposal is. So can you make the link go to something that shows you what it was and what it is instead of actually just what it was? Thank you.
Thank you. What's up with that, Sonk?
I don't know. I will turn to my trusty staff, and we will get an answer from the illustrious
Joe's right about that.
Okay. Commissioner, that's the last speaker. Do I have any comments from commissioners?
Mr. President?
Commissioner Sutton.
I am prepared to make the motion that's in our binder, but before I do that, I just want to point out that what we're voting on today is a narrow exception to our existing rule that we do not generally name places, refuges, wildlife areas, and installations after people. This is a narrow exception that applies to MPAs, and it does not authorize the naming of MPAs for political purposes. It authorizes only that they be named after an extraordinary circumstances, after extraordinary people who were involved with the conservation of that area. And this, Julia Platt is a case in point. So I'd like to make the motion of
in due time.
Of course.
Thank you. Hey, there we're going. How about anybody else? Jack? Richard? Dr. Kellogg?
I'll second the motion.
We haven't got a motion yet.
I know it, but he said he's going to make it.
All right. Well, before he makes it, I am adamantly opposed to naming any government facility for any individual. The government park, an MPA, a library, it belongs to the people, and it should be named for some benefit of the entire state, not for one person. I don't know Julia Platt. She may have been the burglar that someone said she was, or she may have been the greatest conservationist ever. I don't know nor care as far as it regards to naming rights. There's a lot of people involved in making these MPAs happen. There are a dozen Julia Platts that are worthy, and so just because someone has a support group that gets out and lobbies and tries to make it happen, I don't believe it's appropriate. And one of the speakers had said, 10 or 20 years later after they're dead. Truthfully, I think never. I think it's named after a geographic area. It's named after the fish it's protecting, or the animal, whatever, anything but an individual, because there are way too many people involved to give that singular honor to anyone at any time. And unfortunately, the downside is we don't always know what else they may or may not have been involved in. And I think it's highly inappropriate. I think it's the wrong message to send to everyone in California. Those MPAs are everyone's. They're not Julia Platt's. Julia Platt's not the, and again, I don't know her, certainly not opposed. I am quite sure probably she was very involved. But that doesn't mean she was the only one and she's the responsible one. There's a lot of people in that. So I would strongly oppose naming any facility for any individual.
Mr. President, I realize that you're very passionate about that, but I understand that comes from the fact that you had a blowout on the Richard M. Nixon Freeway.
No, I disagree with my my buddy here. I think not only should certain things be named after people, I think that in a lot of incidents it's appropriate to name them after people while they're still alive and can enjoy the reward of it. You know, we got freeway. We got a freeway up in my area that was named after a senator who died 6 months later, and he got to enjoy the fact that the freeway was named after him. We got freeways up and down the state that are named after highway patrolmen that died while they were policing those freeways. We got airports named after the same guy you just talked about, and others. I just disagree with you. Matter of fact, people at this table got the names places, and maybe will be more. So.
You're insinuating maybe me?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, but you don't know where. I didn't say where.
Any other? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Any other comments?
I believe there's some legislation with your no.
Yeah, there is.
Yes,
it doesn't have it on there, but there is. Mike, you want to make a motion? You can make it now.
Would you please read the motion?
Yes, a suggested motion, Commissioners, is the Fish and Game Commission hereby adopts the amendments to its policy naming installations.
Mr. President, I'll make that motion. I believe we need to fill in the blank on the policy.
Yes.
Individual has been deceased for a minimum of blank years. I'd say 5 years. Respecting Commissioner Kellogg's point that this shouldn't be just for people who've been long deceased, but we want to leave the commission the freedom to remember people that are only recently deceased.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Mr. Kellogg? You guys? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Passes 4-1.
All right, so just to be clear for the record, the new version was approved with that the individual has to have been deceased for a minimum of 5 years.
Right.
Correct.
And
right.
Mr. President, would this be the appropriate time to ask our staff to agendize the renaming of the Lovers Point Marine Reserve, which was the intent all along, for perhaps our August meeting?
Sure. I'm good with it.
If I may, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Mr. Sutton, it's kind of amusing to me that we're having this discussion when, are you aware of the history as to why Lovers Point was named Lovers Point?
If you're not, I've got a feeling we're going to find out.
Yes, I'm almost afraid to ask.
Yeah. Richard, can you share that with us?
But it has nothing to do with what you think it is. It had to do with the religious camp. It's Jesus lovers.
Okay. Thank you for that. You never know what you're going to find out here. Okay, we have covered item 13, and we are now on item 14. Is that right, Sonky? I am right. Okay. Informational items, receipt of Department of Fish and Game, informational items.
First item is A, receipt of Department's Director's Report, and I think our Director is still here.
I am. So for Commissioners, those still in the audience, and the many watching online, I just have a series of kind of interesting updates on things since I last saw you. I would start at the top and say you've probably been reading the papers and have seen that the governor's May revise of the budget is out. The one thing I'd ask you to consider is that at a staffing level at the Department Commission, we'll be making a transition towards 4 work days a week and potential pay reductions. So I would just ask you to, when you see our staff, pat them on the shoulder, tell them that you know it's a very tough time and they're doing incredibly important work, and lend that sympathetic ear. So the next thing I'd say is on the vision process that the Natural Resources Agency was running with our participation actively, it's done. The final report has been submitted to the legislature and the governor. I want to thank first Commissioner Kellogg when he was president for participating, and then Commissioner Richards for his more recent participation. I think that I'm personally pleased with the outcome. It's about 22 recommendations which kind of give the department an opportunity to do some forward-thinking action and planning. There are several legislative bills that appear to be vehicles for some of those recommendations, and we'll keep you abreast as that develops. It's actually prompted the department to already take action. Here are some examples. You heard me mention we're scrubbing Title 14 of our own code. That was kind of an idea discussed in the process. The process plus the department supported asking the California Law Review Commission to take a look at our code and get it modernized with us. We heard recommendations around science, and I think by the time I see you in June, I will have a kind of more formal announcement of a department new commitment towards ensuring the quality, relevance, and credibility of our science. You may not know, but we're also going to come talk to you about how to appropriately celebrate the 75th anniversary of federal funding through the Pittman-Robinson Act for the work we do here in the state. We're kind of coming up on that anniversary, and it would be a great thing to celebrate with the commission. I'm really pleased to announce that last week Governor Brown reappointed Jordan Traverso as our deputy for communications, education, and outreach, and at the same time appointed Mike Torr as our assistant deputy. And Mike comes to us from the Contra Costa Times, I think, where he's a very accomplished environmental writer. And given the amount of press work we now are doing at the department, that's a great addition. On a more tragic note, yesterday was a really challenging day for our warden force in Southern California. Early in the morning, you probably know, having read the news, a young mountain lion was in the middle of Santa Monica, and by 9 a.m. was kind of walking up and down the promenade in Santa Monica. Our wardens responded, went beyond the call of duty, ensured at least that 3 kind of non-lethal mechanisms were, in place, tranquilized the animal, and despite all that effort, the animal bolted, created a public safety risk, and the Santa Monica Police Department put it down. Hunting licenses and big game draw applications are now available for those in the audience or watching online. Buy. The big game draw deadline is June 2nd. Yesterday, the department filed a lawsuit in federal district court against the United States Army Corps of Engineers. My hope had been that we could have talked our way to a solution with the Corps. Alas, that wasn't possible. We remain hopeful we could sort out our differences with the Corps. As you know, there's about 5% remaining of our historical riparian habitat in all of the Central Valley, and it's pretty much on levees. And the Corps has kind of been following a nationwide policy which would require us to rip it down, which prompted the dialogue and now beget the lawsuit. We have had our first South Coast Marine Protected Area conviction down in Orange County. I think a gentleman was taking 47 spiny lobsters out of a marine protected area. That conviction resulted in a $20,000 fine and a week in jail. On the other end of the ledger, in the cooperative range, we've had our first ever safe harbor agreement in early May in northern Monterey County with Triple M Ranch. A safe harbor agreement is that a private landowner agrees to do kind of voluntary conservation measures that will result in net conservation benefit, and in exchange the department figures out how to provide regulatory certainty over time. May is Be Bear Aware Month, and the point of this kind of month-long education effort by the department is to help people understand how to be responsible in bear country. I am very much thinking about your staffing needs at the commission. We've talked and I think have a trajectory on the Marine Advisory position. We've heard from you about an interest in a more full-time kind of staff lawyer position. And you should also know that the department's kind of senior management has been making several decisions recently which ultimately soon will result in us beginning a pilot effort to create an actual dedicated regulations unit, which should mean regulations coming to you in a smoother, smarter, kind of a more efficient manner, which should reduce the regulatory burden in front of you. And finally, I'll say, I'm getting close to 30 town halls now around the state talking to staff, so we're getting close to maybe 1,000 of the 2,000 staff having talked to them. And somewhere along the way, someone said, you really should experience a day in the life of staff, like take different days in the lives. So next week, I and Chief Deputy, and I think he wants to do this, but he's doing it with me, Chief Deputy Kevin Hunting and I will be out at a licensed revenue branch sales counter for at least half the day processing customer requests as they come in the door. And I think the LRB staff purposefully picked what they predict will be a very busy day. So, that's the director's report.
Very good.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
This is a question for the Director Bonham. I think I know, I do need to buy a fishing license, and I think I know when I'm going to do it now. I had a question on your report. Reminded me that we had not discussed the strategic vision process yet. We didn't do that under our legislative item, and this might be a good time to just ask. I'd like to have a briefing for the Commission on the outcome of the strategic vision process and perhaps what some of the legislation contains. I realize it's a moving target, but I'm thinking specifically of the two bills, AB 2402 and SB 1148, that are before the legislature now that embody many of those recommendations. There are a couple of recommendations in particular that I'm concerned about, and I think my fellow commissioners might be concerned about as well. One of them would separate decision-making between the department and the commission and give the department in certain circumstances the conservation decision-making and give the commission, restrict the commission's authority to making decisions over allocation. That to me is something we ought to discuss before it goes forward, because I'm not sure I understand it or that it's a good idea. Similarly, I know one of the recommendations that the Strategic Vision Task Force discussed was giving the Commission representative seats, that is to say the conservation seat, the hunting seat, the fishing seat, or whatnot. In my experience, that would be a really bad idea, and I don't know that that made it through to legislation, but the point is we're not sure, and it would be great to have a briefing from someone in the know about that legislation at some point.
Yeah, I think one thing we could do, Commissioner Sutton, is in our, and this is a question mark because I know it will be a full day, but I think we will see each other again in several short days in Eureka. I could come prepared to talk a little more fully those pieces, which is still well within the timeline before the legislative cycle is complete. On your comment about, commission designated seats or categories, unless my memory is wrong, that was a much discussed item that didn't make it as one of those 20-something recommendations, and instead was kind of memorialized in what I'll call an appendix to the report, indicating where there was and was not consensus between the actual stakeholders on a variety of topics.
Mr. President, it might. I respect the director's suggestion, but we got to recognize that our June meetings are going to be attended by only a thin majority of the commission, so it might be better to wait till we're all present, because I think all the commission will have an interest in the content of the bills.
Glad to do it then as well.
Commissioner Rogers. Thank you. I wanted to weigh in. I'm really glad to hear that the designated seats idea has been relegated to an also ran. As you all may know, I served for a number of years on the fishing game, yeah, still do, on the forestry board, and that was a 9-member board, and that was a very unwieldy designated seat board. This commission functions infinitely better than that Board of Forestry did when I was on it. Now, maybe it's because I was on it. I don't know. But there were these constant turnover. It was not a good situation. Absolutely not a good situation. So I'm really glad that got relegated, because that is a bad idea.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to item B.
All right, item B is update on the status of initial statement of reasons to amend section 670.5 about mountain yellow-legged frogs to the list of threatened endangered species. As a note, findings on the petition were adopted February 2nd, 2012.
Stafford Laird, Chief of Fisheries, Department of Fish and Game. We're pleased to report that the draft final statement of reasons is circulating within the department. I'd like to acknowledge the outstanding assistance from Sherry Fonbuena to my staff in developing the package. We couldn't have done it without her. It is, so we're hopefully we'll have something within the next two commission meetings. I don't want to say definitively next meeting, but in case it trips up.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 14C is update on the Central Coast Study Region Marine Protected Areas event, and I understand Becky Oda will give us a quick. Go ahead.
Easy for you to say. Good afternoon, President Richards, Commissioners, Director, Executive Director. Becky Yoda, Department of Fish and Game, Marine Region, and Habitat Conservation Program Manager. And we wanted to give you just an update. We came to you in October with a brief update about the Central Coast, and we wanted to just give another brief update for you, keep you informed about how things are going. And we have continued to work with the MPA Monitoring Enterprise and Commission staff on plans for a symposium regarding the state of the Central Coast MPAs that were adopted in 2007, and believe it or not, will have been in place for 5 years come this September. So the early planning of the symposium is going to be focused on themes of science, enforcement, governance, and public outreach and education, and we welcome any other guidance or information or ideas that the Commission may have on other areas of focus for the symposium. We're planning on the symposium for February of 2013 with a more thorough review for the Commission in late 2013 on the Central Coast MPAs. And the specific dates and venue of the symposium we're still working on, so once we solidify that, we will come back to you and the public with that information. But we just wanted to let you know where we stand, where we're going, and we're still working on it. And that's it.
Any questions? Mr. Sutton?
Thank you, Becky. Just wanted to offer the support of the aquarium here in Monterey if you need any in terms of logistical support or organizing help with that symposium. I personally, I think I was the only member of the commission to attend the Ventura Symposium on the first 5 years of the Channel Islands Marine Reserve, and I found it really interesting, partly because the scientific presentations were so coherent, concise, and accessible to everybody, but also because it had a great bearing on our intent to do adaptive management of MPAs. So I think we ought to try to Commissioner Rogers and I were talking yesterday about maybe scheduling a Marine Resources Committee meeting back-to-back with the symposium.
Exactly, Becky.
Just so that our stakeholders could wouldn't have to come to both, but could do it together.
So the dates are really worked out as to when we're going to do that. So we don't want any conflicts.
We'd love to work with you in the scheduling and planning, just so that as many commissioners could attend as possible, our stakeholders. And as we did with Ventura, we might want to schedule a briefing for the commission, an abbreviated briefing at a commission meeting to follow up.
We'd be happy to work with you on all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did Mr. Schuman have anything to comment? Okay. That being done, we're on to 14D, receipt of April 2012 Pacific Fishery Management Council notes. I understand Marcy Remco will be giving you a briefing of that meeting.
Thank you.
while we discussed many things at the April council meeting over the 6-day period, there is one issue in particular that I want to bring to your attention now, and I do apologize for the lateness in the day, and this is kind of heavy-duty content, but Deputy Director Paragary has ceded his time to me, so I will utilize it wisely.
He doesn't have any time. He owes us time. Sorry, thank you for the presentation.
Okay, I want to talk to you about Pacific halibut. We have not discussed Pacific halibut here in many, many years, if at all, because they just have not been very important and on the radar screen here in California. You're talking about issues in the far north. Well, here's another one. This is kind of, I guess, what you would call an emerging fishery or a newly developing fishery or a redeveloping fishery. It's a sport fishery that has come to fruition the past 3 or 4 years. I want to just quickly give you some background on who manages Pacific halibut. This is an internationally managed resource. The stock is shared from Alaska through Canada all the way into British Columbia, and then Washington and down into Northern California. We are known as Area 2A, which consists of Washington, Oregon, and California. And as such, the Pacific Fishery Management Council deals with halibut management along the West Coast just in this Area 2A. So this is the only thing that we deal with when it comes to halibut management. NOAA Fisheries implements the recommendations that come from the Pacific Council, which is why I'm here today to kind of give you a little bit about what's going on in that arena and the fact that we're going to need to ramp up our involvement and our interest in this fishery resource and how we share the catch between the states and the different fishery sectors. So there we are in 2A. We're way down at the bottom. This is the 2A catch sharing plan. That is the agreement between the states in the West Coast. So this pie represents, for 2012, 989,000 pounds of halibut that are available for harvest in the West Coast. This little sliver down here is the portion of the halibut that is available for harvest in the area south of Humbug Mountain, which means California. So it's about 3%, 6,000 pounds, based on this 2A TAC of 989,000 pounds. So that's what we're dealing with, is 6,000 pounds of allowable harvest. You can see all of the different sectors that split this pie up. The thing that's important to know is that it's already all taken. There is no buffer. Every bit of this is utilized by all of these sectors. So what is this south of Humbug management area? Here's the Oregon-California border. Here's Humbug Mountain, just up into Oregon here. We share all of this, 6,000 pounds between Southern Oregon and Northern California. The thing that's important to know is that 6,000 pound TAC, that chunk of it that we get, is based on an IPHC research survey that stops at this border. So there is no assessment in California at all. So the 6,000 pound allocation that we get is not based on any assessment of the resource in California at all. So our limit is based in no part on an assessment of the resource off our coast. So here's the situation. That 6,000 pound allocation, it does change slightly each year. That number is right here, 6,000 pounds. Here is what our catch has been. And you can see that particularly in 2009, these are preliminary numbers, but we have substantially exceeded the 6,000 pounds. And this is only the California portion of that 6,000 pound allocation. So we're in a bit of a pickle. This allocation also, by the way this is established, it is actually in federal law through the federal regulations that are established by NOAA Fisheries. So we're here today to kind of just bring the situation to you and to update you on what we've done so far. We held a public hearing last week up in Eureka. We had about 25 recreational fishermen attend, both members of the CPFV industry and the public, to comment on Pacific halibut management, and they let us know very clearly that this resource is very important to them. We presented information on the status of the stock, how the assessment was done, and the management that's in place. And we were looking for public comment and input on suggestions on how they would like to go about us coming into alignment with that 6,000 pound limit that we are up against. So we're in the process of taking their input for formulating options for you to consider. But the reason I'm here and talking to you about this today is that this is your chance to act first and let the council consider the actions that you would like to take so that you take the first step toward management. This is the timeline of how halibut is managed each year. It's an annual process. So we are here in the scoping stage. The Pacific Fishery Management Council will receive proposed changes to the catch sharing plan, and that would mean that 6,000 pounds of fish that's allocated, as well as proposed management measures to adhere to the catch sharing plan. They receive that input in September, and then they take final action on that recommendation in November, and then the rules come out for the next year, later in the year. So if the Fish and Game Commission is interested in engaging in this, we need to start dealing with it right away. So we just wanted to let you know that we will be coming to you with a package probably for August for consideration based on what we are getting in the way of input from our constituents and in terms of the options that we might be considering.
Given in your report, I think you said that essentially the entire resource is spoken for. What is it we would be asking for?
Well,
different than what we are currently allocated.
Well, we would be asking for more fish because this number is set through an allocation scheme that has the ability to be adjusted annually. It's a negotiated deal at the council.
It's not a scientific deal, it's just
no, this is allocation.
Just
the
a political
science
deal.
And the harvest level itself is based on the IPHC survey. So that 989,000 pound number, that's based on the stock assessment. Then that pie is
I think it'd be a safe bet to say that we'd want to increase our allocation as much as we could get it, but what's the when you need to be telling?
It's very difficult. It's a complex series of negotiations. But I'm just letting you know that this is the number that right now is.
Do we need a good negotiator in there?
That's part of the question. I mean, there are a series of things going on here. We're encouraging that we take a look at the science and do what we can to get our data incorporated into the assessment. We've begun working on an ad hoc work group with the other states and with IPHC to try to bring ourselves into the assessment process so that we can get the credit for the population that is off our coast. Because right now, this number is not at all based on our
I can tell you that as a manager, if my team was doing the negotiations on the allotment, and that's what I got, I'd say, we need a bigger piece of that pie. So how do you get that? I don't know the answer to that. But well, I asked about biology. She said, no, really, it's a negotiation. It's more.
Who are you negotiating with, PFMC?
It's a process between the states that is orchestrated through the PFMC. So the arrangements are made by the state representatives to the Pacific Council.
Dan?
While it's not biology, though, if I
That's
may.
the
While
allocation.
it's not biology, if we can justify a large population down here, then we probably can get more fish.
Well, we're working on that piece
It's
of it.
negotiative, obviously.
Well, the science isn't negotiated.
No.
The
No,
catch
I'm talking
estimate
about
or the
Well, it just
stock
depends on who you are.
assessment
Sometimes
is-
the science gets
So
negotiated.
there's a lady named Maria
Your mic
Vukovic on there. We'll
negotiates
introduce
the
you to her,
science.
and you should be able just to slip as many fish in as we need.
Okay, Dan, you've been waiting to say something.
Yeah, I'm going to get my agenda time one way or the other by
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
No, I did. We've hinted around it, and I just wanted to get it clear. This allocation is based on the 989,000 pounds of allowable catch.
Right.
How long will it take to get us credit for the fish that aren't part of that now that are south of the state line?
Well, we are hoping to get some information incorporated into the assessment, hopefully by 2014, if not 2013. But the reality is, as of right now, we are living with this number that is there. And that is, we are bound by the catch sharing plan as a matter of federal regulation. But we're making our effort on the scientific side, but it's the management measures piece that we've been, people have observed. I mean, the reason this has come about is there has been increased attention on our recent successes. And on one hand, it's great news. We have a resource here that is now reoccurring here. Historically, we have quite a large catch record back in the 1920s. So history does repeat itself sometimes, and we may be seeing, further resurgence of this resource. So it's an interesting phenomenon. That's kind of why we've sort of taken a wait-and-see approach to see if, in fact, these catches were going to continue, and it appears that's the case. Yes.
Commissioners, if you will, I think we have two things here. One is the department represents you in front of the council. So what I'm hearing is, do you want to ask your representatives, the department, to attempt to negotiate a bigger share of the existing quota? That's one. And then two, I think I'm also hearing the department says because we're far exceeding our quota, they're asking us to give them permission to go to notice eventually to reduce the catch to comport with the federal quota.
Right.
Right?
Yes,
So those are two items before you.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Mr. Sutton.
we had a discussion of this at the last MRC meeting as well. It seems to me that, and first of all, it makes me feel better about the squid fishery with this kind of overcatching of our allocation. But also, it seems to me there's only two ways out of this. One is to find a way to get more allocation, bring it up to the catch levels, or to enforce the existing allocation. And that's really our only choices. And I know how difficult these negotiations can be at the federal councils or at the state fishery commissions. So that is not to be underestimated. But without information, we can't really make the case for an increased allocation. So Marcy's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place on this one. But it certainly seems to me something we ought to pay attention to and do whatever we can to play our part in resolving this.
So this was an informational item. So unless we have specific direction for the department, we'll move on.
Get more allocation.
So
Need a big more direction than that.
want more, and we want more, and it sounds like we'll be getting a request to possibly consider changes to the current fishing
more.
effort. Yeah. So that brings us to item E, update by the Wildlife and Fisheries Division, Ecosystem Conservation Divisions. Dan Perigary.
Excuse me, we were serious. We ceded our time to Marcy at the end of your very long day.
Very much appreciated. That brings us to F, Law Enforcement Division update, and I see Nancy's coming up to the podium.
Commissioners, Nancy Foley. In the interest of time, I'll just give you a very brief update myself, and then I'll bring the local assistant chief and captain up to give some case adjudication information. I went back to West Virginia recently to the National Conservation Training Center, No, I didn't go to any football games, and if so, Penn State would have won. At the Conservation Training Center, it was a meeting that was presented by the Office of Law Enforcement for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we had about 45 of the 50 states there, including Canada, Mexico, and some of the island nations. And in that meeting, we found out that somewhere around 90 or 95% of all of the conservation law enforcement chiefs were eligible to retire, either now or within the next couple of years. So we took some steps to develop and are trying to develop a conservation leadership for wildlife law enforcement managers at the National Training Center. What we hope to do is elevate that level of professionalism and be able to speak as a single voice across the nation for wildlife conservation and wildlife law enforcement. So that was a big step for us, and then the National Conservation Law Enforcement Chiefs Association is also working together to elevate the voice of conservation law enforcement chiefs, both at the federal and state levels. And if we can come together on some issues and items, then we think we will have more, we'll put more weight behind some of the decisions that are made. So that's what I got back from West Virginia, and now for Assistant Chief Doug Huckins.
President, Commissioners, Doug Huckins, North Coast District Assistant Chief, and as we talked a month and a half ago or so in Eureka, welcome back to the North Coast District on behalf of all of our enforcement staff. Just wanted to give you a brief update what's gone on even since we met in Eureka, and there's been quite a bit. Our wardens have been very, very busy. Soon after that meeting, we've held 2 abalone checkpoints in Mendocino and Sonoma counties. During those 2 checkpoints, at the beginning of the abalone season, we had almost 1,500 contacts in those 2 days with vehicles, 48 citations, a little less than 100 warnings, about 75 abalone seized, and some people physically arrested that had other violations that were uncovered during those enforcement contacts. We're finding that the abalone report cards are what people are trying to alter because they're not able to alter their licenses because of being able to purchase them through the ALDS system. So we're always trying to figure out what's the new ploy, what are people doing. That is what we've been able to find out. We've had much in the way of ongoing training with Bay Area district attorneys and their staffs. They've asked us to come. That's resulted in some significant cases recently. One you may have just read about last week in the San Francisco Bay Area. We had 2 fish business investigations that we did. The result of those, one was a $17,500 fine in San Mateo County for the seizure or the selling of 202,000 pounds of illegal fish through one business, and they had no commercial fish business licenses. The other one was in Alameda County, a $10,000 fine, the same type of situation. So illegal importation of fish. Settlement for the sale of mounted deer, waterfowl, and leopard skins, an antique shop in the Central Coast here. And a settlement agreement was reached with the district attorney's office for $25,000 fine in that case. So it's been very refreshing to work with the district attorneys and their staffs and educate them about fish and game laws and the importance of them. Just this last weekend, we had what we call the Bay Delta Detail. Over 300 people contacted on the water and throughout the Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta and out in San Francisco Bay, party boats, commercial and sport. Right here on the Central Coast, one of our wardens and their local squad put together what we called Operation Yellow Eye to focus on prohibited species, and over 1,000 people have been contacted in the last month on that operation with numerous cases made, illegal salmon that were taken, unlicensed boats, and it's not just yellow eye, it's things that result from that. As we sit here today, we have about 50% of the wardens in the North Coast District that are involved in what we call active shooter training. If you've followed that at all, it's the ability for one agency to be able to come alongside another in a public safety situation. Instead of waiting for a SWAT team to show up and take care of a situation, the general philosophy today among law enforcement agencies is whoever's first on scene goes in and takes care of the situation and doesn't give the opportunity for further damage, killing, injuries to take place by violators. And so I went through it on Monday afternoon, and We have people right now for the next week and a half, 2 weeks, that are going through this here at the old Fort Ord. And it's kind of a consortium of local law enforcement agencies pulling together their training for that, and it's been very, very excellent. So I asked Captain Kelly, Don Kelly, who is my local captain, to come on up and brief you on some local issues that he has going on. And thank you very much for your attention and your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't see it on the agenda, but I want to thank the commission for agreeing to hear my dinosaur of the department report. I'm a very privileged captain in that within the last 2 years, I have gained 15 new wardens into my severely depleted squad. 2 of those gentlemen were here today, Joe Ames and Mike Harris. And 8 people came to my squad this year, so the training aspect, as Doug said, is very, very important in this stage of their careers. But they are also getting involved in a tremendous number of excellent cases. Last 6 months, we've had 4 substantial abalone cases here, mostly in Monterey County. One of which was made by one of my brand new wardens who had only been on the road by himself in a month. So our training and their enthusiasm is paying off, and that enthusiasm is incredible. The courts have been extremely supportive of us. We have one individual right now still in jail on a 180-day commitment on an abalone case, in addition to his $15,000 fine. They are routinely giving us the $15,000 minimum, and we have one right now that may be a repeater, and so we're going to see if we can get up to $20,000 to $25,000 for that individual. These are all endangered or federally endangered black abalone that they're targeting, and some of these cases were considerably suspicious in commercial nature.
Captain, can I interrupt you for a second? I want to ask you something. If you have a $15,000 fine and now we have a repeat offender, what are the abalone? How much abalone does it take to make $15,000 not important? Or is he just stupid? Or a combination?
The Fish and Game Code. The Fish and Game Code indicates for certain violations of taking abalone in the moratorium area and taking in excess of 12 presumptive commercial, that the minimum fine shall be $15,000 and up to $40,000.
But how many abalone can he sell? How many abalone does it take to be worth $15,000?
Not that many.
How many
Because we're figuring that the reds that are being illegally marketed are upwards of $100 a piece.
$100 a piece.
Yeah, and so it doesn't take a lot of time to get a group of people in there for that volume.
It's 150,
The figure was
right?
just sent to me last week, that in some cases where these abalone are being taken and shipped overseas, ground up and powdered, that net result for that $50 or $100 on the street is about $2,000 to $2,500 per abalone out the door by the time it's ground and powdered and sold in certain markets.
Yeah, because it just, it strikes me, if a guy gets $15,000 fine and he's a repeat offender, then the bounty that he's getting is well worth more than $15,000. He doesn't care. He just comes back and does it again.
It's well worth the risk. In
obviously.
Individuals, so.
And a lot of abalone are being taken, obviously, with the poaching that we hear about here on a regular basis. So
it's substantial, and so that's why having a much fuller...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that struck me as...
by having a much fuller crew right now, we're going to be able to better address these issues. Now, with regards to what Becky brought up with associated with the MPAs, we are also involving enforcement in a lot of this assessment, and I can attest that locally in all of the MPAs within my jurisdiction, we are actually seeing a better understanding of the MPA issues on the part of our users. We're also partnering with groups like the Monterey Bay Sanctuary Foundation to assist in getting a lot of that information out to the public, as well as public outreach on our part. In fact, my wardens and I were involved in 4 different outreach programs last week, and much of what we discussed were the MPAs and the reasons and the boundaries and so on and so forth. We're trying to teach people how to speak GPS, but it's a little bit difficult. Lastly, we are also getting, and it looks like one of the things that we're looking at is succession planning. Well, we're getting an increase in requests for ride-alongs because of the Wild Justice program that has been going on for a couple of years. And that's very positive because we are garnering the interest of a lot of these people who see what now we actually do and want to become part of it. And so that's a really positive thing for us. So for me, my message today was hopefully positive. So thank you.
Mr. President,
Mr. Chairman.
Let's go with Commissioner Kellogg.
I said this before, but Nancy and you guys, Wild Justice has really got people's attention. A lot of young people want to be game wardens and what have you now. But I'm looking at like the legislation we talked about earlier, and some people would like to see hunting outlawed in the state of California. And I said it before, and I don't know if anybody listened or not, but I wish that you guys, and I know you're not controlling National Geographic, but I wish, Nancy, we could get them to actually film when they stop the good, legitimate hunters and show, I mean, that they're not all bad people. There's good people out there that do hunting and fishing as well. And they should put some of that on film so the public, you know, the overall public in the state of California, it's probably dropping now, but was that the majority that didn't hunt was not against hunting. But when they see all this bad stuff going on Wild Justice, it gives them a different opinion of it. And if we could start convincing them to film, because they do stop legitimate hunters. I've had people tell me they were stopped with the film crews and all that, and nothing was wrong, so they just left and didn't put anything on TV. I think that ought to be considered.
I think that you'll see a change in Season 2, and we're in Season 2 now, where they have shown a broader spectrum of what game wardens do and who they contact, as well as some of the legitimate hunters that are out there. So they have changed. They have a new producer for Season 2 and 3, and I think you'll see a little bit of a difference.
Hang on. Commissioner Sutton?
Just wanted to thank all of Nancy's crew, and especially Don, for their great collaborative work with other agencies. Don and I had the privilege of going on a Coast Guard C-130 flight along the coast to look at, it was a cooperative flight with Sanctuary, the Coast Guard, Department of Fish and Game, and others to not only look for fisheries enforcement issues, but MPA. And I calculated that aircraft was burning 700 gallons of jet fuel an hour, something that I'm glad the department doesn't have to pay for. But the Coast Guard's happy to pay for that. They do it every day. And the classified imaging equipment they had on that aircraft was nothing short of amazing. No matter what the weather, just about, and no matter how high they fly, they can see anything that's going on inside a marine protected area. So I'm really glad to see that level of collaboration and cooperation among agencies, and I really hope that continues.
Commissioner Rogers.
I wanted to amplify something that Nancy just said about the new season of Wild Justice. I watch it, and I watch the current issues, and there was one on I've never seen this, the snake decoy. I don't know if you saw that one where you have this cool looking snake and you put it out in the middle of the night and guys come out because they come out on the
reptile collectors.
The reptile collectors come out, because the snakes come out on the roads, because it's warm, and just exactly as you're requesting, Jim, they stopped a guy who was a snake collector And the guy was articulate, had done everything beautifully, talked about stewardship, talked about, you know, how these snakes were going to be used and then returned to the wild. They were used for children and returned. It was really good, Jim. So they are actually making some changes. I was stunned by that. It was the first time I'd actually, because I was agreeing all along with Jim and still do, we need more of that. But that one little thing I thought was terrific. I mean, it was really well done.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And thank you, thank all of you. Yeah, exactly. Appreciate it. First class.
So we're back and all.
Okay.
With that, we're to public speakers.
We have other. Is there any other?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. We have two public speakers.
Yes, we have George Osborne and Paul Weekland.
Thank you, Mr. President. George Osborne, representing the California Association for Recreational Fishing and the Mount Lassen Trout Farm. I'm going to be really, really brief here because I know we're all ready to get out of here. We'd like to ask you, please, to ask the department to agendize for the August meeting, because we understand June is going to be sparsely populated, a presentation on the status and update on the match planting program for the private lakes and county lakes, et cetera. We asked for some information several months ago from the department about what's going on with the program. They had a difficult time assembling information, and then when we got it, we were probably more confused than we were before. Stafford and I had a couple of chats about that. I think he concurs that such a status update would be appropriate. Yeah, I know he doesn't want to do the work, but we would ask that, make that request, please.
Commissioners, any thoughts on that? You okay with it? Okay with that direction?
I'm okay with it if it fits into the workflow.
You good with it? Okay.
Thank you very much.
We'd ask staff to do that.
All right, so we will make sure on the August agenda we put on there an update on the program from the department.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Weekland.
Commissioners, Paul Weekland. Well, I stepped up to talk about the mountain yellow-legged frog, and that your statement of reason better reasonably state how the yellow-legged frog was decimated because of the introduction of hatchery fish, that all of the problems that are occurring is because you keep messing with Mother Nature, and it's not nice to fool with Mother Nature, and that the thousands of frogs that you collected and took out of these regions bellied up and died in your hatchery. These need to be attached as facts. And it seems that the department continues to purge the files, cleanse the records of all the eyesores, get rid of it, never to allow anyone to know the truth. Well, some truth was just spoke here today about Monterey County being a poacher's paradise and the mismanagement of the abalone resource. Now, if there's that many poaching cases going on, well, isn't that evidence enough that there's plenty of abalones to harvest? Yes, there is. But, oh, that's right, you don't want to discuss abalones because you introduced from the hatcheries devastating disease, pathogen, bacterium into the wild that decimated the population of abalones in Southern California. Something like you did to the California golden trout, a native state fish, introduction from hatcheries. But you're going to continue to plow ahead because you want to sell shares in aquaculture pyramid, stock in Americulture, Ponzi consortiums. It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature, and you keep doing it by dictating policy. And when are you going to be fair and equitable to the citizens of the state of California? Oh, no way. We get rid of them, it'll be a beautiful place. All we want are investors in aquaculture. Your soul shall roast in hell.
Thank you for that. When is our next report to the Commission on status of aquaculture and the various closures, and where are we on that? Is that coming out of MRC? Is that coming from the department? Is that a regulatory cycle deal? What's the next time we discuss opening up some of those areas, or should they be opened, I guess is really the more appropriate.
Mr. President, there's a couple things going with aquaculture. One is the programmatic EIS that the department's been working on their aquaculture program for a number of years, and I know we've had several aquaculture coordinators. I understand we now have one again at the department. Maybe Dan or Chuck could comment on that. The other issue is, as you know, is the revision of state leases, and I gather we've pretty much finished our work on that. And then, of course, various other
state leases regarding
water bottom leases. Yeah.
No, I'm not abalone. No, when would we be abalone? I'm talking about.
I thought you meant aquaculture.
I may have, and if I did, I apologize. I meant abalone. What's our next cycle? When do we discuss that again? The potential for opening it up and looking at it. What is the process?
Well, I don't know that the department has come to the commission and presented some information on possible changes to abalone regulations, and as part of that, if you remember, it's been a while now. Under the ARMP, they were operating under an interim management plan, and they're obliged to go to a long-term management plan, and they were going to begin that soon, and that would be exactly the venue to bring up revisiting.
But when is that going to happen?
I will defer to...
In all honesty, and Mr. Weekland and I couldn't hardly disagree more often, but I get tired of listening to him, not that I necessarily believe him, but at some point in time, I also know that it's been several years since we've had meaningful discussions here about what's the health of that fishery. We've shut it down, put a lot of people out of business, a lot of sporting opportunities have been shut down. Is it healthy? Is it trashed? Do we need to keep doing it? I just, when are we going to do that? And I'm not proposing that we do open up anything. When are we going to have a in-depth discussion? Do you want to address
If I may, Mr. President.
Sure.
The MRC has been discussing this all along. If there is a fault here, it's not the department, it's the MRC. We should probably bring more information to you. I didn't realize that you were... We're working on a number of things. Craig, why don't you comment on that?
I think the whole commission.
Abalone is a subject of conversation with us virtually every MRC meeting because we have a number of things going on with respect to that. Craig, why don't you, and I feel remiss then, pardon, et cetera, yes.
President Richards, members of the Commission, Craig Schumann, Marine Advisor. I apologize for glossing over this in my report earlier. The Department did provide an update at the last MRC meeting, and they are involved in a scoping process for changes to the North Coast. As we discussed at the MRC, there are challenges with reopening areas in the moratorium area, primarily due to lack of data. And so part of the discussion that came up in the MRC was how do we fill those data gaps to evaluate the ability to reopen some of those closed areas. And the discussion focused on engaging citizen scientists, working with the department to develop a program where we can really develop a robust, comprehensive data collection effort. I think the reality is it's probably going to be some time.
We have seen so many abalone guys here, Milo and all of that crew. I mean, bringing in videos. I can't imagine that you would have any trouble getting citizen volunteers. I mean, they seem to be a pretty focused and committed crowd.
I completely agree, and I think one of the challenges is it does take resources to coordinate those volunteers, to train them, to analyze the data that come in, and that's something.
We need to spend more time and resources on opportunities, creating them versus stopping them. And so, it's okay if we need to be, stopping some things, but we also need to look at how do we create opportunities. And so if it's there, let's get them started. I don't know how much training they have to have.
Mr. President. If I may.
Okay, one at a time.
Richard. Yeah, if I may. We are very aggressively interested in exactly what you're talking about.
Good.
What we're doing, as you may know, well, as we passed on to the Commission, the abalone is in decline in most of the sites where we allow take in Northern California, north of the gate. Okay, that is something that is of great concern to us. Remember, there was a die-off we reported about, blah blah blah. That is of great concern to us because if we do not have the biological baselines in the non-fished zones south of the gate, and I mean all the way down the coast, wherever populations might be. If you don't have the biological baseline and the places where you do allow take get to, 5,600 per hectare, or whatever is the break point below which you have to shut down the fishery, we could be, simply because we have not been able to allocate time and money and, as you say, cooperative efforts and creative solutions to this problem. Because we didn't do those surveys, we might be in a position where we cannot take the pressure off of those perhaps overpressured sites where we do allow take north of the gate and have to shut down the whole take in the state of California. That would be a tragedy. We're currently engaged with the department in coming up with protocols. We do have people like Reef Check. There are a number of people who are out there, as you suggest, who are very, very actively interested in this. We do not want to, simply because of our inability to organize exactly what you're talking about, to maneuver the state of California into a position where on our watch abalone got shut down.
Of course.
We do not want that to happen. And we are aggressively trying to not put ourselves into that position. So we're really expanding our creativity right as we speak.
I hope so. Good. Commissioner Sutton.
Mr. President, just wanted to echo the comments of my fellow commissioner. We have to be exceptionally careful with respect to abalone, because there is no better example of textbook overfishing than what happened to abalone in Southern California. People have called it the marine equivalent of the buffalo hunting that went on. So if we ever consider reopening that, we have to do it exceptionally carefully. Now, to the Abalone Association's credit, they've been working with the best fisheries scientists in the country at UCSB to develop a fail-safe, state-of-the-art management system if we ever do reopen the abalone commercial fishery, to make sure that will never happen again, that buffalo hunt will never recur. The only place that is even remotely possible to do that would be San Miguel Island, which was the last refuge when we shut down, abalone fishing in the 1980s at the commercial level. So before we go into the last refuge of abundance, we have to make sure that that's not going to result in continued depletion. They're asking for an experimental fishery, and that's fine, but we, as Commissioner Rogers pointed out, we're bound by the ARMP. And the ARMP contains threshold triggers that if we don't see a population above them, we can't. We're not authorized to reopen a commercial fishery. So, but it's worth looking at, as you point out.
I think it's big enough, and we hear it often enough from a variety of people, not just Weakland, that it's worthy of it. So we don't need to beat that unless you've got something.
Just to briefly add, one of the objectives of the abalone experiment that Chris Voss talked to earlier is to evaluate our management strategies to improve how we manage abalone throughout the state, not just at San Miguel.
Let's keep doing that. Okay, next item, and ladies and gentlemen, Michael, I'm going to turn this over to you because I'm on the road. I'm taking off.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Vice President Sutton, the next item is 15, receipt of federal agency informational items, and Kevin Chu with NOAA Fisheries Services here to give you an update.
All right, thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Commissioners. In view of the hour, I'll be as brief as I can be. I wanted to start, though, with, in view of the last agenda item, with our thanks for the wardens for their work on abalone enforcement. I had no idea that it was so prevalent or that the abalone were so valuable, and the work that they're doing is very impressive and very important for the recovery of the species that we're concerned about. So thank you to the department and to their wardens for that. I wanted to alert the Commission to a really interesting project that's going on this week up in the North Country. There is, we've been partnering with the Department of Fish and Game to get a release of about 2,500 acre-feet of water in the upper Eel River. The reason we're getting this release of water is to encourage the downstream migration of young salmon and steelhead. And the reason we're doing this at this point is last year there was a record number of Chinook salmon coming back to the upper Eel River. There was something like over 2,000 fish came up, which is higher than we've ever seen since records started beginning to be collected in the 40s. So we're very encouraged about this, and this particular project has some interesting aspects to it. I think it's particularly well designed. The release was called for in over a 5-day period during the dark of the moon, which is when the juvenile are most likely to be migrating. And it called for not just release of any old water, but a mixture of bottom and surface water so that it mimics the temperature of a warm spring rain, which is also, we think, is going to encourage them. So it's a very interesting project. We're very hopeful that this will lead to a higher juvenile survival rate in the Eel River, and that'll bring more fish back in a few years. Next, I wanted to alert you that there is today and tomorrow there's a meeting in Portland of the State Department and NOAA Fisheries with their Canadian counterparts on the abalone's on my mind, on the Albacore Treaty. It's primarily an exchange of information about last year's fishery, but as you know, the Albacore Treaty allows U.S. fishermen to fish in Canadian waters for albacore when they're there, and allows Canadian fishermen to fish in U.S. waters when the fish are in our waters. This year, it looks like there will be no exchange of vessels, but that topic may come up during the meeting today. Third, I wanted to alert people to the fact that the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission meetings are coming up next month. Next week, there are a couple of different public hearings, public meetings that people may want to attend. There's a scientific advisory committee on May 30th and a general advisory committee which will deal with all of our positions on May 31st. Those are down in Carlsbad, and they are public meetings for anyone who wants to attend. Lastly, I was asked to find out some information about those seismic surveys that are being done off of Diablo power plant. And I was not able to find very much information, but I do know that we have been providing some information to PG&E about what those surveys, what requirements those surveys must have, including that they, at a minimum, they would have to consult about the impacts on marine mammals. We have not necessarily commented on fish, impacts on fish, but there are numbers of steps that they'll have to take. It's unclear to me who is actually the action agency here. For some reason or other, it appears as if we're expecting the National Science Foundation to be applying on the behalf of the PG&E for some marine mammal permits. And that's all I've been able to find out on that. So, thank you.
Mr. President, just a question for Kevin, or maybe for the department. Oh, sorry. Mr. Vice President. Yes, go right ahead. Kevin, thank you for that. It's one of the things we should have asked before when the department, or when this came up, was whether the seismic testing is carrying on or going on exclusively in federal or state waters. I know it's happening in state waters, but maybe Becky or somebody could tell us if there's any testing going on outside state waters. Because if it's state waters, then clearly the department has jurisdiction over the marine reserves, and seismic testing could constitute a take of marine wildlife, which is prohibited by the MLPA.
Here are my glasses. Becky Yoda, Fish and Game. It's occurring in predominantly state waters. They will be in a little bit of federal waters as they pull around their arrays to do the testing. Mm-hmm. So I do know that they have consulted with NOAA Fisheries, specifically on marine mammals, and they've gone to that extent. And we are all over this project, the Department of Fish and Game, and have responded to both their Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the operation for both of the CEQA documents that are out there and the mandated legislation that is putting them in this situation. So that legislation is putting them out there. We have responded to those CEQA documents and are working with them on scientific collecting permits. But I do know that NOAA Fisheries has been involved as well in that.
And presumably the Fish and Wildlife Service, with respect to certain marine mammals like sea otters that they have jurisdiction over. Yes. There's been some concern among the otter scientific community about the potential impact on sea otters, since that's a known sea otter range. So
they have gone to that extent to look at all marine mammals and potential impacts, and they have coordinated with those federal agencies, and they're coordinating with us on fish.
Thank you, Becky. You know, one of the things we've heard here today is it's not just the marine mammals we're concerned about. It's the larval fish, it's the marine reserves, the ecosystem in the area that could be impacted. And if the decibels are as high as was alleged, that's cause for concern. So I'd love to hear feedback. Commissioner Rogers.
Mr. President, if I may, I agree with you entirely on that, but I wanted to reiterate something that I said earlier. Tim and Haver, both of them said that they might not be able to fish for 3 months. And apparently, I talked to them outside a little bit later, and they did say that they have been in some discussions with PG&E. I want to make sure that they are, if they are precluded from fishing, that they are genuinely adequately compensated for that. And we want to make sure that that happens for those guys. I mean, you know, because they've had to completely readjust what they were doing, given the fact that there were MPAs there, and you know, and they have, you know, with a little bit of a rough start, if I remember correctly, gracefully accepted all of this, and I think a little stretch, but I think that it's very important that they know that we're on their side and we're trying to defend them in this because PG&E is going to, I believe, is going to be blind to that.
Well, in discussions and early consultations with PG&E, we have made that clear to them that the commercial fishing industry is extremely important, especially in this area, along with recreational fishermen. And so in our comment letters, we have pointed that out. And PG&E had told us that they were in conversations with the commercial industry. To what extent, I don't know. So
well, that's what I mean, Becky. You know, I know that you are concerned about that, but we're talking about the culture of those communities, and to have PG&E be one more outside agency coming in fundamentally, and not state agency, but coming in and stepping on those guys, I don't like that at all.
And the department has not been involved in those conversations between PG&E and the commercial industry, so we're not necessarily invited to the table, but I do know they've been in discussion. To what extent, I don't know.
Well, I said to Tom and Tim today, for God's sakes, you know, if you guys don't think that this isn't going right, speak up.
Thank you. Any other comments on this agenda item? I gather we have no public comment.
No speakers. That takes us to item 16, receipt of legal counsel informational items. Mr. Thalhammer? None. No speakers. Now we go to 17, announcement of results from an executive session. Mr. Thalhammer? We have some.
Right. The commission met in executive session during the lunch hour, and the only action they took was to respond to the Bunn litigation, and in that situation, after much discussion, determined not to make any exceptions to the existing policy on non-transferable permits at issue in that case.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, that brings us to the consent calendar. We have one speaker card on your consent calendar.
With your permission, Commissioners, we'll take the public comment on this, on the consent calendar before we make any decision whether or not to pull an agenda item off the calendar or move the calendar in its entirety.
All right, thank you. Denning Fox, he's here to speak on item WW of item 20. That's the PLM package. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Dennis Fox. I'm with the Kern Asthma Coalition. You know, it's a roundabout background, but I'll get to it. The Bakersfield office of the Bureau of Land Management had a suicide a few years ago, and it resulted in a great paradigm shift down there. They have lost personnel. They've changed personnel and their focus. They have had they had to close down a OHV area off road vehicle because of asbestos north of Coalinga. And they're taking the fences out, and they're also being cut at Carissa Plains, so they're moving it over to the Temblers now. And that's where they mine kitty litter, so there's going to be a problem with silicosis, valley fever, which will affect all mammalian species, including wildlife. And I'm also on the weed management area. We see weeds coming in they get transported across state lines on the tires. So they are trying to get the state money from the green stickers that OHVs purchase to do this work and do their, even though their 5-year plan has not hit the record of decision area lately yet. So my recommendation is this is not the ranch problem. This is a BLM problem. And that it might be nice to inform the BLM to let you in if they do any EIR stuff, to let you in on their secret. Also, if they don't want to let you in on their secret, maybe the Inspector General might be appropriate to have visit them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of speakers. Unless there's questions, there's a recommended motion for consent.
I'll make the motion if you'll read it, please.
The Fish and Game Commission hereby approves its May 23rd, 2012 consent calendar, items numbers 18 through 22.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, thank you.
And with that, Commissioners, I'm checking here. You have completed your agenda. You may adjourn if so desired. Unless any commissioners have any other motions or matters to be discussed, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Now let's bring in some pizzas.
I've got a 2-hour report. I want to give you that.
A 2-hour report from Commissioner Kellogg on native fisheries.
Shall I give him 2 minutes?
Thank you all. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move. We'll move we adjourn.
Second, all in favor. We're adjourned until June 6th at 1 p.m.
Correct. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.